reborn into an abusive man's body. As I opened my eyes, I found my wife holding a knife, stabbing towards me. Without much thought, I quickly rolled off the ground and shouted, "Stop!" But now, a Gushingi will break this rule, for no other reason, because the central mom came out. Capital is even more powerful, but also do not dare to be reckless in front of the central mom. Lu Gao put his cell phone down with a calm face. Until this moment, he decided that Gushingi really had the qualifications to be his opponent. He blocked him, and he turned the blocking into a joke with a move of borrowing power. The hardest part was that Hua Yang still took the initiative to come out and speak up for him, so one could imagine how terrifying he really was. In form down, all moves against Xia Shiyao are terminated. Since Gushingi wants to fight, then it's as he wishes. I'd like to see how he, alone, can fight with capital. At the same time, Tian Xingqi and Shangshi Entertainment similarly squinted his green bean eyes, quietly looking at everything that was happening on the roundup right now. A moment later, he suddenly laughed, and muttered even more under his breath. Interesting. It's really interesting. While in Soundsi Entertainment, Yang Xian was looking at the gobo with an old and cozy expression. Yang Lin was sitting beside him, and at this moment, his eyes were already wide open. He really has a method. Surprisingly, he really solved this matter perfectly. I told you earlier, he's not an ordinary person, and he won't do anything without certainty. Daughter, look, isn't your dad's vision better than yours? Yang Xian let out a laugh and picked up the teacup on the table to take a sip of tea. Yang Lin glanced at her arrogant father and couldn't help but mutter, "Two foxes, neither of them are good anyway." Hearing this, Yang Xian almost didn't spit out his tea in one gulp. What do you mean by not good things? It's even if he scolded that Gushingi guy, how come he even scolded his own dad? Gushingi. How the hell did your head grow? It's so awesome. That's Hua Yang. Tao Leilei's horrifying screams made Gushingi resist the urge to cover his ears, and he hastily spoke out to stop her. Calm down. Calm down. Look at you, you look like you've never seen the world before. Gushingi had a smile on his face. In fact, he didn't expect Hua Yang to retweet this roundup of his blog. Originally, his idea was just to post a roundup blog first, and when Hua Yang's program came out, his song would naturally follow the fire, and then those so-called capitals naturally couldn't suppress his heat. The difference between the two is just one active and one passive. He really did not expect Hua Yang will directly out of the voice, this time, really owe a big favor. However, owing a favor to Central Mom, seemingly, was quite good. What do you mean you haven't seen the world? Look at Sister Shioyo, she's just as shocked. Hearing Gushingi's words, Tao Leilei beamed in dissatisfaction as she skimmed her head, signaling that her sister Shioyo wasn't much better. Gushingi twisted his head to look, and saw Xia Shiyao on the sofa looking at herself dumbfounded, her face evenly red and, Gushingi rubbed his forehead. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand, Xia Shiyao. She was not shocked. Obviously when she got up in the morning, she was bullied severely by him while the little one was still awake, and now she's like this. Alright, go ahead and shock yourself slowly. I'm going out. I have an appointment with Crazy today to recruit some voice actors there at the Media University. Gushingi picked up his cell phone and looked at the time, stood up and said, then turned his head to look at Xia Shiyao who was still in a daze. Honey, I'm going out. Ha? Yes. Xia Shiyao's entire mind was now in disarray, and after hearing Gushingi's words, she raised her head in response with some bewilderment. Even she herself didn't know what Gushingi had actually said. Gushingi touched his nose, smiled sarcastically, and hurriedly pushed open the door to walk away amidst Tao Leilei's puzzled eyes. God pity him, he used to be a single dog all the time. When he saw that kind of situation in the morning, he definitely couldn't help it, and as a result, it led to Xia Shiyao becoming what she is now. But hey, even if it happens again, he still can't help it. Driving all the way to the entrance of Jiangcheng Media University, Gushingi put on the mask and duck-tongue cap that he had already prepared and got out of the car. Nowadays, he was getting more and more hot online, causing the mask and duck-tongue cap to already be a must-have item for him to go out. From time to time, there were students walking by the university entrance in twos and threes, and Gushingi walked to the main entrance of the school before he saw Chen Feng standing in front of the door waiting. Gushingi didn't know much about signboards, and he had come here at Chen Feng's request. Old Gu. Here. Before he got close, Chen Feng shouted, it's true that things like masks and hats are of no use at all in front of people who are familiar with you. Gushingi walked over quickly, and after glancing inside the school, asked, say, how is the signboard? Go. I've already contacted the schoolmates inside, they've organized quite a few people to apply for jobs today, just waiting for us to go over. Good. Gushingi nodded and entered the school along with Chen Feng. It wasn't until this small job fair began that Gushingi realized that his role in coming over was mainly that of a mascot. Gu Xingyi looked at the wolf-like eyes of those young schoolmates on the field and unconsciously gulped. He was now incomparably tempted to knife Qin Feng, the cub seed who was selling out for employees. No wonder a simple recruitment is almost opened into a small job fair. It turned out that this bastard had informed these younger siblings in advance that he would be coming as well. Numb. It's not the recruiting that's numb. It's the signature that's numb. Although the purpose of recruiting was successfully completed, Gu Xingyi now only wanted to send the fat man with the stupid grin around him to the market. Oh, not right. It was sent to the morning market. He wanted to eat pork. Having managed to break free from the circle of schoolmates, Gu Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief, and for the first time, he felt the annoyance of being famous. It was good that these students still had professional ethics and didn't make a big deal out of it, otherwise, Gu Xingyi wouldn't dare to imagine what the scene would be like. The two of them walked out of the school, and Qin Feng hemmed and hawed. Old Gu, look, once you came, the quality of the voice actors we recruited all came up, and with you as the gatekeeper, I'm a bit more at ease. Gu Xingyi glanced at him, non-committal. The reasoning was so reasonable, but why did he want to punch him when he saw him like that? Now that the dubbing and a series of other personnel are all gathered, the following professional stuff will depend on you. Crazy, how about it? Any confidence? Gu Xingyi didn't dwell on this topic anymore, and turned to ask another question. Qin Feng first froze for a moment, then a confident smile rose on his face as he nodded and said very seriously, that must be there. Old Gu, although in terms of feelings, perhaps I'm a bit second, but in this area, I'm a professional. Just wait and see. Qin Feng said, in his heart, he was also calculating the time. He wanted to hurry up to the time when Wang Jun's anime was aired, and successfully produce this anime as well. From where he fell down, Qin Feng was not the kind of fool who did not repay for his grudges. Gu Xingyi smiled back and didn't say anything. He believed that Qin Feng would definitely take care of things afterward. The two of them walked side by side towards the parking lot, and as they walked, Gu Xingyi suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked up to a short distance ahead. There was a bunch of students gathered there at some point, and amongst the crowd, from time to time, the sound of music came from it. The sound of this music was very familiar, and it was clearly the first song that Gu Xingyi had come here to sing, A Lifetime of You. Go over and take a look. Gu Xingyi's eyes lit up for a moment. It was the first time he had heard his own song on the side of the road, and he was a little curious for a moment. Qin Feng nodded his head, and the two of them quickly walked up, drilling into the crowd. They saw that surrounded in the middle of the crowd were two young men. One was holding a guitar and was fondly singing A Lifetime of Having You, while the other stood next to him and was interacting with the people around him. The two are obviously not students of this university, older, looks are not very outstanding, wearing some white clothes washed, although the clothes are a little old, but give people look but not sloppy, cleaned up is quite fresh, one side of the open space, but also piled up their luggage. Gu Xingyi closed his eyes and listened carefully. This boy sang very well, even more than he sang some flavor, which makes Gu Xingyi more some surprise. This was a good seedling. It is true that no matter in which world, there are always some talent then the cow will be buried. After all, not everyone is a creative singer, no one to write songs for them, no one pushed no heat, which leads to a lot of such people can only hang around in the various roadside, bar residency to look forward to being scouted. The boys in the field finished a song. The two slightly adjusted the equipment, then changed to song. The two sang together. This was a rap that Gu Xingyi had never heard before. One person rapped at a fast pace, and the other joined in at the climax. They worked together seamlessly, and completely drove up the atmosphere around them. The surrounding students waved their hands and swayed after them, whistles of applause coming from the crowd from time to time. The vitality of the young people was highlighted by them at this moment. Gu Xingyi was also driven to unconsciously nod his head. This rap can only be regarded as average, but at least it's much better than what he heard when he first came here, which was a temporary piggy bank. And it can be seen that these two people's singing skills are really very good, should also often face the crowd performance. Stage play is also very good, which makes Gu Xingyi some intention. He wanted to start an entertainment company, not just talk about it, but he was really short of people right now. Another song ended, and Gu Xingyi only pondered for a moment before resolutely moving to walk up. Hello, excuse me, may I ask you too? Do you have any intention of joining the entertainment company? Since he had thought about it, Gu Xingyi didn't hide anything, and asked directly to the point. The two looked obviously stunned, then a huge look of surprise erupted on both faces at the same time, and one of them, even the hand holding the microphone, was trembling a little. You're a Star Scout? Gu Xingyi's face was a little embarrassed, but fortunately, he was wearing a mask, so no one could see it. No, but I'm preparing to create an entertainment company, and I happen to be short of people. I wonder if you have this intention? Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, the two people in front of him seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell. The look of surprise instantly dimmed. What the hell?
The company hasn't even opened yet. It's not even open yet, so it's not some kind of a purse company, right?
The surrounding students didn't know what was going on here, they just looked curiously at the venue, and some of them already had an impatient look on their faces. That was because Gu Xingyi's sudden appearance had interrupted the lively atmosphere. I'm sorry, although the two of us aren't famous people, we also want to find a company with some strength, sorry.
With a bitter smile on his face, one of them rejected Gu Xingyi's invitation.
Before Gu Xingyi could continue speaking, Qin Feng scurried over as he quickly winked towards the two.
Hey, aren't you guys sure who this is that you're talking to right now? Seeing Qin Feng like this, the two were obviously a bit confused. They took another close look at Gu Xingyi, then frowned. This figure, why was it getting more and more familiar the more they looked at it? Gu Xingyi also smiled bitterly. Yes, he was a contestant whose company was not even open, and now he was wearing a mask and a duck-tongue cap. Anyone who met such a person would have to reject it. Don't be in a hurry to reject, let me introduce myself first. My name is Gu Xingyi, I'm the creator of the song A Lifetime With You that you just sang. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, the two froze again. The two of them were feeling as if they were on a roller coaster at the moment, having just risen and fallen, and now they had steeply risen to the highest peak. Both of their eyes grew wider and wider, looking at the familiar figure in front of them with a face full of stagnation. Gu Xingyi, their idol. The two had fantasized more than once that if one day they let Gu Xingyi compose a song for them, then they would have no regrets in death. This was the special affection that a good singer had for an outstanding lyricist. There wasn't a single singer who didn't look forward to having a good song. A singer and a lyricist were the equivalent of a 1,000-mile horse and a bull. A 1,000-mile horse was often found, but a bull was hard to find. You. Are you really Gu Xingyao? The Gu Xingyi who will always be the best when produced by Xingyao? Aha! Gu Xingyi gave an affirmative answer.
The two froze for a moment longer, then suddenly looked at each other. The two then, under Gu Xingyi's dumbfounded look, they copied the luggage on the ground and pulled Gu Xingyi out with one left and one right.
Join! We're joining Hurry up and go! There are too many people here.
That action, as if two robbers, held Gu Xingyi hostage, fearing that he would run away if they didn't pay attention. It wasn't until a few people came to a less crowded place that the two let go of Gu Xingyi's arm and looked at him with excitement. Gu Xingyi smiled a little, and willfully took the mask off his face, revealing his handsome face that was already known by the public, and stretched out his hand.
Hello guys, for a formal introduction, I'm Gu Xingyi.
When they really saw Gu Xingyi right in front of them, the look of surprise on the two men's faces grew thicker and thicker, and the taller boy on the left with glasses busily wiped his hands on his own clothes, and shook Gu Xingyi's hand.
Hello. I didn't expect it to really be you. My name is Feng Xiaoxiao, I'm so happy to see you. Honestly, I feel like I'm dreaming right now.
Feng Xiaoxiao grinned, the corners of his mouth going up to his ears. He really hadn't expected that the other day the two of them were still drinking wine and listening to a song written by Gu Xingyi, and at that time he had even said enviously that if Gu Xingyi was able to write a song for the two of them, then they would definitely wake up laughing in their dreams. Unexpectedly, today he had met the living Gu Xingyi and was standing right in front of him. Hearing Feng Xiaoxiao's self-introduction, the corners of Gu Xingyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he turned his head to look at another shorter boy, the one who had just sung about having you in his life.
You're not called Ishu Weihan, are you? That boy visibly froze, then stared in surprise. You? How did you know? Alright, Wen Xiaoxiao is Ishu Weihan. It's coming together. These two people's parents couldn't also be travelers, right?
Gu Xingyi thought wildly, but he knew that there was no such phrase in the history of this world. Good, then Feng Xiaoxiao, Ishu Weihan, I once again invite you to join my company, even though my company has not been created yet, and I can't give you any guarantees for the future at this moment, but at least I can give you the same treatment as any other entertainment company, and, of course, the right songs for you. Gu Xingyi was really quite appreciative of these two. He had been listening carefully to the singing just now, and he felt that the strength of these two was not at all inferior to those popular singers.
And the name of these two people, and their own accidental affinity it always gave him a feeling of seeing his hometown.
Feng Xiaoxiao and Ishu Weihan just glanced at each other before the two of them turned back and solemnly nodded without the slightest hesitation.
We're in. If we knew it was you, we wouldn't have refused just now. Right now in this music scene, if we were to ask who we admire the most, it would be you. Gu Xingyi.
Ishu Weihan scratched his head and continued with a somewhat coy look on his face.
In fact, you're also our idol. We were chatting about you the other day when we were drinking. If we could have a song created by you, then we'd really be satisfied.
Feng Xiaoxiao also smiled, his face, apart from excitement, also carried some sighs. After the two of us graduated, we left our hometowns and came out to struggle. We have been running around for many years, but our dreams have not been realized. We are just ordinary people's children. Wanting to enter the big stage of the entertainment industry is too difficult. Basically, we can't see any hope. Speaking of this, Feng Xiaoxiao's face once again overflowed with a brighter smile. Meeting you is really the closest we've gotten to our dreams. Even if you don't invite us, we'll definitely chase after you and beg you to take us in. We'll definitely work hard. Looking at the two sincere faces in front of her, Gu Xingyi was somewhat moved. Obviously he was inviting them, but they were so happy. This was the current situation of the entertainment industry. No fame, only strength is too easy to be buried. These strength singers at the bottom, when they encounter a little bit of opportunity, they will take out their 100% enthusiasm. Good. Let's leave a contact first. Wait for the day the company is established. I'll contact you and you'll report directly to the company. Gu Xingyi said seriously as he took out his cell phone and exchanged cell phone numbers with the two, adding WeChat again. Both of them were obviously in an excited mood. Even the hands holding the cell phone were slightly trembling, but the smiles on their faces were getting brighter and brighter. After exchanging contact information, a few people said a few more words. Gu Xingyi then left. Everything will have to wait for the creation of Xingyou Entertainment. It won't take a few days, after Huayang's program is aired, and after Xia Shuriao's album is online, Xingyou Entertainment will appear in this world. Without going far, Gu Xingyi could still hear Feng Xiaoxiao calling his home behind him. His sentence, Mom. I found the company. Gu Xingyi was close to tears. This feeling Gu Xingyi can best understand. The original life of his own, after graduation, is also bouncing around for many years, before some fame. He remembers when he wrote his first song was recognized by others. That mood, to the present he remembers, but unfortunately, at that time he did not have anyone to talk to, can only amuse themselves to buy a cupcake to celebrate. When he returned home, the sky was already dark, and Tao Lulu and Sister Yun had already left. Under the warm orange light, little Nai Nai was nestled on the sofa playing with her toys. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she lifted her little head, then her eyes curved up. Daddy is back. I'm back. What is Nai Nai playing with? Gu Xingyi answered and quickly walked to the sofa, taking the little one into his arms. Playing with the jigsaw puzzle that Uncle Fatty gave me. Daddy, come and put it together with Nai Nai. You have to put it together well before you can eat. This is what Mommy said. Good. Then we have to cheer up. Gu Xingyi smiled and lifted little Nai Nai, placing her on the sofa and putting together the puzzle toy with her. Xia Shuriao also walked out from the kitchen with steaming dishes at this time. Her eyes similarly curved like crescent moons as she placed the dishes on the dining table before looking at the two fathers and daughters on the sofa. She hadn't seen this scene for a long time, and she couldn't get enough of it. Gu Xingyi's heart is also incredibly warm at the moment. The feeling of loneliness in the afternoon is now long gone. This life, he has family. The moonlight is gentle, and laughter continues in the small home. There were no words in the night. The next day, today was the moment when Huayang went online with Chasing Dreams Red Heart. Only one day had passed, but the publicity on various software had long been overwhelming, and the title of the #1 hot search on the Weibo was even red hot. The netizens had also long been ready to go, and they started discussing it online early. Assembled. Central Mom and Xingyou produced. Not to be missed. Alas, I haven't heard enough of Counterattack yet. Here comes another song, Chasing Dreams Red Heart. My ears. It's happier than me. Versailles Bensai upstairs, right? You've got a lot of good songs, don't you? Then don't listen to it. Ha ha, ha. I heard someone wanted to block Xia Shuriao? How come there's no movement? Just this? Don't mention it. Give them 10 guts. I'll just stand here and see who dares to move. Yesterday, Tianmei and Xingshir's official blogs were all flushed. Unlike the netizens who were active, those entertainment companies could only watch, not daring to make any moves. In just one day's time, the hot searches were once again wrapped up by Gu Xingyi and Central Mom, and everyone knew that Gu Xingyi was standing up for someone, but no one could do anything about it. There is no way. People have Mom cover. At 8 p.m., the exciting moment finally arrived, and the Huayang program was officially aired. All the people who waited for this moment immediately clicked on the Huayang channel, and in the next second, a student appeared in front of their eyes, and in front of him, books were piled high on his desk. In the hot summer, the fan is blowing. Even so, his tender face still from time to time sweat. He looked up. Next to the blackboard is the countdown to the college entrance examination. The music also started at that moment, after which the song started. Where in the world is the world full of flowers? If it really exists, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliff. Gu Xingyi was also in front of the TV at the moment and was watching the program. When the song started, he was slightly dazed. In a trance, he seemed to hear the voice of the original singer Gala.
It was too similar. In the end, it was Hua Yang. In a flash, he understood the essence of the song. This singer's voice, the power hidden in this voice, all of them showed that Hua Yang had really understood the song and presented it perfectly. The moment the song sounded, all the netizens who were watching the video also froze. At this moment in every one of their hearts, they coincidentally remembered the time when they went to fight for their dreams. The program's screen turned, the camera came from the students to a sludge-covered worker. His whole body was already wet, but on his back, he was still carrying the steel that was several times higher than others, and the song continued to sound. Live hard and love hard even if your liver and brain. I don't want anyone to be satisfied as long as I can stand myself. I've never chosen to give up on my ideals, even in the gray days. All this time, it's like a man calmly talking about how he never stops pursuing his dreams, and the scene shifts from a worker to a white-collar worker in a company, who is being criticized by his leader, nodding his head and apologizing. The netizens watching the program could not help but clench their fists at this moment. Each of them seemed to see their own shadows in the footage. These were all things they were currently experiencing, or had experienced, and each of them felt it deeply. Xia Shiyao, who was watching the program with Gu Xingyi on the sofa, was also watching the TV and listening to the song in a daze, and even she felt the same way about it, and those moments of sweating as they moved forward towards their dreams seemed to have surfaced uncontrollably when the song rang out. Gu Xingyi saw her like this, gently held her warm and soft palms, smiled. This song is a raka, the main song, is still behind it. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have the naivety to dream, and I'm gonna go prove it with my whole life. Maybe my hands are clumsy, but I'll keep on searching. I'll give all my youth with no regrets. When the song reaches the word regret at the end, it is suddenly high, and in the picture, the students lower their heads and write their homework quickly, the workers bend their backs and keep moving forward, and the white-collar workers are madly revising their documents on the computers. This is the persistence of the dream, but also the future expectations. Online everyone at this moment in the mood steeply tightened. They understand this feeling. They really want to cry. It's their deep-seated defiance of themselves, gnashing their teeth, forward, forward again, regardless of success or failure. At this moment, the blazing emotions in everyone's hearts were ignited, and they clenched their teeth, wanting to let it out. The next moment, the sound of music accompanied by hissing male voices also rang out at this moment, carrying a power that would not be defeated regardless of success or failure, and spreading into everyone's ears. Run forward, voice breaking, facing cold eyes and ridicule. How can we feel the vastness of life without going through trials and tribulations? Fate can't bring us to our knees to beg for mercy, even if blood is spilled all over our arms. Keep running, with the pride of a red-blooded man. How can we see the light of life if we don't see it through to the end? Instead of living on the edge of death, let's burn. Let it burn. One day it will sprout again. The hot flames in everyone's hearts were instantly ignited in this hissing song. The reason why they were willing to support Gu Xingyi as a ratio was here. His songs. It was always possible to get immersed deep into the songs. The heart of the netizens was instantly awakened in this hissing sound, and the emotions in their hearts were even more completely vented at this moment. Tearjerker. Only this song. I allow him to break the sound. Give me broken. No. This song I feel. The broken voice is the essence. Chasing dreams, chasing dreams. It's as if I'm not listening to a song, but a cry from the depths of my heart. Really, when I listen to the song, it's as if I've gone back to the time when I struggled day and night. Then I succeeded, and you may not understand that feeling. It was a kind of hysteria after bottoming out. This song is really the best interpretation of hysterical all-out struggle. Here it is. I'm going to have to pull out the company that's going to block Xia Shiyao and flog her. You blocked one for us to see? You really got your way. Where are we going to listen to this kind of song? Hearing this song, I also finally understand. Why did Central Mothers come out to protect us? This song, it's allowed to break the tone, but no descending tones are allowed. At this moment, no one cared about what images were actually being played on the program anymore, because of this song alone. They had already automatically generated images in their heads that were uniquely theirs. The netizens listened to the song, and the emotions in their hearts were completely ignited. Who said rock music had no way out? Who said rock music was a niche? Then, what is this? The netizens were either holding onto their cell phones or sitting in front of the TV with their eyes tightly closed, enjoying the impact of this music from their ears. At this time, at the headquarters of Huayang, Lin Guodong and an old man past his prime were looking at the real-time airplay on the big screen, and they couldn't hide the surprise in their eyes. This time, the program was more successful than any of the previous ones. Elder brother Du, how's my vision? Ha 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 ha. I told you. There's this kid's song. It'll definitely work.
Lin laughed out loud, as if he was not praising someone else, but himself. As the general director of Hwayang, Dugu was also filled with emotion.
It's been a long time since I've seen such a talented young man. It really makes you want to meet him. Besides, I didn't say no, did I? When I got this song, I thought this moment would come. Otherwise, do you think I would have helped that little guy out?
Dugu was still looking at the big screen where the data was rising, only that a smile had crept onto his face. Lin Guodong raised an eyebrow. This old guy, he just refused to admit that it was his vision that was good. The program had only just reached the halfway point, and as more and more people poured in, the program was heating up, and the new netizens who had come in, before they even opened their mouths, were completely overwhelmed by the song, and then they were uniformly immersed in the music.
The future charming splendor is always calling to me. Even if there is only pain as a companion, you must go forward. I want to sail there on the bluest sea yang, and it doesn't matter if I'll be able to return.
Music first class, lyrics first class. They once again saw Gu Xingyi's creative ability. This cub seed, bless him, after everyone's ears cannot live. Oh, Gu Xingyi at the moment, where to know these? He also thoroughly intoxicated in the music. He held Xia Shuriao's small hand, the two hands intertwined together, clenched into a fist. At this moment, the two people's movements were surprisingly consistent, that is, both closed their eyes, shaking their heads and savoring the lyrics.
To be depressed after defeat, that's the sign of a coward. As long as there's a breath left, please clench your fists.
Before the day breaks we must be more courageous. Waiting for the brightest moment at sunrise.
Run forward. Voice breaking. Enjoy. The ultimate enjoyment.
Before this, there hadn't been any rock song that would make them feel as if their ears had gone through a whole new baptism, like Chasing Dreams' Red Heart. He sang out the obsession with dreams and the desire for success in everyone's heart. The program also ushered in the end at this moment, and in the picture, the faces that had appeared before, they looked ahead and also faced the future, welcoming the dazzling light that appeared ahead, smiling happily.
No compromises until I grow old. The song also came to its end, and everyone's heart settled down.
After the shouting, it was a return to life, to the struggles of each day, and at the end of the program, a line of large letters slowly appeared, tugging at people's heartstrings. I would like to send this movie to those of you who are on the road, chasing your dreams.
Exploded. In just one son's time, this short movie had completely exploded on the internet.
Countless bolded and reddish shocking titles appeared, and countless posts with flames sprouting at the end appeared as they all praised the song.
If yesterday's battle against the odds was Gu Xingyi declaring war on certain companies in the entertainment industry,
then today, Hwayang's song Chasing Dreams and Red Heart was Gu Xingyi declaring to them that he had the qualifications.
He also had the ability, declaring war on them. This day, you guys can't suppress it.
This was just the beginning, and the online heat was already in a frenzy, and as time went on, as more and more people would hear the song, the heat then would be unimaginable. In the Tianmei Entertainment Building, the lights were on, and Lu Gao, who was still in a position to win, was already a bit flustered. This heat was something he had never expected. He had thought that Gu Xingyi's song would at most be similar to the heat brought by those songs before, but the truth was beyond his expectations.
Hwayang matched Gu Xingyi, and the two fit together surprisingly well, turning his hand to play a hand against the heavens.
Lu Gao stared at the screen, his fists were unconsciously clenched, and even his nails were embedded in the flesh without realizing it. The office stood on the side of the standby female secretary, trembling. This is the first time she saw the chairman of the board of directors so out of sorts. It was only after a long time that Lu Gao came back to his senses. His expression was gloomy as he kept turning the pen in his hand, thinking about what to do next. Hwayang he didn't dare to go against, but Gu Xingyi, he couldn't scare him yet.
He was thinking about how he could suppress Gu Xingyi's popularity after this program.
Thinking about it, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the trembling secretary to the side, asking,
"If I remember correctly, tomorrow is the day Xia Shuriao's album goes live on Hwayin?"
The secretary, who was already in fear, was suddenly asked, and she couldn't stop her body from shaking for a moment before quickly returning with a trembling voice.
Yes. Yes. Many netizens on the internet are talking about it, and they're calling these 3 days the 3-day carnival extravaganza of the music world. After the secretary finished speaking, he tightly shut his mouth, fearing that one more word would trigger Lu Gao's dissatisfaction. A 3-day revelry? Oh! Lu Gao snorted a laugh before continuing. Since they're going through the extravaganza, how can we also join in a bit, contact a few famous lyricists in the industry, and then call Ah Ing over? She's a veteran diva anyways, it should be only right for her to put out a song on the charts, right? The company is fully cooperative in this matter. I want to see her song online at Hwayin before tomorrow night. The secretary froze for a moment after hearing this,
She didn't expect that her boss was going to call Sister Ring to stand up. She should know that Sister Ring was a diva of the previous generation. Her character was not to be mentioned first, but her strength was indeed there.
Good. I'll get in touch right now. She only froze for a moment before immediately answering. Just in the blink of an eye, she figured out that the chairman was trying to nauseate Gu Xingyi, sticking his hand in the music charts. The purpose was to keep him from being so arrogant. Unlike Lu Gao, Tian Xingqi didn't make any moves. He still maintained his original attitude, not caring about anything, sitting up high and reaping the benefits.
On the other hand, Soundse Entertainment, but rarely held another meeting. The conference room was silent. The old fox Yang Xian grinned.
Why are they all silent? Weren't you quite talkative before?
This time, the meeting was convened for you guys to decide which singer we're going to choose to invite Gu Xingyi for a song.
It's not like we're killing you all. What's the point of being silent? The people in the conference room looked at me and I looked at you. They had just agreed to oust Xia Shiyao earlier. How could they have the face to speak now? However, everyone was very moved. Gu Xingyi's current popularity was momentary, and Yang Xian was obviously trying to take advantage of the win to invite a song to hit the charts. This was good for the singers under them. Chairman Yang, I think Lena can do it.
She was already a top-tier singer, but since Xia Shiyao came over, she hasn't released any songs until now, so this opportunity can be given to her. A middle-aged woman with gold-framed glasses was the first to speak from a position to the left of the conference room. She had only taken the position of operations minister following Ying Ping's dismissal. Before that, she was close to Lena, and at this moment, when she saw such a good thing, she naturally couldn't sit still.
I have a different opinion.
Before Yang Xian could open his mouth, Zhang Chao, who was sitting on the other side, opened his mouth again. Yang Xian glanced at him and frowned. This guy, it seems that no matter who the operation minister is replaced with, he is not dealing with the other party.
Speak up if you have an opinion.
Yang Envy glanced at Zhang Chao, meaning you have a fart feeling to put. I think Lena is not the best candidate. Minister Xan just took office not long ago. He may not know, when Xia Shiyao was in the company, she was relatively closer to Chengdi. I think Chengdi can be, so that the song Gu Xingyi creates for Chengdi will be a little more heartfelt, and naturally more beneficial to the company. And, as far as I know, Chengdi is still a fan of Gu Xingyi's. Chengdi can also completely utilize this opportunity to be promoted to a second-tier singer. Zhang Chao finished his speech with an old-fashioned look. He really wasn't looking at the new minister Xan Tongtong with displeasure this time, but he was indeed thinking about the company. Yang Xian also pondered for a moment after hearing this, and it was only after a moment that he raised his head and said, "This is a good thing to do. Just ask Gu Xingyi's opinion, then the candidate will be chosen between these two, and the song will be given to whoever Gu Xingyi agrees to create the song for." After Yang Xian finished speaking, Xan Tongtong and Zhang Chao both stopped speaking, and the other management members who still wanted to nominate singers also sighed in their hearts, feeling bad that they had just not spoken up first. Sure enough, that's all there is in total for such a good resource, and if you're slow to react, you won't even be able to catch up with the hot shit.
Jiang Chang.
Gu Xingyi, who was just about to go to bed, received a song invitation message from Soundse Entertainment, and he froze for a moment, not expecting Soundse to invite him at this time, and the time was still so urgent. But after just a moment's thought, Gu Xingyi realized what Soundse was trying to do. It was trying to rub off on him. Looking at the two candidates in the message, Gu Xingyi chose Chengdi without much consideration, not to mention that he had met Chengdi and had a better impression of her, but Chengdi's sweet voice suddenly reminded him of a song. This song happened to be suitable for Chengdi's little sweet voice to sing, tailor-made in general. That is, "Love You." Sweetheart Goddess Wang Xinling's "Love You," brought to the equally sweet Chengdi to sing. For a moment Gu Xingyi was somewhat looking forward to it. People do not have the same sorrows and joys. Just as Gu Xingyi was cradling his wife and child in a hot bed, in Shengshi Entertainment's artist's apartment, Miao Ankuan was packing her bags with a forlorn face. Ran, the young assistant, silently helped out on the side, and whatever decision her sister Peony Ken made, she would fully support it. Ever since Gu Xingyi appeared, the winds and clouds in the entertainment circle had changed too quickly. The other day Mao Anqilan was still feeling sorry for Xia Shiyao being blocked. She didn't expect that, just a week past, Gu Xingyi would directly achieve a headwind turnaround for Xia Shiyao. The overwhelming heat on the internet had pressed all the singers to the point where they couldn't breathe, and of course, she was also one of the victims. But she never complained about anything. Gu Xingyi created the myth based on his strength. That's what people are capable of. Miao Anjuan could only work a little harder in her daily life. She believed that she would succeed one day as well. Unfortunately, there are times when reality is so cruel. Shengshi Entertainment was not focused on the development of the music industry. After this incident, the company's decision-making is even more puzzling, and even some singers have begun to transition to the direction of film and television. Miao Anquan naturally will not transform, singing is her dream that she has always insisted on, but just today at noon, she encountered subterfuge from the upper echelons of the company. That director called Ma Liang not only wanted her to transform to the movie and television industry, but also the words and actions of Frivolous. She really did not hold back. When he was about to make a move on herself, gave him a slap. It was the same slap that buried her future. It was also just a matter of being snowed in. Miao Anjuan didn't regret it. Even if she was given the choice again, she would still have given that slap. Now this apartment was also repossessed by the company, and the other residence arranged for her was a room like a utility room. If not for the astronomical liquidated damages tying her down, she would have run away long ago. She was just from an ordinary family, and the money she had earned in the past 3 years was still a bit short of compensating the company for the liquidated damages. Ran. Miao Anjuan looked up, looked at the luggage that had been packed, and then turned her head to look at Ran, who was still accompanying her, and barely managed to squeeze out some smiles on her face and said, I may not have any hope this time, so once I've made enough money from the liquidated damages, I'll be leaving the company. You. Now, even Miao Anjuan, who usually has a big personality, is a bit sad. She doesn't know how to say it to Ran, she only feels sorry for her. Oops. Sister Peony Kyun, you don't need to say so much to me de. There's always a way. Ran also knew that Miao Anjuan must be sad in her heart right now. She could only pretend to be happy and cheer her up. In fact, her heart is also a little sad. Miao Anquan left, she must be arranged to work under other staff, but compared to herself, she is more worried about Miao Anquan. Peony's sister so liked to sing a person, so hard a person, but now can only bleak leave the scene. Now this entertainment industry, really hopeless. Ran thought in her heart, then thought of Xia Shuriao, then thought of Gu Xingyi, then her eyes immediately brightened up. If Gu Xingyi was willing to help Sister Peony, then the result would definitely be different, right? But then Ran's little face collapsed again. Not a relative, how could Gu Xingyi help Miao Anjuan? The next day, October 1st. The day Xia Shuriao's album went online was also the last day of the 3-day extravaganza. From early in the morning, the topics on the internet didn't stop. Netizens were waiting for the moment when the album went live to arrive, and nowadays, on the Hwayin platform, the top of the new songs chart had been firmly occupied by Chasing Dreams Red Heart, which had been released by Hwayang last night. This caused many netizens to speculate about the songs in Xia Shuriao's album, and just how many new songs it would be able to reach the number 1 spot on the new songs chart. And right at this moment, suddenly some sharp-eyed netizens realized that Tianmei Entertainment and Soundsea Entertainment, they surprisingly also just released the announcement of their company's singers' new songs going online on Hwayin. At the same time, Tianmei Entertainment's previous generation diva Lu Ying and Soundsea Entertainment's new generation singer Chung Di also released a microblog at this time. In their microblogs, they both publicized their songs that were going live on Hwayin today. Lu Ying brought a sentimental love song, The Day Doesn't Understand the Heart of the Night, while Chung Di brought a song called Love You. This discovery instantly caused the internet to go into an uproar, and all sorts of comments flew up in a lively manner. Good guy. What were these two companies thinking? Releasing a new song at this time? Not afraid of being crushed? The Comer is not good. They're not good. Brothers, remember our promise? Tonight's home court is ours. Indeed. This Lu Ying person, although she has a bad temper, bad personality, bad looks, but her songs are really nothing to write home about. Cheng Di is also not to be underestimated. That little sweet voice, listen to the old man's heart to be crispy. No matter what, let's watch it at night. On strength, Xia Shuriao doesn't lose to these two. On works, Gu Xingyi, whoever comes is no match. Lu Ying still dares to come out and jump? How bad was she sprayed before that she doesn't know? Doing a video with hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of millions of comments, know it all. Ha 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 ha. This I have to say. There's a comment from me in it. I have to say, the entertainment industry hasn't been this lively in a while. Ha ha ha. There's going to be drama tonight. The announcement from Tianmei Entertainment and Soundsea Entertainment made the netizens' enthusiasm rise even higher, and they now only felt that time was passing really slowly now, and they couldn't wait to blink to the time when the songs would go live in the evening. Tonight, but the gods fight They, on the other hand, were the protagonists in this fight. Ever since Xia Shuriao made her comeback and brought out Gu Xingyi, the presence of the melon-eating netizens was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment in Zhangchang, in contrast to the netizens' impatience, Xia Shuriao's heart was a bit nervous. She knew that the sales of her album today was crucial to Gu Xingyi, so even though half of the songs in it were free channels, she was still nervous. Although Gu Xingyi had confidence in these songs, he was a bit nervous in his heart. He was now penniless. The money he had planned to open an entertainment company, and the 5 million from Xingyao's anime, were all still unaccounted for. Now, we can only look at the sales situation of Xia Shuriyao's album. As for whether or not the song's netizens would buy it, it wasn't something he could control.
Time came to 8 o'clock in the evening as the crowd waited without realizing it. This time,
Xia Shuriyao's album, Luing and Changdi's new songs, went online at the same time on Huayin. The netizens who had long been rubbing their fists, but at this moment, they were worried. So many songs came out at once, which one should they listen to in the end? Just when the netizens were hesitating, I don't know who posted a post with the title shit. It's so good. I won the grand prize. Everyone, go and listen. The new song from Xia Shuriyao's album, As I Wish. This time, the netizens' eyes lit up. Shit. What were they struggling with? Of course they should listen to Xia Shuriyao's mysterious new song first. It was composed by Gu Xingyi. It's unheard of. That's definitely the best choice. In an instant, everyone poured in and clicked on the song mentioned in the post. As I Wish. They didn't even bother to care at all that the song was a paid listen, the few free ones they'd heard before, even though they weren't listening to the Supreme version. But they wanted to hear this song, As You Wish now. How the hell? Don't ask. To ask is to be rich and powerful. Then, with the sound of the piano, with headphones, they began to bob their heads. This melody, it's so beautiful. It wasn't until Xia Shuriyao's voice sounded that they closed their eyes and enjoyed it. You are a distant road, a light in the fog between the mountains. I'm a child, walking in your eyes. You are the moon and the breeze. I am the dream you shine in. I'll embrace you all my life, whether I see you or not. Xia Shuriyao's clean and crisp voice echoed in their ears, and instantly sang into their hearts. This voice was simply too soulful. As soon as Xia Shuriyao opened her mouth, they only felt that their whole body was shaken. Unlike the netizens, at this moment, the management of the various companies in the entertainment industry, as well as those singers in the music industry, they didn't have the slightest heart to listen to the songs. They were staring at Wayan's new song list, and didn't even dare to blink. They all wanted to know which songs would be on the list today, and which songs would be squeezed out, especially the singers who were on the new songs list. They were apprehensive as hell. Then they suddenly realized that on the new songs chart, a song called As I Wish by Xia Shuriyao appeared at the 50th position on the chart almost instantly. At this moment, they subconsciously held their breath, but even so, they still couldn't stop the rocketing trend of As You Wish. As they watched, almost in the blink of an eye, As I Wish climbed to the 20th position on the new songs chart, and then to the top 10 on the new songs chart. This was the first song from Xia Shuriyao's album to reach the top 10. There were already netizens online who had listened to the entire song, and after listening to the song they took a deep breath, soothing the emotions in their hearts that had been infected by the song. The original. This song was written for all the forefathers to listen to. The forefathers they, with their youth, with their lives, their generation, with their whole life, exchanged for the peaceful life of 3 generations. The netizens who were easily soothed couldn't help but click in and listen again. Xia Shuriyao's voice was layered and unfolding, that one section of gratitude, one section of inheritance, one section of opening up, each section of the singing changed, making them just feel that listening to it once they were not addicted to it at all. In addition to Xia Shuriyao's singing, they now admired Gu Xingyi's talent even more. They felt that only Gu Xingyi could write such a good song. Listening to the song again, when it came to the climax, they still couldn't help but close their eyes as they did before, slowly experiencing it. And I will love the earth you love, and wish for the smile you wish for. Your hand I hobble in holding, please take me to tomorrow. If you have suffered my sweetness, I will live as you wish. May it not be in vain, may it be courageous every day of this blooming world. In their mind's eye, it seemed as if they were separated by time and space, holding the hands of their forefathers and taking them to this prosperous world. The predecessors' suffering, not wasted in vain. This mountains and rivers were unharmed. The fireworks are ordinary. It is what they wish to see. Hearing this song again, the feelings in everyone's hearts unconsciously sublimated some more. This time, there was a faint sadness in their hearts, and they wanted to let their forefathers see with their own eyes what the world looked like today. The netizens were still listening to the song, and without them realizing it, As You Wish became the second on the new song list. But they didn't care about any new song chart anymore. Because at this point, they were already in tears. Because at this point, Xia Shuriyao's song had reached the end, and they had once again been completely immersed in the song. And I will dream the reunion you dream of. Wish for the eternity that you wish for. Walk the long road that you walk. Oh, love thee thus, and I shall see the world thou hast not seen. Write the psalms you have not written. The moon in the sky, the thoughts in my heart, you are always by my side. A promise with you a lifetime of clarity like your young face. No one expected that the first thing to hit the charts would be a paid new song, and no one expected that once the song hit the charts, it would kill the new song chart at number 2. Those unbelieving entertainment company managers frantically refreshed the list, but this song, As You Wish, seemed to be welded to the second place, without any change. The blog had gone completely crazy at this point. Not only netizens, even the media, even the various marketing numbers, were all frantically favoring this song. It was only then that the management of these entertainment companies determined that it really wasn't their own eyesight.
Only half an hour. A new song that had never appeared before had reached number 2 on the new songs chart? It was still the paid listening kind. Terrifying as hell. Some of the singers still couldn't believe that the song was this good, so he clicked in as well. After a few minutes, he fell silent. It's no match. It really can't compare. This song. It couldn't be said to be good, it could only be described as unbeatable. Just as the internet was in an uproar over this song, everyone was shocked to find that Hua Yang had posted another round of blogs, and also 8 Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao. What a As I Wish song. Good Gu Xingyi. What a Xia Shuriyao. It's well written. Well sung too. I'll take it. Everyone froze when they saw Hua Yang's tweet. It was the first time they had seen Hua Yang talk like this. Just don't pretend? Just kiss your son and daughter? Well, they do have the right to do that. They did have this qualification. Gu Xingyi similarly saw the roundup blog, and he smiled back. You can take it away. Not enough to tell me again. Look. Is this human language? It's not enough to say it again. I'll be damned. Everyone was in a state of shock at this moment. They want to interact with Hua Yang like this. Nay, they didn't have the talent. Woo. Just very sad. After Gu Xingyi returned to the blog, her heart was also filled with emotion. It was true that no matter which world it was, this song would give people a shock. The song sung by the original world's diva Fei Wong and the lyrics written by Big Brother Tang Tian, if it didn't catch fire, it would be hard for the heavens to condone it. The efforts Xia Shuriyao had made for this song, he had always seen it in his eyes and felt pain in his heart, but he knew that when he had just brought out this song, Xia Shuriyao had been practicing day and night, just to make this song more perfect. And the current result was undoubtedly the best return for her efforts. After netizens had been mesmerized by the song As I Wish for a long time, they finally remembered that there were other songs they hadn't listened to yet. Thus, the YN New Songs chart was in complete chaos. The original top 10, with the exception of the top song Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart which had not been shaken, the rest of the songs were slowly disappearing. As I Wish replaced the original number 2, sitting firmly on the second throne. Right behind it was Xia Shuriyao's The Wind is Gathering, the song that Xia Shuriyao had first sung at the Star Song Festival and was also the most popular among the public. After that, it was Sea of Flowers that made it to the top of the charts, and then Courage also climbed up without a doubt. Slowly, song after song from Xia Shuriyao's album made it to the top 10 of the New Songs chart, and even Qian, a slightly niche song, was lifted to the 10th position by netizens. The netizens seemed to have a consensus at this time. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao brought us such a good song as You Wish, and we, like Hua Yang, treat you guys as our own sons and daughters. Just ask you guys. Are you touched? Numb. Basically all the management of the entertainment company who were looking at the charts, as well as the other singers, were numb. The top 10 of the new songs list, all of Xia Shuriyao's songs from her albums have made it. There were also 2 songs that weren't sung by Xia Shuriyao that also made it to the top 10 of the new songs chart because they were composed by Gu Xingyi himself. They were A Lifetime with You and Against All Odds. This Cub Seed. He uploaded his songs to YN today as well. And it's all free. They just wanted to ask Gu Xingyi, that A Lifetime with You, how long has it all been out on Douyin? It's been almost 3 months. A song that was uploaded 3 months ago is only uploaded to Huanin now? It's still considered a new song. What a bastard. He's just here to beat his face in, isn't he? Luckily, there are only 9 songs that he created, so he didn't take up all the top 10 on the new songs list. If he had taken up all the songs by himself, if he were to take over all the songs by himself, then where would the face of the entertainment industry companies be? The 5th song on the new songs list was sung by a veteran singer, and at the moment, his song was trembling in the middle. The netizens who discovered this situation immediately couldn't sit still, and gloated as they ate the veteran singer's siege blog. Oh, surrounded by an army, just ask you if you're touched? When the veteran singer saw the netizens flirting on the blog, he replied to the blog in tears and laughter. I don't dare to move. Don't dare to move at all. For a while, the entire blog became a source of joy for the netizens, who listened to the song while chatting and gossiping in a pleasant manner. In the Tianmei Entertainment Mansion, Lu Gao looked at the eye-piercing new song list and couldn't help but feel a hint of fire rise in his heart. Lu Ying's song The Day Doesn't Understand the Heart of the Night was delayed, which made Lu Gao a bit unable to sit still. He couldn't figure out how a veteran diva's song was so unworthy of everyone's ears. Lu Gao ruthlessly smashed the desk in front of him. He knew that if he did not do something, his plan will only come to naught. Over here, the netizens were still celebrating the new year, and they hadn't realized that Lu Yingsong, the day doesn't understand the heart of the night, was rising at a rapid pace, and was now at the 30th place on the new songs chart. Without a doubt, Tianmei Entertainment started to make an effort, smashing money, hiring water armies, brushing data, all kinds of tactics were used, and soon, Daytime Doesn't Understand the Heart of the Night reached the 10th place on the new songs chart, squeezing she off the list successfully. Netizens who wanted to listen to she just wanted to click on the 10th new song, but suddenly realized that the song was no longer on the list. Only now did the netizens finally realize this, and they were still a bit confused for a moment.
Crap! Where's my song? Did any of you see where my she went? How come I didn't see it for a while and the song came up? Which one of you listened to it? Holy shit! I can't live without my ghost bride. What kind of kids are listening to Lu Ying's song? I don't know who would have time to listen to Xia Shiriao's song when she can't even listen to it. Netizens began to wonder how this song came up when no one was listening to it. Soon there were smart netizens who sensed something was wrong. They frowned and just felt their hearts being a diaphragm to. I think someone couldn't sit still and play us like monkeys? Didn't even listen to it. How did the song come up? Good. This isn't challenging Gu Xingyi. This is challenging the IQ of our netizens. Let's not talk about whether the song is good or not. It's just too embarrassing to be on the list in this way. Brothers, let's put more effort into it. I don't believe that his company can outweed our netizens. There was still a heated discussion online, and right at this moment, the official enclosure blog of Soundsea Entertainment came down to voice out. I wanted to give you guys a surprise, but I didn't expect it to turn into a shock. No one listened to it at all. You guys can't be too generous. Please, just listen to it. This Weibo had aided Gu Xingyi, so it was quickly seen by everyone. The netizens were confused again. What? Love You was also composed by Gu Xingyi? Lean, you didn't say this earlier. Since you're sincerely begging us, let's be merciful and listen. Okay. I'll listen. Give face to Chengdi, that sweet little sister, and give face to Gu Xingyi, that bastard. Don't talk too much. Let's listen. Right. Brothers, Ali give. Charge. I want to see all of Gu Xingyi's songs occupy the top 10 on the new songs chart today. What do you guys think? I'll lay back and watch. Without further ado, I'll charge first. At this point in time, the time had already come to 11 o'clock in the evening, but the enthusiasm of the netizens had not decreased at all. It was still high. Today, they were going to use their own power to witness history. The top 10 of the new song list. Today they must take it. It's no good for anyone to come. They said. With such a mood, the netizens took the lead in searching for the song Love You, decisively clicked on it, and then they were surprised to find, there was actually a music video. This wave gave kudos to Soundsea Entertainment. So the netizens clicked on the music video and prepared to watch and listen to it while they watched, and in the music video, Chengdi's sweet figure appeared, and with the background music, she danced and sang. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be me thinking of you. If you're woken up by your cell phone in the middle of the night, that's because I care. Sweet smile with sweet dance moves, sweet voice with sweet music. Netizens couldn't lie down straight away. Some even jumped up from their beds, humming along with Chengdi in the MV as she danced. Even the netizens who had previously been listening to As I Wish falling into a tinge of sadness were completely sweetened. Oh baby love words a little more. Think of me and look at me a little more. Show a little more. Let me be able to really see. Oh bye, say a little less. I want to be with you more than one day. Hashtag a little more hashtag make me wanna be hashtag. Love you. Whoa. I can't hold out any longer. Sweetheart, Thai sweet. Love you. Help. Those two words keep echoing in my ears, and I can't help but have an old fatherly smile on my face. Brothers, this song. Will I get diabetes if I listen to this song too much? What? You still care about this, even if it makes me die of sweetness now, I still want to listen to it. Chengdi's song Love You sweetened the hearts of all the netizens. At this moment, they all had a unified smile on their faces, that of an ant-like smile. Love You also hit the netizens in this sweet storm, rising directly to the 5th place on the new songs chart, pressing the original song of the veteran singer directly to the 6th place. The veteran singer, on the other hand, didn't feel the slightest bit sad, as he was now also watching the music video and twerking his ass off. Once Love You came out, no matter male or female, they all transformed into sweethearts at this time. Inside a mansion in Magic City, Yang Xian was also watching the music video, smiling from ear to ear. He suddenly felt that it wasn't time to give Chengdi top resources. Then he sighed again. If his own daughter could sing and dance such a song to herself in front of him,
then he would have to die of happiness. The netizens were sweetened, but Lu Gao's heart was bitter. In order to get Lu Ying's song on the charts, the company had already smashed in a few million. He never thought that Sound Sea Entertainment would intervene at this time. This Yang Xian is really too cheap to send out such a siege blog at this exact moment, killing people and killing their hearts. The other directors within the company were now quite vocal, and they all felt that it wasn't worth it, and that it was beyond the established benefits of the song. The company wasn't his one word either. When there were benefits everyone would flatter him, loss of benefits, they flip-flopped faster than a book. Lu Gao tapped his fingers on the table, and in the end, gave up the fight for the top spot. But even so, the netizens who had already gotten high didn't stop their actions at all, even though the time had already passed 12 o'clock midnight at this moment, and came to the early morning of the next day. But the enthusiasm of the netizens has not been reduced at all, and even more and more netizens joined in the revelry. It was a sleepless night. Every song made by Gu Xingyi killed the new songs chart with a horrifying amount of airplay, and even Shi Yan, which had fallen off the chart before, was lifted up again by the netizens. Finally, at 1:10 in the morning, the top 10 of the new songs list was completely occupied by Gu Xingyi's song. One person taking over the top 10, this was an achievement that no one had ever achieved in the entire history of the music industry. At this moment, those other singers who were still awake, their eyelids involuntarily jumped when they saw such a situation. This was too outrageous. Outrageous. One person hanging the entire music scene? How about a game? But as it turned out, at least at this moment, the entire music scene had indeed been trampled under Gu Xingyi's feet. The netizens who had finally accomplished this feat, looked at the neat and tidy list, their hearts were immediately comfortable, and they finally lay back on their beds, listening to the songs with headphones, and beautifully entering dreamland. I just don't know if those who listen to She to Sleep will have nightmares at night. At the dawn of the next day, Gu Xingyi had just woken up when he was bombarded with messages from all sides, no doubt all congratulating him on his song's big sale. Gu Xingyi didn't know many people in the first place, but now everyone who had some friendship with him had sent messages, even Shui Xiaoxian, Lu Tianwan, and some others had sent congratulatory messages. Gu Xingyi didn't go through them in detail, but after replying to them uniformly, he started to make breakfast. Now make breakfast, after it's done, little Nai Nai eat it just in time to go to kindergarten. Not long after, Xia Shiyao held the still yawning little Nai Nai also came out from the bedroom. She skillfully gave the little one to wash and dress up, and when they were all ready, Gu Xingyi also happened to carry the breakfast out from the kitchen. Everything was just right. The husband and wife were working together very well. The three of them had just taken their seats, ready to eat breakfast, when the door of the room was knocked again. Gu Xingyi looked up, with a question in his eyes. He did not know who would come this early in the morning. Xia Shiyao, however, was busy standing up, walking towards the door while saying, "It's Lele and the girls, I called them over." Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, Tao Lele's loud voice shouted out, and her whole body also jumped up and hugged Xia Shiyao at once. "Wow, Sister Shiyao! You're too awesome! I was so excited last night that I didn't sleep all night, ha!" Sister Yun followed behind her, helplessly and somewhat dotingly looking at this little girl. "Lele, you quickly come down." Seeing that Tao Lele was about to strangle herself to death, Xia Shiyao hurriedly pulled her down with a face of dislike. Closing the door, the three of them walked into the house together. Gu Xingyi nodded to Sister Yun and Tao Lele to greet her, and little Nai Nai also sweetly shouted auntie twice. It was only that when Tao Lele saw Gu Xingyi greeting herself, her eyes unexpectedly flickered a little, making Gu Xingyi feel puzzled. Where did she offend this little girl again? The result was not. The next moment, from Tao Lele's mouth came a faint greeting. "Sister. Good morning, brother-in-law." Gu Xingyi was instantly confused, only feeling as if his ears were hallucinating, knowing that Tao Lele had always called him by his first name. It took Gu Xingyi a long time to react, stumbling back. "Huh? Good morning. Good morning." Tao Luola made a big red face. She always felt that Gu Xingyi must be laughing at her in her heart. When Xiao Shiyao saw this scene, she walked over to the dining table and sat down, looking at Gu Xingyi, her face slightly red, but with a smile on her face. "I'm the one who told Lele to shout like that. I'm her sister, you're naturally her brother-in-law." Oh, I told you so." Gu Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was still feeling weird about Tao Lele's sudden change. It was the kind of feeling that there were always unruly people who wanted to harm him. But if Xia Shiyao had instructed him, then it wouldn't be strange. "Sister Yun, Lele, have you had breakfast?" Gu Xingyi looked up and asked. The two said in unison that they had already eaten. Then Sister Yun looked at Xia Shiyao again. "Shiyao, what's the reason for calling us here early in the morning?" "Well, Sister Yun, Lele, you guys sit down for a while, we'll talk later." Oh. Although both Sister Yun and Lele were unsure, they both nodded and sat down on the sofa. After the meal,
Gu Xingyi sent the little one to kindergarten as usual, and when he returned home again, he saw the three people on the sofa who were inexplicably in a daze.
Gu Xingyi's appearance broke this stagnation.
Sister Yun followed with a complex expression, and Tao Luoli's eyes gradually widened round, as if she was in some kind of shock. As for Xia Shuriao, she also had an unbelievable look on her face. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, wondering what was wrong with them in a short period of time.
Did something happen?
Gu Xingyi asked directly with some worry, and Xia Shuriao raised her eyes for a long time before raising her cell phone and said,
"Album. The album's first day sales are out."
At those words Gu Xingyi's eyes lit up and he was busy walking to the sofa to sit down.
"This is a good thing. Let me see, how much in total? My album alone, first day sales, 75 million.
Gu Xingyi's hand that received the phone trembled for a moment, and he mechanically turned his face, also shocked.
How much? 75 million. Top 10 on the new song chart. All your songs.
Gu Xingyi went to bed at 10 or so last night, and this morning he had also just returned from sending little Nai back, and hadn't had a chance to look at the charts yet. Obviously when he went to bed last night, his songs only made up half of the new songs list. He didn't expect that when he got up from this sleep, the netizens had given them such a big surprise. So isn't it true that with the proceeds from Hua Yang's song, and my two singles, and the share of Soundsea Entertainment's song, the first day's sales are going to break $100 million?
Gu Xingyi unconsciously gulped as he finished speaking.
He had thought that with the sales of these songs would explode, but he hadn't expected that it would be so terrifying. It was important to realize that in the original world, Old Zhou's strongest album had first-day sales of only 120 million. Inside the album were still 10 songs, although he also had 10 songs, but you have to realize that half of the 10 songs could be free to listen to. This was outrageous. No wonder Sister Yun and Tao Lele were like this. Xia Shuriao had given them 10% of the pure profit.
This time, the two of them crossed into the ranks of millionaires in seconds. Anyone else would have to be confused.
Gu Xingyi originally thought that he was a person who regarded money as dirt. But when such a large sum of money was actually placed in front of him, he realized that even if it was dirt, such a large pile placed in front of him would shock people to the core. To know, originally, the sales of the album is the singer to take 30%, the lyricist to take 20%, and the rest goes to the company and the platform 70 to 30%. But Xia Shuriao and Gu Xingyi didn't have a company, and the sales she got only need to be 70 to 30% with the Huayin platform. A few people stared wide-eyed for a long time before coming to their senses. At this moment, Sister Yun, her heart was mixed. Before she was still worrying about her mother's illness, outside the arrears of money white hair. However, since Gu Xingyi appeared that time, just a short period of time, she is now not only get rid of all the previous predicaments, but also, in the future, no longer need to worry about money. Although Tao Lele's family was considered to be living a modest life, it was really the first time she had ever earned so much money, and for a moment, she was also a bit bewildered. Originally, Xia Shuriao called them over early in the morning to pay their wages. In fact, Xia Xiao's heart has been thinking about this matter. Tao Lulu and Yun's sister have been with her for nearly 3 months now, working hard every day, but until now, they have not gotten a penny. That's why she thought of them at the first moment of making money. She just didn't expect that the revenue brought by this album would be so horrible. So far, there hadn't been any album whose first day sales had exceeded $50 million, and this one by Xia Shuriao broke the all-time record. Gu Xingyi was the fastest to calm down, and he quickly figured it out. Back in the original world, one of Old Zhou's albums had managed to break 120 million on its first day, and this one of Xia Shuriao's, which was a collection of many of the bigwigs' greatest hits, it didn't seem so surprising that it could have such an achievement. He raised his head, looked towards Xia Shuriao who was still a bit dumbfounded, and suddenly smiled.
Now this was a veritable rich woman.
If it wasn't for the fact that Tao Lele and Sister Yun were still present, he would have wanted to follow little Nai's example and say to Xia Shuriao, "Rich bitch, rice, hungry," but it didn't stop him from speaking now. He wife, now that you're rich, apply for a $10 million first, it's time for the company to open up." Gu Xingyi rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, "Chen Feng's side of the animation company is still short of 5 million, there is also the layer of the city center with an area of 2,000 square meters of office buildings, just half a year rent will be 5 million, late equipment and other things have to be calculated separately." Xia Shuriao blinking, cute appearance so that Gu Xingyi cannot help but want to use a finger to poke her little face. In fact, Gu Xingyi also had a tied bank card, but he had said before that the expenses of the family should be discussed between the two in the future. Good. Xia Shuriao softly agreed. She thought for a moment, pursed her lips again, looked at Gu Xingyi and opened her mouth. "So, is it good for the company to set up another charitable foundation? I want to take out 30% of the proceeds in the future to help those orphans in difficulty and those patients who can't afford to pay their medical bills." Looking at Xia Shuriao's serious expression, Gu Xingyi froze for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Of course. The two of them were originally orphans and had experienced some things, so they naturally knew more about human suffering than others. Even if Xia Shiyao didn't say it, he would say it afterward. It could only be said that the two of them thought of the same thing. Of course, this foundation, they will also be serious and responsible to look after it, to ensure that every penny is used on people in need. When Sister Yin and Tao Lele heard this, their eyes instantly lit up, and after the two of them looked at each other, Sister Yin also smiled and said, Xiaodio, why don't you set aside 30% of our salary and put it into the foundation? It's also considered a token of our appreciation. Okay. Xia Shiyao agreed, and after that the direction was roughly finalized, Gu Xingyi didn't delay, he stood up and made an inviting gesture and said, I wonder if a few beauties would like to go with me to take a look at your future new company? Tao Lele instantly cheered and raised her hands in favor. Xia Shiyao didn't say anything, but directly stood up and took Gu Xingyi's hand, proving her thoughts with her actions. After Gu Xingyi made a call to Chen Feng, the group of four left the house and drove towards the center of Zheng City. Once again came to the downstairs of this 10-story commercial building. Gu Xingyi looked up. This was the third time he had come to this place. He really didn't think that he would one day open a company of his own here. The floor to be rented out was the 8th floor. Chen Feng had long been waiting here, and beside him stood a man of about 40 years of age. The two men were talking and laughing until Gu Xingyi's four people walked out from the elevator. Only then did the two men stop talking and greeted them. Old Gu, let me introduce you. This is the person in charge of this building, Lin Fu. Chen Feng pulled Gu Xingyi and introduced the two to each other. Mr. Lin, this is Gu Xingyi, also the boss of our company. Gu Xingyi hurriedly removed his mask and shook hands with the enthusiastic Lin Fu. Once the mask was removed, Lin Fu obviously recognized Gu Xingyi, as could be seen from the look in his eyes that carried some surprise. Hello. I really didn't expect that it would be you who would be renting this floor of our office building. Before I heard from Xiao Chun, I thought it was a rename. I didn't think it was really you. Gu Xingyi. In the past 2 days, as long as I open my cell phone, I can see your messages. You're opening your own entertainment company? Lin Fu asked with some surprise and curiosity on his face after he briefly shook hands with Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi coming here to open a company, if it spreads out, it's a big melon in the sky. Hello, Mr. Lin, I do want to open an entertainment company. This is not picking a place. Why don't we look at the place first? Okay. Let's talk business first, please follow me. Lin Fu smiled. If Gu Xingyi really opened an entertainment company in his place, then his place would be on fire. He was aware of Gu Xingyi's hotness. This was a complete gold standard. Several people visited this floor together, and Lin Fu kept explaining to Gu Xingyi. A circle to see down. Gu Xingyi hard also probably have a number. This layer of a total of 2,200 square meters, separated into 15 office areas, each office area of about 120 square meters or so. Of course, the office building here can be renovated and remodeled as needed later. Gu Xingyi has the need. He can completely according to the company's needs to redecorate and remodel. For example, the staff's lounge, as well as the recording studio, meeting room. He will need to renovate and remodel the rooms himself later on. There are also a series of issues such as the entry of equipment. These are all subsequent projects. Now Gu Xingyi is equivalent to a bare-knuckled commander. The company in addition to him and Xia Shiyao, Lele them, and is the previously agreed upon Feng Xiaoxiao, Yishuehan two people, the company is temporarily no one else. Now he only needs to simply get a few basic rooms first, and then vacate an office space for Xingyao Anime to move in. Gu Xingyi was still quite satisfied with this layer, so he immediately negotiated with Lin Fu. Lin Fu for Gu Xingyi can be stationed in their own commercial building is still very happy, so the price given is also very real. The two sides hit it off immediately. Talking about the end, Gu Xingyi successfully to the price of 12 yuan per square meter per day and Lin Fu signed a 6-month contract. The expiration of the renewal of the contract depends entirely on the Gu Xingyi then need a larger place. The contract was signed and the money was delivered. The first step in the establishment of Starry Yao Entertainment was also successfully completed. The beginning of everything is difficult. The address of Starry Yao Entertainment had just been determined. Gu Xingyi contacted the decoration company to enter the site without stopping. He needed to organize the company as soon as possible. Crazy, accompany me tomorrow to register the company, and by the way, post some recruitment information online. The singer we don't have for the time being, but some of the necessary jobs still need to be put in place as soon as possible. Good, go together tomorrow, and the decoration thing you don't need to worry about, I will look at it. Our Starry Yao Animation's office space. I must keep an eye on the whole process. Chen Feng promised. For the company's matters, he was quite energized. Contacting the decoration company, Gu Xingyi raised his head, looking at the empty floor in front of him, his heart kept calculating the next matters. For the opening of the company, he is also a big bride on the sedan chair. The first time, he can only study in detail, try to make their own no mistakes. Decoration and remodeling is only the first step. The next equipment into the field, talent recruitment, and then the wind, E2 will be included in the company. The preliminary planning is only so much behind.
can only take a step to see a step. Tao Lele is still pulling Xia Shiyao around from room to room, Sister Yun is following them, the smile on her face hasn't dropped. Now that they have their own company, this little girl has already started to think about the layout of the company, and at the moment, she is even pulling Xia Shiyao to study it all the time. Xia Shiyao listened to Tao Lele's fantasy future, beautiful eyes lightly blinking, unconsciously looked toward Gu Xingyi who was still thinking over there. Her heart was also very unsettled. It seemed that without realizing it, her life had changed drastically, as if it was a big dream, especially at this moment, as she stood here, there was always a feeling of unreality. She was suddenly scared. Tao Luola still wanted to pull Xia Shiyao to walk further, when she suddenly realized that her sister Shiyao stayed where she was. The whole person seemed like she had lost her soul. Sister Shiyao? Thinking about what? Tao Lele tried to call out. Xia Shiyao didn't answer, and in the next second, she suddenly broke away from Tao Lele's hand and walked towards Gu Xingyi's. Gu Xingyi was still contemplating the direction of the company's development, when suddenly a fresh scent came from his side, and a small, warm hand took hold of his own, holding it tightly. When he looked up, he saw Xia Shiyao's pretty, unpowdered face. Only now on this pretty face, there was some panicked look in those almond eyes. What's wrong? Gu Xingyi pinched her small hand and asked in a small voice. As the words fell, the small hand in his hand gripped himself tighter. Xia Shiyao pursed her lips, her eyes staring tightly into Gu Xingyi's eyes. Tao Lele and Sister Yun, who chased out from the office area, subconsciously stopped in their tracks. They also noticed that Xia Shiyao's mood was not right. Sister Yun didn't know what was wrong with Xia Shiyao, but she guessed roughly. Her heart was slightly flooded with pain. This silly child, who had managed to live a little happier, was starting to get scared again. Although Sister Yun didn't know what she was afraid of, she knew that the reason was definitely on Gu Xingyi. She glanced at Gu Xingyi who was currently looking at Xia Shiyao with tender eyes, and pulled Tao Lele to the side. At this time now, let the young couple be alone. Chen Feng scratched his head. Originally he was still unsure. When he looked at Sister Yun and the two of them leaving this place, he instantly reacted and hurriedly chased after Sister Yun and Tao Lele. The atmosphere here was really a bit overwhelming for him. The real touch coming from her hand made Xia Shiyao's heart jump. She wanted to ask, but was a little afraid that the answer she got would disappoint her. But the firm gentleness in Gu Xingyi's eyes made her finally gather the courage to ask. Gu Dorkyu, you won't disappear, right? Hearing Xia Shiyao's words, Gu Xingyi froze for a moment, a question that he hadn't thought about. When he first came here, he thought about leaving, about traveling around the world in the past, but then he didn't have that idea anymore. But whether or not he would disappear, he really hadn't thought about it, and he didn't know how to answer this question. Everything is determined by God, half of it is not by himself. Not hearing the answer she wanted, the panic in Xia Shiyao's eyes intensified, her grip on Gu Xingyi's hand tightened, and her eyes began to redden. This question that she had been thinking about, from the moment he appeared, she had been thinking about it, and she had never changed, especially when happiness was getting closer and closer to her, the fear in her heart was getting thicker and thicker. She was afraid that this happiness was nothing more than a big dream, nothing more than a dream of a white horse passing by, a meeting in a dream that would always turn into a bubble. Feeling Xia Shiyao's panic, Gu Xingyi was also a bit flustered. He backhanded Xia Shiyao's hand, then wrapped her in his arms. There are some problems, I don't know, but I won't leave of my own accord. After saying that, Gu Xingyi's eyes gradually firmed up. He gently patted Xia Shiyao's back which was still trembling a bit and continued. If one day, I really disappear, wait for me. I will definitely come back. Xia Shiyao didn't reply for a long time, only hugging Gu Xingyi's waist tightly, feeling the temperature of his body. It was only after another few moments that Gu Xingyi heard her reply echoing in his ears. Good. There was only one word, but it revealed Xia Shiyao's determination. Although Gu Xingyi's answer wasn't the one she wanted to hear, he had given her an explanation. The two of them gradually smoothed out their minds, only that the worry in Gu Xingyi's heart added another layer, something that he couldn't be sure of. With things finalized here, the group of four left the company and headed to the bank. On the way, under the deliberate amusement of Tao Luolele, Xia Shiyao's mood was also much better. Gu Xingyi drove the car, and in his heart, he marveled. In the end, it was Xia Shiyao's dragon and tiger generals. The two of them really understood her. This trip to the bank was to pay the salaries of these two meritorious people. After that, life started to get on track. Xia Shiyao was momentarily free, while Gu Xingyi, who aspired to become a full-time baby daddy, was running his legs off, registering the company, recruiting people, making the company logo, and a series of other things that made him not idle at all. After half a month, the online heat between the two of them also gradually returned to calm. For a time, the news of Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi seemed to have evaporated. Netizens could only listen to songs to remember them, and in the meantime, bicker a bit underneath the two of them's peripatetic blogs. Hey, where are the people? Still not out for business? I've been waiting for the flowers. That's it. How can you be so unintelligent? It's been half a month. Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like this. Listening to your songs and urging you on is a great feeling. Didn't you say you wanted to start your own family? What's going on? Are you playing? Old dang. If you don't show up again, be careful, I'll park the ghost fire under your house. Xingyao is mine, ga.
Unlike the netizens who were rushing around, the entertainment circle was rare and calm, and the various entertainment companies were relieved to be without the oppression of these two. Only, they didn't dare to be too arrogant in dominating the hot list, for fear that one day, Gu Xingyi, this cub seed, would suddenly appear and give them a blow. After all, as long as he appeared, it would be a hot search, proper. If that happened, wouldn't all the money they had invested be wasted? Facts proved that their approach was correct. As time came to October 20th, Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi's Weibo updated their dynamics at the same time. Then in just one short hour, this dynamic went to the hot search list 1. Long time no see. To give you all a work report, starting today, Star Yao Entertainment is officially online. Mr. Gu. Sister Shiyao. Good morning. Star Yao Entertainment, after half a month of refurbishment, was now taking shape. Just as Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao and the others stepped through the front door, the newly recruited receptionist girl immediately stood up with a happy smile on her face and greeted Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao. Good morning. Gu Xingyi smiled back. This little girl seems to be called Li Wenjing? Looking indeed Wenjing, quite good, the person is just like her name. Li Wenjing got Gu Xingyi's response. Her face was even more joyful. Since she saw Xingyao Entertainment's recruitment, she decisively put in her resume. Even when she was interviewed at first, she made all the preparations. Just like this, she was still worried in her heart whether she would not pass or not. After all, to be able to work in her idol's company and see them every day is a very happy thing. Today's Star Yao Entertainment, apart from the venue used by Star Yao Animation, was now divided into 10 lounges, 10 recording studios, 5 offices, and a large conference room. The basic facilities were all in place, and the company's logo had also been designed and hung on a large sign outside. Of course, compared to other bigger entertainment companies, it was still slightly shabby, but for now, Gu Xingyi was already satisfied. You guys came quite early? Big brother Gu. Sister Shiyao. Good morning. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were just about to head inside when 2 more female voices came from the doorway at this moment. Good morning. Minister Yang, Changdi, good morning to you too. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao and the others turned around, and saw Yang Lin and Changdi also walked in from outside. Changdi bounced and ran over, wrapping her arms around Xia Shiyao. Sister Shiyao, haven't seen you for a few days, you've gained a bit of weight again, oh? Which is not. Xia Shiyao's pretty face was slightly red. She did put on some weight. Recently she had been at home. Gu Xingyi's cooking was too delicious, she couldn't help but eat more every time. But for her to admit it, it was impossible. Gu Xingyi saw Yang Lin, who came closer and scratched his head. The company had just opened. He had only proposed cooperation to Yang Xian, borrowing 2 people to come over to calm down the scene. Chang Di came over, he had thought of it, but Yang Jianlin came over, he never thought of it. This royal sister had multiple jobs in her own company, so how could she still have time to come to her own small and shabby company? When they first came, they startled Gu Xingyi, but it was fortunate that Yang Jianlin came and helped the company solve a lot of trouble, at least in the aspect of personnel. Gu Xingyi several people did not worry about it. Minister Yang, how did Sound and Sea Entertainment give up on releasing you? A few people walked towards the lounge, Gu Xingyi asked curiously while walking. Yang Lin looked ahead without slanting her eyes. There's Minister Zhang in the personnel department, I'm just a vice minister, isn't it normal for me to come over and help out? Over at Douyin, it's the same wherever I'm based. After saying that, she suddenly turned her face again and glanced at Gu Xingyi. What? Am I not welcome? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Warmly welcome. You can be considered one of our company's great generals now. How dare you not welcome me? Gu Xingyi hurriedly said, his side is short of people, come and still want to leave, dream on. Then don't call Minister Yang in the future, call Sister Lin. I'm older than you. Yang Lin continued to look at Gu Xingyi and said, making it clear that she wanted to take advantage of Gu Xingyi. Stomping on her nose. Gu Xingyi felt her fists harden. Looking at Gu Xingyi's dishwater face, Xia Shiyao and Chang Di snickered. They hadn't seen Gu Xingyi suffer much yet. Good. You're older, you're awesome. Sister Lin. That'll do. A great man can bend and bend. Gu Xingyi's expression immediately calmed down. This time it was Yang Lin's turn to be a little upset in her heart. She always felt that Gu Xingyi, this cub, was mocking herself. A few people talked and laughed into the lounge. Now the company has just been established, just a few people. The development prospects have not yet been determined. There are not so many rules and regulations for the time being. This lounge is exclusively for Xia Shiyao. The layout and facilities of a series of things are modeled after the original Sound and Sea Entertainment, which is also strongly requested by Xia Shiyao and Tao Lele. In fact, it was Tao Lele's idea alone. Before in the Sound and Sea Entertainment, she didn't stay in the lounge much. This time in her own company, she was ready to stay here a lot. As soon as she entered the lounge, Tao Lele jumped on the big sofa that she had been longing for, and was overjoyed.
Xia Shiryao and Chang Di both sat down as well, and the two of them were like sisters, chatting about things on the song. Right. The two of us, Xia Shiryao and I, discussed it, and thought that we still need to recruit a secretary for you. You're also the chairman of a company now, you can't do everything yourself, you still need to have someone to help you. Gu Xingyi had just taken his seat on the sofa when he heard Yang Lin, who was sitting on the opposite side of the room, say to herself again, "A secretary?" Gu Xingyi hadn't really thought about this point, and when he heard Yang Jianlin say this, his mind unconsciously conjured up a tall, sensible, beautiful woman wearing black silk and a professional outfit. He hurriedly shook his head, shaking this unrealistic image out of his mind. The company is just starting out now, and there's not much going on, so for the time being, it's still not necessary, right? This expression of his, which fell in Yang Lin's eyes, made her unconsciously cross her legs and narrow her eyes and smile. What are you thinking about? Say it out and share it with Xiaoyo? Gu Xingyi was a bit weak all of a sudden. He secretly glanced at Xia Shiryao. This idiot was still happily chatting with Chang Di, not paying the slightest attention to what they were saying. It's not his fault. The point is whoever thinks of the secretary, will think so, right? Where did I think of anything? Don't you falsely accuse a good person for nothing. Of course Gu Xingyi wouldn't admit it, he said in a serious manner. Yang Lin snorted, which turned the page, and continued, you and Shiryao too, both do not have that time to manage the company, also will not manage. Find a professional to help you, or necessary, of course, recruiting people, character should be guaranteed, rather than a secretary, rather than assistant, right? Hearing Yang Lin say this, Gu Xingyi nodded his head, managing this piece, he really wasn't good at it. But there's no rush now. Let's wait until later. The company hasn't even started normal operations yet, it's too early to say this. Right, in a while there are going to be two singers, people are very good, I picked them up on the side of the road, you negotiate with them, try to give as many conditions as you can in place, and sign up, so that the company isn't left with just my wife on top. Gu Xingyi was talking about, naturally, Feng Xiaoxiao and Ishuihan, the pair of brothers, as the company's first signed artist. Gu Xingyi had great expectations for them. In the future, this pair of brothers will be the humming two of Xingyou Entertainment. Yang Lin eyes surprised, people choose singers, are in the agency or in the network of those little-known singers in the selection, the results of Gu Xingyi good, directly on the side of the road to pick up. Singer is so good to pick up? Why didn't she know? At around 10 in the morning, Feng Xiaoxiao and Ishuihan came to the company, Gu Xingyi just showed up, received them, and then handed them over to Yang Lin. Professional matters should be handled by professionals, and he, an amateur, was currently looking at houses in a nearby neighborhood with Xia Shiryao. In addition to preparing to rent a few artist apartments, they themselves were also preparing to change to a bigger house. The artists' apartments were quickly rented, and they were all clean and well decorated. The housing agent had managed to receive a large order, and was currently walking ahead with a smile on his face, enthusiastically introducing the place to Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao. Mr. Gu, M.S. Xia, this is one of the famous districts in the center of Jiangcheng. The greening of the district is one of the best in this area, and the facilities are complete, the security and property are perfect. Not only that, you should also be able to see that the transportation in this neighborhood is also very convenient. Usually if you don't want to drive, not far from going out is the subway station. The surrounding business district is also more developed. The famous Yida Plaza is in this vicinity. You guys chose to live here. It's definitely the most correct choice. Gu Xingyi nodded. The agent introduced he had studied before, and that was why he chose this place. As he spoke, the agent led the two of them into the door of the unit in Building 8 and onto the elevator. The elevator rose all the way to the 18th floor and stopped. The agent quickly stepped out of the elevator and led Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao to the door of a room, entering the electronic code to open the door. The three of them entered the room. A very faint smell of decoration could still be smelled in the air. Through the entrance hall, into the eyes was an oversized living room. This house was finely decorated in a light gray minimalist style. At this point the agent continued to introduce, Mr. Gu, M.S. Xia, according to your requirements, this house should be the most suitable for you. Standard 4 rooms, 2 halls, 2 baths, simple atmosphere. Look at this layout, look at the floor-to-ceiling windows. Honestly, if I had the money, I would be moved. The agent hung a smile and praised. Gu Xingyi also smiled after listening. He came to the balcony in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, pulled open the light gray curtains overlooking down. The scenery is indeed very beautiful. Gu Xingyi was quite satisfied with this place. He turned back and looked at Xia Shiryao, only to see that Xia Shiryao had the same look of anticipation in her eyes. It seemed that she was also quite satisfied. The two circled around the house again, and when Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao saw the children's room, they decided to buy it. It was really because this children's room was so beautifully done, and the two of them agreed that little Nai Nai would definitely love this little room. The two of them, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, briefly discussed the matter, and then Gu Xingyi began to pull the limit with the agent until both the agent and Gu Xingyi were satisfied and smiled, and only then did both sides begin to sign the contract. Another big thing done, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao said goodbye to the agent, which drove back towards the company. This time, it was rare that Xia Shiyao drove the car, while Gu Xingyi sat in the passenger side, resting his eyes. Looking at the fatigue on Gu Xingyi's face, Xia Shiyao pursed her lips. In the past half a month, she had watched him running around early in the morning and late at night every day. Even when he came back home, he would lock himself in the study for a while, not knowing what he was doing. It was heartbreaking for her to see him like this, but even when she persuaded him, Gu Xingyi would only smile and say that it didn't bother him. Xia Shiyao felt that she had to do something, otherwise this nerd, I don't know how much longer he will be like this. The car quickly arrived at the company's downstairs parking lot, and Gu Xingyi, who was resting his eyes, opened them, and a smile reappeared on his face. The two got out of the car and walked towards the company. On the street, inside a dilapidated red car, a pair of eyes with a maniacal look were staring at the duo of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, who had stepped into the building. Ever since she came out, she had been keeping an eye on Xia Shiyao. She had already made all the preparations, but she never thought that the entertainment industry would block Xia Shiyao at this time. Blocking was a good thing. She wanted to see Xia Shiyao fall down like herself. But before she could be happy for long, it was Gu Xingyi who jumped out again. This man. Every time, he jumped out at the most crucial time. She hated. Seeing how happy Xia Shiyao was now, she hated it even more. Today's Xia Shiyao has become an obsession in her heart, a thorn stuck in the tip of her heart. I really didn't expect that the first event invitation our company received was an award ceremony. Gu Xingyi, who had returned to the company, said with a smile as she held the event invitation notice that Sister Yun had handed to her. At the end of October, the China's New Song Ranking Awards ceremony would be held in the Magic City Music Pavilion, a rather authoritative ceremony organized by Huayin in conjunction with major entertainment companies. This month's new song list is all taken up by us. It must be normal to be invited. I just don't know how many songs Sister Shiyao and her brother-in-law will win. Taluola still didn't want to leave her large sofa, and was currently nestled cross-legged on the sofa, stretching her neck to look at the notice in Gu Xingyi's hand. Gu Xingyi looked up and laughed. Actually, winning or not winning the award doesn't mean much to us. After all, this award is just to raise the singer's stature, so that they have more capital to negotiate contracts with the company is just that, and in our own company, this stature equals zero role. But regardless of whether or not they can win the award, it's good to go and show your face, so that appearing in the public I can also make them feel at ease, and the company resume will also have an additional amount of money. After all, right now, this company can be too much like a purse company. After Gu Xingyi finished speaking, several people laughed. Which skin bag company is like this? Not to mention anything else, just this 2,000 square meter floor, which leather bag company could rent it? Sister Shiyao, brother-in-law, it seems like you guys still don't have a dress for the ceremony. Usually dresses are provided by the company's sponsor, but our company doesn't have a sponsor yet. Tao Lele added as she looked at the two people on the sofa who were dressed in a casual outfit. Sister Yun, who was sitting by the sofa, rubbed Tao Lele's hair and said to Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi, "For the dress, order a set. Let's go to Yida in the afternoon to take a look. There are stores that specialize in customized dresses there. It's not too late." Good. Gu Xingyi agreed. Just like this, after several people had lunch at the company, a group of people chirped and walked into the elevator. Poor Gu Xingyi, surrounded by 4 women in the middle, only to feel that there was a flock of sparrows chirping around him. Cheng Di also followed when she heard that they were going clothes shopping. So it was that the 4 women got into a car, leaving Gu Xingyi alone in another car. The car in front drove onto the main road, and Gu Xingyi followed behind. However, right at this moment, the roar of a car engine suddenly sounded, and Gu Xingyi's eyes narrowed to a slit almost instantly as he watched a dilapidated red car coming from the distance, which was constantly increasing its speed and crashing into the car that Xia Shiyao's people were in. At this moment, Gu Xingyi only felt that the blood in his entire body froze. He subconsciously stepped on the gas pedal desperately and drove his car, blocking in front of Xia Shiyao's several people's cars in an instant. A violent roar rose. Gu Xingyi only felt the sky spinning in front of his eyes, countless glass slags flying. Through the broken car window, he blurrily saw the face that had gone crazy to the point of distortion. So, it was her. Lu Qian. Gu Xingyi smiled and laughed, even though blood had been spat out of his mouth. With him around, no one could cross in to hurt her. Inside the car, Xia Shiyao had been completely dumbfounded. She watched the 3 people around her jump out of the car screaming, watched Sister Yun pull her out of the car with a hand and hold her tightly in her arms, watched Taoluo Lele rip out Lu Qian, who was covered in blood and had a maniacal appearance, and watched Cheng Di frantically dialing this first aid number and the police number. Gu nerd. Xia Shiyao called out like a murmur, then violently broke away from Sister Yun's embrace and staggered towards the car that had already been smashed to pieces.
Inside the car, the airbags had all popped out. It was hard to see his face, only blood kept flowing down from him. Xia Shuriao lost all her strength at once and fell to her knees. She wordlessly stretched out her hand, tears kept raging down from her eyes. She wanted to hold his hand, but the short distance was like a moat. Sirens and ambulances swarmed to the scene, and the scene was noisy. But Xia Shuriao seems to hear nothing, because her sky, at this moment, has collapsed.
Is it a hospital?
Gu Xingyi rubbed her violently throbbing temples and struggled to open her eyes, and what met her eyes was the clean white roof. The air reeked of disinfectant, and Gu Xingyi dragged his aching body to roll over and sit up, staring blankly at all this in front of him.
He had only drunk 2 more cups yesterday at the celebration banquet, so how did he end up in the hospital? Moreover, it seemed like he had slept for a long time and had a long dream.
Just what he dreamed about, he couldn't recall at all now.
Doctor! Doctor! The patient in room 02 is awake.
Before Gu Xingyi could make a move, he heard a female voice shouting doctor in a surprised tone, and the next moment, the doctor who had heard the news pushed his way in.
Miracle! There were no signs. The cerebral nerves that had fallen into a deep coma were actually able to awaken on their own.
The rushing doctor fiddled with the instruments at Gu Xingyi for half a day, then shook his head with an unbelievable look on his face.
No. Doctor, hello, I merely overslept last night. It's not as exaggerated as you say, right?
Overslept?
Oh, who sleeps for months at a time? I was never expecting you to wake up. A few months? Gu Xingyi was a bit skeptical. Alright, it's good that the person is awake.
I'll give you a detailed examination later, and it's best if you can stay in the hospital for another period of observation. The doctor looked at Gu Xingyi and continued.
Wait, doctor, I want to ask who brought me to the hospital, and also, when you say a few months, do you mean I was in a coma for a few months?
Gu Xingyi was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. He now desperately wanted to know what had happened to him. 3 months to be exact. As for the one who brought you here, it should have been your co-worker, because he threw you here and disappeared.
Hearing the doctor say this, the corners of Gu Xingyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. 3 months?
He himself had actually slept for 3 whole months. Luckily, someone had thrown him to the hospital. He was an orphan. If no one had found him, for 3 months, it was estimated that his own corpse would have stunk. After the doctor finished speaking, he didn't say anything else, but began to prepare to do a detailed examination for Gu Xingyi.
In the afternoon, the results of the examination made the doctor amazed. There were no problems whatsoever. Hell knows why he fell into a deep coma before.
Gu Xingyi also learned the details of his situation during this afternoon. It turned out that after he was thrown to the hospital, the doctors had originally made a mistake, which without the family in, they did not dare to treat him in depth. Later, the hospital learned that Gu Xingyi is an orphan, only from the charitable foundation there to apply for relief funds to Gu Xingyi treatment. But unfortunately, no matter how to do, Gu Xingyi seems to never wake up in general, such as a living dead. They can only put Gu Xingyi in the hospital room every day to give him to maintain the basic nutritional consumption. Gu Xingyi smiled bitterly. Originally he had been exercising every day, but now, lying in bed for 3 months had made him so weak that he was now a dog. It was hard to even sit up. Thinking of his body's weakness, Gu Xingyi suddenly felt as if he had experienced it in a dream. After pondering for a few moments to no avail, Gu Xingyi decisively shook his head and threw these distracting thoughts to the side. The main thing now was to make himself able to act normally. After Gu Xingyi's unremitting efforts, 3 days later, he was finally discharged from the hospital. Although this body was not able to perform strenuous exercise right now, normal walking and whatnot was already completely possible. After returning to his empty home, Gu Xingyi picked up his cell phone and looked through the recent events. He didn't have many friends, so naturally no one would know that he had been in a coma for 3 months. Probably, only the previous colleagues know it. However, he was now fired by that small record company. After all, he himself is just a small unknown lyricist. After all, he was just a small, unknown songwriter. It had only been 3 months, and for someone who had been living alone, the world hadn't changed that much. After flipping through his cell phone for a while, Gu Xingyi put it in his pocket and left the house again. There were no ingredients in the house, so he had to go out and prepare some ingredients. Arriving at the nearby mall, Gu Xingyi picked and chose for a while, then carried a large pile of ingredients and walked back with great effort.
Brother! Buying flowers?
Outside the mall, on the square, a little girl with a red face held up a bouquet of flowers and looked at Gu Xingyi expectantly. Gu Xingyi froze for a moment. He had too many things in his hand to hold them anymore, but when he saw this bouquet of lavender in the girl's hand, his heart inexplicably hurt.
It was as if a voice had been whispering in his ear, "Buy it, brother. The language of lavender's flower is one that represents waiting love. It will bring you good luck. Buy a bunch."
The little girl's voice rang out again, and Gu Xingyi came back to his senses, putting down the ingredients in his hands, suddenly smiling a little and touching the girl's head.
Lavender has another flower language. Oh, that is redemption and hope. In the little girl's sweet smile, Gu Xingyi bought a bouquet of lavender, and he didn't know why he knew its flower language, just like he didn't know where exactly that sentiment in his heart came from. Back home Gu Xingyi, just like this staring blankly at this empty home, he suddenly felt, this home, less something. Sister Shiodo, you haven't eaten much in 3 days, eat something, otherwise when brother-in-law wakes up and sees you like this, he'll feel bad. In front of the hospital bed, Xia Shiyao tightly gripped that warm hand, even when Tao Lele was persuading on one side, her eyes were still on that silhouette on the bed, not moving away. The doctor said that he only lost too much blood, everything else was normal, but even the doctor couldn't say why he just didn't wake up. He was just breathing calmly like this, as if he would never wake up. Sure Yao. You don't think for yourself. Think about Nai Nai as well. Nai Nai didn't see you guys for these 3 days. Do you know how little Nai Nai feels in her heart? Although the little one doesn't say it, the teacher told me that she's always secretly wiping her tears alone. Sister Yun's stern words rang in her ears, and it was only when she heard little Nai Nai that Xia Shiyao's eyes suddenly gained some luster. She stood up violently, the 3 consecutive days and nights of watching her body couldn't stop her body from staggering a bit. Nai Nai! If Gu Xingyi woke up and knew that the little one was like this, he would definitely be heartbroken. She couldn't be like this, she still had Nai Nai to take care of. Gu Xingyi left the house. Since he woke up from the hospital, he himself didn't know what was wrong with him. Obviously he used to be so alone, but now, he always felt empty there. He always felt that he had forgotten something, but what had he forgotten? He didn't know. All he knew was that the feeling, it was hard, and when he woke up, it was as if a piece of his heart was missing. His subconscious mind makes him want to go looking for it, following the feeling in his heart to look for it, searching for that somehow came to his heart. The evening breeze at the end of October blew chillingly. Gu Xingyi sat in front of a convenience store. He bought a bottle of wine, wanting to warm up. But the cap of the bottle had just been opened, and the strong smell of alcohol hit his nose, making him want to vomit a little. Gu Xingyi frowned and touched his nose out of habit, and he didn't know why, but looking at the wine in front of him, he suddenly loathed it. In the end, he was unable to drink it, and disgustedly capped the bottle and set it aside. Meow meow. A stray cat that came from nowhere attracted Gu Xingyi's attention, and it pawed at the door of the convenience store, meowing. The cashier lady at the front desk seemed to be accustomed to its behavior, skillfully stood up, took some food and came to the door, squatted down and fed it. The stray cat licked her hand and left with the food in its mouth. The cashier lady stood up and watched the stray cat leave, her eyes full of pain. Like it? Why don't you take it home and adopt it? Gu Xingyi, who saw the scene, couldn't help but look up and ask. The cashier lady froze for a moment. She didn't expect this strange uncle who asked for a bottle of wine and didn't drink it to suddenly speak out. She looked towards the place where the stray cat disappeared, sighed, and explained to Gu Xingyi. I can't afford to keep it now, and I won't take it home until I can. Uncle, haven't you ever heard of such a saying? If you can't take care of her all the time, don't be all nice to her, because in contrast to before, being pampered and then abandoned, she'll be desperate. Gu Xingyi, who was called uncle, was silent, and hearing these words, his heart suddenly hurt again. It was the 10th day since he left home, and he seemed to know where he wanted to go. Paper can't wrap fire. On the 3rd day of Gu Xingyi's coma and hospitalization, everyone knew the news of his car accident. For a while, the internet directly exploded, and various media outlets even caught wind of it, with a piece of fiery red headlines with shock appearing on major software. How could the netizens not expect that after waiting for so many days, what they waited for would be this bad news? Everyone was a bit in disbelief that this man who had just risen to prominence and defeated the entire music scene with the power of one man would fall just like this. They couldn't believe it, but the facts shut them up. The official news had already come out, confirming the authenticity of this matter, and also reported the cause of this incident, all because of a woman's personal grudge led to a car accident. At present Gu Xingyi was in a coma and still had not awakened. The netizens' hearts immediately seized up. They ran to Xia Shiyao's Weibo account to inquire and comfort her. Xia Shiyao, cheer up. You can pull yourself together. We all believe that Gu Xingyi will be fine. This is intentional murder. What the hell? This vicious woman. She should be convicted of murder. I didn't believe it when I saw this information, but when I realized it was the truth, I was silent. I couldn't do anything but pray for him. This man, during this period of time, has brought us touches and joys that can't be replaced by anyone else in the entertainment industry. Originally thought I could witness a new era in the entertainment industry, I never thought. Alas! How much the netizens were hurting, how much happier Tianmei Entertainment, as well as other large and small entertainment companies, were. They couldn't wait for Gu Xingyi to stay in a coma like this and never wake up. Even Lu Gao breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Gu Xingyi had brought him a lot of pressure, more than anyone or any company in the past. Other people or companies would still talk to you about interests, Gu Xingyi wouldn't at all. He was a deviant who didn't follow the norm. He is a deviant, and this deviant is also very talented. At the end of October, the China New Song Awards ceremony was held as scheduled, but people had no desire to pay attention to the ceremony. It was because the people who won the Best New Song Award and the Best Lyricist Award this time did not show up. Time is the most merciless, the entertainment circle once again returned to its previous calm. The person who appeared in a flash, no longer news. After October, the winds and clouds will come together. The entertainment circle will also usher in the grandest program of the year, China's Strongest Voice. China's Strongest Voice was a kind of ring competition that was supervised by Hua Yin and invited various entertainment companies in China to compete in a music ring competition, which was also the standard for judging the foundation of an entertainment company. The reason why the Big Three were the Big Three was all because they always managed to bag the top three in every edition of China's Strongest Voice. The rules of this program are also very simple. In the competition arena, there are 3 rings at the same time, by the previous year's 3 giant companies to send singers to defend the ring. Any other company can challenge. The winning party becomes the defending party, accumulating 1 point, the losing party 0 points. As for the judging, it was also simple. The whole process was only voted by the audience without any mentors. Huayin will monitor real-time data. Viewers want to vote, must real name with cumulative viewing hours, but also online manually complete the punch card task in order to vote, so also blocked any possibility of brushing votes. Every year at this time, it is also the time when netizens pay attention to all the people. Just this year, they can't help but sigh when they think of this competition. They were all thinking, if that man was there, what kind of grandeur would this China's Strongest Voice be? They also didn't know if Star Yao Entertainment would participate in this competition or not. Jiang Chang. Inside the hospital, Chen Feng was alone in front of the hospital bed, holding Gu Xingyi's hand and talking to him. Old Gu. If you're a man, hurry up and wake up. Sister-in-law was driven back by me. These days she guarded here the whole day. The whole person has lost a lot of weight. Little Nai doesn't know about this yet. We're hiding it from her. But the little one is too smart. The other day, I even saw her wiping her tears one by one with the doll you sent her. Chen Feng kept talking to Gu Xingyi on the bed, and his voice gradually choked. During this period of time, except for Xingyao Animation which was still in normal operation, Xingyao Entertainment had completely stopped running. Gu Xingyi was like the soul of this company, and now that the soul was gone, everything seemed to have pressed the stop button at this moment. Xia Shiyao received little Nai from the kindergarten. Back home, this home is still not big, but now in her eyes, is empty. She didn't even dare to look at little Nai's eyes right now. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears. Little Nai hugged her mom's thighs, looking up to Xia Shiyao's side past her face. Her little head was also lowered. Her little mouth was even deflated. She knew that her mom was sad. But she didn't know, where did daddy go? She wanted to ask mommy if daddy didn't want them anymore. But she didn't dare to ask. She could only behave better, in anticipation of her dad coming back one day to see that his daughter was well behaved. Putting little Nai to sleep, Xia Shiyao had no sleepiness at all. She gently walked out of the bedroom, and then nestled in the sofa like this, fuming. These days, she spent less and less time at home, and in the previous few days, even at night, she spent her time at the hospital. She wanted him to see herself the first time he woke up. This also led to Sister Yun and the girls compulsively kicking her back. In the darkness, Xia Shiyao curled up, her eyes lifeless. These days, she had been thinking, if she hadn't made a comeback, would it have turned out differently? Would Gu Xingyi not have gotten into trouble? If Gu Xingyi was here, he would definitely know how she felt at this moment. Unfortunately, Gu Xingyi wasn't here and no one could give her an answer. After another while, Xia Shiyao gently got up. She didn't return to the master bedroom, but came into the side bedroom. Pushing open the door of the side bedroom, this place had already been converted into a small study by Gu Xingyi again, with some curved manuscript papers placed haphazardly on the desk. Xia Shiyao quietly sat where Gu Xingyi had been sitting before. One by one, she organized the pieces of paper on the table together. Before, Gu Xingyi was always busy until late every day. She still wanted to teach him a lesson. But now, she could only wait until he woke up to teach him a lesson. Pulling open the drawer, the moment Xia Shiyao put the packed manuscript paper in, her whole body suddenly froze. In the drawer, a thick stack of music script paper came into her eyes, with all kinds of music scores and lyrics densely written on it. Since leaving, this was the first time Gu Xingyi had returned here, to the Little Sun Orphanage. He didn't know why he'd come here, but somewhere in the background, there was always an impulse in his heart that made him come and take a look. The current Gu Xingyi was truly like a strange uncle. His beard hadn't been shaved for many days, and his hair was as messy as grass. When he stood at the entrance of the orphanage and looked inward, even the security guards at the entrance were like thieves guarding against him. But Gu Xingyi still saw that a couple was inside picking out children. The children, on the other hand, were all gathered in front of the couple, doing their best to show the two adults how well-behaved, knowledgeable, and cute they were. He even saw a little girl, hand treasured for an unknown period of time, lollipopper stuffed into the couple's hands, holding their hands and shouting mom and dad. Gu Xingyi looked on and suddenly burst into tears. He didn't know why he had to come here, to see this scene, but when he saw it, his heart ached so much, and he always felt as if he had lost something. It seemed like he had been pleasing someone like this, but who was that person?
Memories appeared confused, Gu Xingyi's breathing became more and more rapid, it seemed like he was trying to catch something, but he could never catch it.
What did he forget? Damn, in the end forgot what?
Gu Xingyi crouched on the ground, both fists helplessly hitting the sandstone on the ground. At this moment, even the blood sliding down his palms, he didn't seem to see it, he only wanted to use the pain to stimulate himself. This crazy move of his quickly attracted the security guards in the security room over. They certainly weren't pitying Gu Xingyi, they were just afraid that he would scare the children inside and wanted to drive him away. Being dragged to the street corner by the two security guards, Gu Xingyi's consciousness was already confused, he could only hold his head in pain while tears continued to fall. The more he tried to remember, the more cluttered his mind became. But he can be sure at this moment, he forgot a memory that is most precious to him. At the corner of the street, there was a sudden burst of familiar music, causing Gu Xingyi, who was holding his head, to give his movements a start. Finally made this decision, how others say I do not care, as long as you are just as sure.
Along with the song that entered Gu Xingyi's mind was a vague voice. Gu Xingyi, are you stupid? Alright, now we're even.
At the end of the song, a tender yet soft child's voice completely echoed in Gu Xingyi's mind.
Dad, hungry, rice.
Gu Xingyi's entire person had completely frozen at this moment, in his eyes, tears still kept falling, but he regained his clarity at this moment, he touched his violently beating heart and suddenly smiled.
He remembered, finally remembered.
Xia Shiyao and little Nai Nai, that was his only tie in this world.
November 8th, 8 o'clock in the evening. Still the Magic City Stadium.
The strongest voice in China officially opened. On the 3 rings, Soundsi Entertainment sent out the first ring keeper, first-tier singer Lina. Xingshi Entertainment continued to use their previous conservative method of fighting, sending out a veteran singer, and Tianmei Entertainment even invited their company's recently justified signature singer Xiang Rojing out. As the challenging party, other entertainment companies also send out their own popular singers, although they know they can't move the 3 giants, but even if they lose, the exposure rate is also raised, why not? 3 games in a row, whether it is the singer's personal strength or lyrics, the triumvirate have shown the world their capital. 3 challenges all ended in failure, the ringmasters are all successful in defending the ring. The scene was bustling with activity, but the online buzz was far less than in the past few years.
This was because the netizens suddenly realized that they couldn't listen to these songs anymore.
If they said the songs were bad, they were not bad at all. If they said they were good, they were not good enough. Their ears had been spoiled by Gu Xingyi, and now they felt that listening to these songs was tasteless. Just when the netizens felt that life was boring, suddenly, on the screen, the host's voice came into everyone's ears. Next, let's invite Star Yao Entertainment, Xia Shiyao, to appear on stage for a challenge.
At this instant, the netizens even doubted their own ears. What? Xia Shiyao?
They were only slightly dumbfounded for a moment before they quickly picked up their phones and looked at the screen.
It really was Xia Shiyao.
Only to see Xia Shiyao dressed in a long black dress, her cheeks pale and with some sadness in her eyes as she slowly walked onto the stage from backstage.
The one she challenged today was Tianmei Entertainment.
Sister Yun and Tao Lele looked at Xia Shiyao, who walked onto the stage with worried eyes. They both didn't know how she suddenly changed her attitude. It seemed like from that night after letting Xia Shiyao go home, the next day, Xia Shiyao's whole person seemed to have changed. They even saw Gu Xingyi's shadow in the current Xia Shiyao. No one knew why Xia Shiyao suddenly returned to the company and even took the initiative to announce that the company would participate in this China's strongest voice. Only Xia Shiyao herself knew. She was currently standing on the stage, looking down at the audience below as the lights dimmed and background music slowly played. Only on the big screen, a name that made people cry appeared.
Xing Yao. Gosh. Goodbye Star Yao. Brothers. I can't tense up anymore. Let me cry. Lyricist, composer, and arranger. It's all Star Yao. Can we shout out that slogan? Star Yao's Productions. It's a masterpiece. Star Yao has reappeared. Just like that day.
Xia Shiyao stood quietly on the stage like this as the music slowly sounded, and a tear slid down her cheek along with the music. All those who saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but clench momentarily. In the next second, Xia Shiyao slowly opened her mouth, her heavenly voice came into the ears of the crowd, but it made the hearts of the crowd break at this moment.
Heaven, can't you see that I love her very much?
Why do you want to break up 2 people who clearly love each other?
God, don't tell her in secret. In the countless quiet nights, there is someone who is thinking of her.
The clear and pure voice of the song, like a handful of clear spring, fell into the hearts of the netizens, but steeply shattered into splashes. Just 2 lines of lyrics made everyone feel his love. I'm crying, this is what Gu Xingyi wrote to Xia Shiyao. It must be tearful. How much one should love her to pray to the heavens like this. There's bitterness and sweetness in relationships.
Xia Shiyao, cheer up.
For someone who loves you so much, the heavens won't let him fall asleep like this. Xia Shiyao on the stage, slowly closed her eyes, 2 lines of clear tears unconsciously flowed down her cheeks. She wanted to hold it back, but she couldn't help it.
She finally knew what Gu Xingyi had been busy with during that time. You have to take good care of her in the days to come. You can't bully her without me by her side. Don't let anyone enter her heart and leave her again. Because I don't want to see her cry again. The song started again, the helplessness and sourness in her voice made people clench their fists. On the stage, Xia Shiyao slightly tilted up her pretty face, her little mouth deflated in aggravation. He seemed to be using this song to tell her not to be afraid. Even if he wasn't by her side one day, he would still go and ask the heavens to take care of her. But she wanted to tell him that what she wanted was always him by her side. What the hell, God, she didn't care. With a hint of sadness, a hint of helplessness, the accompaniment drifted into the audience's ears once again, and on the big screen at the back of the stage, the mechanically voiced subtitles slowly typed a line on the screen along with the accompaniment. The legendary Gulf of Alaska, due to the different densities of the seawater is yellow and blue in color, and incompatible. This feeling is like two people who love each other, although close at hand, but there is no way to be together. The Gulf of Alaska, is that what it turns out to be? The audience clenched their teeth, looking at the stage filled with a sad Xia Shiyao, and suddenly had the feeling of wanting to rush into the hospital and forcefully shake Gu Xingyi awake. Look, your woman is so aggrieved. You're still sleeping a basket case sleep. Not allowed to sleep. This song, which made the audience somewhat collectively break their defenses, was too emo. They seem to have 1,000 words in their hearts at the moment, but they have no way to tell them. Yet the song continued, with a faint sadness, scratching a shallow trace on the tip of their hearts. Heaven, are you secretly looking at the joke? Knowing that I'm not capable of protecting her, letting us meet? God, has she stopped losing sleep lately? May the warmth of the world turn into a wisp of wind. Embrace her in my place. Jiangchang, in Xingyo Entertainment, Chung Di has long been transformed into a little crybaby. Her tears are flowing. Yang Jianlin on the side is constantly patting her back and comforting her. Yang Jianlin raised her eyes and looked at the woman singing in the screen, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. When she first met Xia Shiyao, she only felt that this person was gentle and had a nice voice, but as time passed, she felt that Xia Shiyao had no opinion and always gave people a feeling of a vase. Everything was Gu Xingyi's silent contribution behind the scenes. But just 2 days ago, when Xia Shiyao came to the company again, and arranged everything in the company properly, she realized that she was wrong. It was not that Xia Shiyao didn't have any opinion, it was because there had been Gu Xingyi before. Xia Shiyao didn't need to have an opinion. Or maybe Xia Shiyao had been hiding her strength, willing to be the woman behind Gu Xingyi. Being a lady of the house, Yang Xiaolin naturally doesn't understand Xia Shiyao's character, and she can't do so either. In this world, probably only Gu Xingyi, who is also an orphan, understands her. Unlike the netizens in Xingyo Entertainment, at this moment Tianmei Entertainment was collectively speechless. They looked at the TV screen, listening to Xia Shiyao's song from inside. They all looked at each other in dismay. They don't understand. You Gu Xingyi are in a coma, how can you still be so able to make things happen? Sitting on the main seat, Lu Gao, the smile on his face completely froze when Xia Shiyao appeared on the stage. As soon as Xia Shiyao made her appearance, she challenged his Tianmei Entertainment's ring, and the meaning of what it represented was self-evident. This was to pull Tianmei Entertainment off the stage. Dong Lu, looking at the heat online, this one, Xiang Rojing is a bit up in the air. One of the board members was a bit unable to sit still as he looked at the data on the computer in front of him and spoke with anxiety. Lu Gao already had a calm face at this time. He waved his hand and said lightly, "What's the point of panicking? We've already gotten a point. Even if we lose this one, it's just a tie. We'll just get it back next time. I only want to know now, whether Gu Xingyi is awake or not." What did Jiang Cheng say then? Just one Xia Shiyao. Lu Gao is not afraid at all, but Gu Xingyi, that alien, he is still a bit afraid in his heart. Mainly that guy is not a normal human at all. Lu Gao just asked. A management below immediately returned. The latest news is that he hasn't woken up yet. The hospital side also confirmed that they don't know if Gu Xingyi will wake up. That's good. I don't believe Gu Xingyi can leave so many songs for Xia Shiyao. Even if we lose this one, let Wei Mei go on the next one. If the regular songs don't work, I'll see how they can pick up the rap. Regardless of the reaction of all parties, at this time, the audience of the Magic City Stadium, as if unlocking tonight's Netsuke Cloud moment in advance. A song called Gulf of Alaska silenced everyone dry. They could only close their eyes and quietly enjoy the pure heartache. As for the official Hwain live broadcast, the last comment was still fixed at 1 minute ago. People who love each other will always be together, unless they don't love each other that much. Unless yin and yang are separated. After this comment, no one spoke anymore, they just listened to the song quietly. I hope my efforts will catch up with her. Someday I'll be able to give her a complete home. Oh God, what I've been saying to you these nights. Don't tell her by accident. I'm afraid I'll wake her up. God, please don't tell her in secret. In the dead of night, I still think of her. This last part, without the sound of music, accompanied by Xia Shiyao softly chanting, the lights gradually dimmed. As the song came to an end, in the darkness, Xia Shiyao bowed deeply to the stage.
When the lights came back on, she was no longer on the stage. But the audience seemed to already know where she had gone. They didn't clamor, instead they all smiled heartily.
The reason why you can't love someone is because that person isn't there.
But if that person comes back, that is the most beautiful ending.
On the next stage, it was Xiang Rojing's turn to sing, but she also knew that no matter how much she sang, she couldn't change the sad atmosphere tonight.
Xia Shiyao had successfully brought everyone into this atmosphere. This is the realm that a singer can only dream of, and this is the unique charm that a good song gives to a singer.
She lost both in the song and in the singer. She couldn't do this kind of empathy with her current strength.
P.S. Gulf of Alaska, originally sung by Fetal, lyrics by Fetal. The starry sky was dotted with stars, and the night breeze was pleasant.
On the mountain path, Gu Xingyi was dressed in simple clothes, climbing upwards at a calm pace.
Although his appearance was beyond haggard, his pair of eyes shone with a crystal bright light. In the past 2 days, he had donated all of his own possessions in this world to the various orphanages, and now he was without a single care in the world. Coming alone, going alone, this place didn't belong to him, his ties, in another world.
Finally climbed to the top of this hill, the light in Gu Xingyi's eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked into the starry sky, as if he saw the other side of the starry sky.
His footsteps, calm and firm, stepped forward. Just then, a voice rang in his ears, a voice that sounded like that convenience store lady's voice, and like the voice of the little girl with the lollipop.
Decided?
This voice was accompanied by the sound of the wind, and clearly entered his ears. Gu Xingyi smiled, incomparably happy. He nodded heavily as a response, his feet still moving forward. In front of him was a 10,000-foot cliff. He had already walked to the edge, but at that moment, he suddenly paused.
I can tell. Where is that scum? Go you!
Gu Xingyi didn't react and was kicked down by this sudden kick, but mixed with the wind, he clearly heard the voice coming from above.
It's all about scum.
Then surely there's no scum left. And, what kind of person curses himself like that? The whistling of the wind came from his ears, and at this moment, Gu Xingyi suddenly came to his senses. It turned out that both worlds were themselves. It was just that the other consciousness of himself was a complete asshole. Gu Xingyi laughed even more happily all of a sudden, and he fell like a meteor, and in the next second, there was darkness before his eyes.
Zhangcheng People's Hospital.
Xia Shiyao rushed back in the dust. Even though it was nighttime, she didn't listen to Sister Yun and Tao Lele this time. She still came to the hospital. After singing that song, her mind was all about him. In this world, no one understands her except him. They are destined to be together. As the saying goes, the fate of marriage, heaven arranges the greatest well. Gu Xingyi's hospital room, Chen Feng is still guarding him. During this period of time, most of them are guarded by Xia Shiyao alone. When Xia Shiyao is not there, only Chen Feng can rightfully guard him. At this moment, Chen Feng, who had just finished watching the song sung by Xia Shiyao, couldn't hold back the tears that were welling up in his eyes. He held Gu Xingyi's hand again and began his ramblings.
Old Gu, listen to this. How sad sister-in-law is. How much longer are you going to fucking sleep?
However, in the next second, Chen Feng suddenly froze as he mechanically lowered his head and looked at the hand that was held in his own.
Just now he felt, this finger moved? Old Lao Gu, you're awake?
Chen Feng stuttered a little, staring tightly into Gu Xingyi's eyes. But Gu Xingyi still didn't open his eyes, and Chen Feng stared blankly at his face, recalling what all he had just said, before adding,
Old Gu, sister-in-law is sad. Are you fucking?
The fingers in his hand moved again. Chen Feng Miso stood up, surprised and looked at Gu Xingyi who was blinking his eyes on the hospital bed.
You crazy. If you don't want to die, just curse again for me.
The eyelids were heavy. Gu Xingyi took 1,000 efforts to open his eyes. His consciousness had just come back to him when he heard Chen Feng, the ratio, cursing himself crazily. Hearing this slightly hoarse voice, looking at Gu Xingyi's eyes open, Chen Feng was overjoyed. His mood was like drinking a bottle of ice curacao in the summer.
Doctor! Gu Xingyi woke up from my scolding.
Chen Feng did not have time to think, hurriedly pushed open the door and shouted for the doctor. The three silhouettes that had just walked into the hospital corridor steeply froze in place, with Xia Shiyao at the head of the group with her mouth slightly open, and tears already beginning to slip from her almond eyes. Chen Feng didn't see the doctor, but when he saw Xia Shiyao, the smile on his face grew even wider.
Sister-in-law, old Gu was woken up by my scolding. Really?
Tao Lele covered her small mouth, her face full of disbelief, and Sister Yun's nose was sore, almost shedding tears as well. Xia Shiyao had already stumbled to the door and looked inward. Eyes crossed. What met her eyes was a pair of clear and clean eyes. Xia Shiyao opened her mouth but failed to utter a single word. Gu Xingyi had already forcefully propped up his body to sit on the bed at this moment. He looked at the figure leaning on the doorframe that was fading again, and grinned, his voice still a bit hoarse. I'm back. No one understood what Gu Xingyi's words meant, only Xia Shiyao instantly understood. She deflated her small mouth, tears falling in this moment, only in the depths of her eyes. That joyful color of being lost and found could no longer be hidden. In everyone's gaze, she flew into his embrace. "Goo dork." The voice was soft and helpless, sounding pitiful, and Gu Xingyi could only hold her softly in his arms, gently patting her back. A goo dork was worth 1,000 words.
"Alright, don't cry, I'm back. Never going to disappear again." "What for? What are you doing?" "The patient just woke up and needs to be checked. Get out of the way." Unfortunately, the warmth of the two didn't last long. The doctor who had rushed in on the news forcibly peeled off the two of them, followed by a fierce operation like a tiger. After a checkup, the results, other than malnutrition due to blood loss, did not have any other symptoms. Gu Xingyi so inexplicably coma, and inexplicably woke up, will be the doctor dry confused, and finally can only put down a sentence, hospitalized for 2 more days of observation. Although Gu Xingyi knew he was fine and was unwilling to stay in the hospital, he still couldn't resist a group of people. In the end, he could only stay in the hospital for another day. Sister Yun, Tao Lele and Chen Feng left the hospital, leaving space for the young couple. It was just that when a few people left, Gu Xingyi could hear from the hospital room that Chen Feng was speechless outside as he bragged to the other two about how he had woken himself up by scolding him. It was late at night, and of course the netizens still didn't know that Gu Xingyi had woken up. They were still immersed in the song Gulf of Alaska. Without a doubt, Xia Shiyao became the first contestant to succeed in her challenge, and Xingyou Entertainment, too, managed to occupy a side of the ring. Just as quickly, Tianmei Entertainment reacted to this. Tianmei Entertainment's official roundup blog released a motion picture with the words below, "Everything that belongs to us, we will finally take it back." On the picture, rap's renowned crooner, Willie, was making a world-famous hand gesture and saying, "Singing, I may not be as good as you, but rapping, you're not as good as me." At first, Wei Wei was the existence of a song that temporarily hugged a pig's foot, which was on fire all over the internet, and even won the overall champion of the new rap of China. However, the netizens did not buy it at all, and once this Weibo came out, the internet was in an uproar of discussion. Not it? How can anyone dare to touch the porcelain? Is the voices rapping? Does the one upstairs understand rap? There are many styles of rap. I like wishy-washy, don't say no if you don't know it. You black people, did you guys listen to the song? If you have the ability to write a song yourself, write one yourself. Write one. Write one yourself. Write one yourself. Write one. Write one yourself. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. Just don't. Listen to you. Just don't listen to you. Just don't. Listen to you. I won't listen to you. I'm sure the comments section is full of ghostwriters. You guys are killing me with laughter. Congratulations, you're all rappers. Like who wouldn't? I'm always shitting. Without paper. Shitting without paper. Always poop. Without paper. I poop without paper. But I have to say, when Wei Wei went down, the pressure came to Star Yao Entertainment's side. The netizens talked, and the topic gradually skewed away. But everyone was still looking forward to it. After all, rapping this kind of belting song was still deeply loved by everyone. Only when netizens thought that Gu Xingyi was still in a deep sleep, they lost some interest again. They all felt that this time, Xingyou Entertainment is afraid of danger. People take rap to pick the ring. You can't take a love song to respond, right? It's not even in the same category, there's no comparison. Rap, easier to drive the audience's emotions, no matter how well Wei Wei sings. If Xingyou Entertainment does not defend the ring with rap, itself is a disadvantage. At that time, the online gossip will not be less. Regarding the online furor, Gu Xingyi, who had just woken up in the hospital, of course didn't know about it. Both of them didn't sleep, but across the bed, pouring out their hearts to each other, this accident undoubtedly made the two hearts even more close to each other. In the darkness, Xia Shiyao's eyes shone brightly, and she resumed her previous gentleness. Only in this gentleness, there was more of a strong light. Gu Xingyi sensed the change in her from her words, and in the darkened hospital room, the smile on his face was bright. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that Gu Xingyi on the hospital bed and Xia Shiyao on the companion bed slowly fell asleep with peace of mind. Even though Xia Shiyao slept late, she habitually woke up just after dawn. During this period of time, she had always come this way, so much so that the first thing she did, she came to Gu Xingyi's bedside. Gu Xingyi on the bed was breathing calmly, sleeping quietly as in previous days. Xia Shiyao was a little flustered. She reached out her hand and gently stroked Gu Xingyi's face. "It's early in the morning, stop it." A large hand grabbed her small hand. The warmth of her hand put her at ease again, and Gu Xingyi opened his dark eyes. "Wife, I want to go home." "But the doctor." "I'm fine. My body I know. I miss Nai Nai." Gu Xingyi interrupted Xia Shiyao's words. He desperately wanted to go home now. The little one was definitely sad after not seeing him for so long. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xia Shiyao was silent for a moment, and her attitude softened, but she still demanded for the doctor to come back to confirm his physical state before she did so. The doctor, still yawning, was quickly summoned over. After a round of examination, the result was still just some malnutrition. As long as he went back to make up a little bit, he would be no different from a normal person. This result let Xia Shiyao finally put down her heart completely. Gu Xingyi was also discharged from the hospital as he wished. Facing the early morning light, Gu Xingyi pushed open the door of his long-lost home. Seeing all the familiar things in front of him, Gu Xingyi only felt his heart warming. With them there, this is his home. He carefully came to the bedroom, small Nai small body shrinking in the quilt, only round little face exposed outside. She did not know what dreamed, small mouth deflated, let Gu Xingyi heart a burst of heartache. Come to the front of the bed. Gu Xingyi bent down, with his cheek gently rubbed her face, and then forcefully kissed the mouth of the little one's face. The heart of the pain is considered to be a hint of comfort. Still sleeping little Nai was woken up by Gu Xingyi's movements. She opened her big misty eyes and looked blankly at Gu Xingyi who was close at hand. In the next second, seeing the person in front of her, teardrops rolled down in the little one's eyes. She didn't make a sound, nor did she make any noise. She just looked at Gu Xingyi in front of her, quietly shedding tears. In an instant the sourness in Gu Xingyi's heart was like waves, gusts of it sweeping through his heart. Nai, it's Dad. Daddy's back. Gu Xingyi held back the sourness in his heart and leaned over to hold little Nai in his arms, and the tears couldn't stop falling. Xia Shiyao, who was leaning on the doorframe behind her, had already been sobbing uncontrollably. Little Nai still didn't say anything. She just wrapped her arms tightly around Gu Xingyi's neck and refused to let go anymore. Nai, look at Daddy. Daddy is right here. Gu Xingyi hugged the little one tightly, lifting her up to her level, gazing into her teary eyes, his voice warm, trying to soothe the fear in her heart. Daddy, Nai and Mommy are very good. Don't leave us again, okay? The little one finally spoke, crying accompanied by her tender voice. The words that came out caused Gu Xingyi's heart to contract, and he could only use his gentlest voice to promise her. It was Daddy who was wrong. Daddy promises you that he will never disappear again. Little Nai in Daddy's arms. You can cry out loud if you want to. Do whatever you want to do. Daddy will never, ever dislike little Nai. The little one's small hands were still gripping Gu Xingyi's lapel, and when she heard Gu Xingyi's gentle voice, she wiped the tears from her face and looked seriously at Gu Xingyi's warm face. In the next second, the crying could no longer be controlled, and she clutched Gu Xingyi's neck with both of her small hands and wailed. This was the most powerful time she cried, but also the most unrestrained, although Gu Xingyi's heart was even more heartbroken, but it was like a sigh of relief, like a weight off his shoulders. 100 flavors, complicated and difficult to name. He was not afraid of her crying again ferociously, he was only afraid of her that careful, quiet crying. Because sometimes, crying is the important ability to vent the emotions in the heart. If this ability is gone, then all these emotions are pressed in the heart, in the end will only make people collapse. Gu Xingyi tightened his arms around his daughter, gently rocked, gently coaxed, in the arms of the little Nai crying, and Gu Xingyi's soft voice gradually stopped, only her little face is still buried in his arms, rubbing hard on Gu Xingyi. For the first time, little Nai knew that crying in her father's arms was so reassuring. This was the kind of thing that her mom could never give her, a sense of security. Not long after, the little one was tired of crying and fell asleep in Gu Xingyi's arms, and just like that, she still wrapped her arms around Gu Xingyi's neck and didn't let go of her hands, choking back a sob every now and then. Gu Xingyi didn't put her down, still holding her, the little cotton jacket in his arms, he was not willing to put it down. So, Xia Shiyao gave little Nai a leave of absence. Today this way, the little one is definitely not willing to leave Gu Xingyi a step. The small home resumed its usual coziness, Xia Shiyao cooking, Gu Xingyi using a hot towel to gently wipe little Nai's small face that had already cried and blossomed. When little Nai woke up again, breakfast was already ready. Although it wasn't Dad's cooking, but today the little guy's appetite was especially good, rewarding his face by eating a lot more, sending Xia Shiyao's happy eyebrows flying. To know, this little guy, who was usually spoiled by Gu Xingyi, would often dislike her cooking. After eating, Gu Xingyi held little Nai aloft, and went out the door with Xia Shiyao. He had to make a trip to the company. After being in a coma for so long, now that he had woken up, he had to go to the company to show his face, and stabilize the people's hearts. Xia Shiyao had already talked to him about what was going on within the company. He was very relieved that during the time he was in a coma, not a single person had left the company, and everyone was sticking to their positions and obeying Xia Shiyao's arrangements. Especially Feng Xiaoxiao and Ishuehan, they had just joined the company and surprisingly managed to stick around as well, knowing that the contract Gu Xingyi gave them was not like other entertainment companies that bound their freedom. On the contrary, the contracts Gu Xingyi gave were all very free, the kind that could leave at any time. The three of them drove all the way to the company, and as soon as they entered, Li Wenjing immediately stood up with a celebratory smile on her face and shouted, "General Manager Gu, you're finally back." Gu Xingyi raised an eyebrow. This girl, seeing herself without a bit of surprise on her face, as if she already knew she had woken up, came back. It's been tough lately. It's not hard at all. It's just that everyone has been worried about you. Li Wenjing was busy saying back,
her smile getting brighter and brighter.
Thank you. Gu Xingyi thanked her, carrying little Nai Nai and Xia Shiyao side by side as they walked inside.
Little Nai Nai was in Gu Xingyi's arms, a pair of big eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, the little one completely unaware that this company was named after her.
You guys don't know. At that time
I saw my sister-in-law crying that sadly on the TV. I had a heart of gold and slapped old Gu hard, scolding him as I did so, and guess what?
Hey!
I cursed, and Lao Gu's fingers suddenly moved.
I saw that there was something going on.
I tried cursing again, and to my surprise, Lao Gu's finger moved again.
Just like that.
I directly scolded him. Gu Xingyi, who was outside the door, had a head full of black lines at this time, and Xia Shiyao was beside him, covering her mouth and snickering.
Gu Xingyi finally knew why the big guys weren't surprised to see him. The original culprit was here. The next second, Gu Xingyi pushed the door and entered. There were quite a lot of people in the lounge. Basically all of them were there. Tao Luolu and Chang Di were opening their eyes wide and listening attentively. Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan were also full of unbelief and perked up their ears. Yang Lin's expression was light, but the smile on her face couldn't be covered up. Only Sister Yun was quite normal, holding a document in her hand, looking at it seriously. The moment they saw Gu Xingyi, everyone's eyes widened, and only Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa with his back to Gu Xingyi, was still gushing. Look at you guys with your unseen looks. Hee. This golden mouth of mine is enlightened. Even if a person is dead,
I'll still shout him to life.
Really? How come I didn't know you had this ability? There's a lot you don't know. What? Lao. Gu, when did you get here? You're weak. Hurry up and sit down. Hey.
Chen Feng, who was still selling himself, was suddenly questioned and turned his head as he spoke. Then with a stunned face, a moment later, he decisively changed his face and was full of pandering.
Crazy man? When did you even learn to change your face? I think you've really succumbed in Staryao anime. Why don't you start a company?
If you specialize in performing the dancing god, with your face changing to go along with your golden tongue, we'll definitely make a lot of money in a year. Gu Xingyi hugged little Nai Nai and sat down obediently, glancing at Chen Feng, saying faintly,
Don't! That's not killing me. Old Gu, I was wrong. Where did I get a golden tongue?
Chen Feng immediately cried out, completely forgetting what he had just said. Making him give up on anime was even worse than killing him, and seeing that Gu Xingyi didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to himself, he decisively aimed at little Nai Nai again. Little Nai Nai, come and give Uncle a hug and help Uncle with a kind word.
Do you still remember Uncle bought you toys?
Looking at Chen Feng's open hand, little Nai Nai's big eyes blinked, then her little face decisively skimmed over, picking at Gu Xingyi's neck to stop looking at Chen Feng.
Right now, to the little guy, Mom's arms didn't even smell good anymore. Not to mention Chen Feng.
Seeing little Nai Nai in this state, the crowd laughed in unison.
Chen Feng was stunned. It only felt like for a moment, the world where only he was hurt reached. Alright, stop it, let's talk about work first, Mr. Gu, take a look. This is the latest response from Tianmei Entertainment.
Sister Yun smiled, interrupting the crowd's banter, handing the tablet in her hand to Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi sniffed and stopped poking fun at Chen Feng. He took the tablet and on it was Tianmei Entertainment's latest siege blog. Xia Shiyao had spoken to him about the recent situation, so Gu Xingyi knew a little bit about it, but when he saw what Tianmei had posted on the blog and what Wei Wei had said, he was instantly a little tense. He looked up at Sister Yun, his expression all a bit stunned.
This Wei Wei is the one who sang about temporarily hugging the pig's foot? Sister Yun nodded.
It's him, can't be taken lightly, he's still very popular. This was a bit of a crying shame to hear Gu Xingyi, a rapper. If we talk about popularity, it's not as wide as a second-tier artist's popularity. That is to say that rapping is different from other songs, and that's why it's a hole for this kind of person to drill, and when he first crossed over, he even spat on this song. Unexpectedly, this was right up there with him. Gu Xingyi gently tapped the screen with his fingers, and after pondering for a few moments, he raised his head and looked at the crowd surrounding him, his eyes lingering especially on Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. Since we're up against Tianmei, we're still a bit short of people, and I've learned a bit in advance about China's strongest voice this time around, so we'll indeed be at a great disadvantage if they use a sea of people tactic. So, in a while I will find a few more people. As for the result I can't be sure. If the people really can't be found, then we can only trouble the few here to work harder. Also for this match, don't worry, Feng Xiaoxiao, Yi Shuihan, it's time for you two brothers to perform. Come with me to the office. Gu Xingyi said, stood up, and walked outside with the two generals, Feng, Yi. Everyone else was looking at each other in disbelief. They didn't know how strong Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan really were. They had thought that for this match, Gu Xingyi would go on by himself. After all, right now in the company, the manpower was indeed a little too small. For rap, Chang Di and Xia Shiyao really don't know much about it. Only Gu Xingyi is as stable as an old dog. He knows the strength of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan, and he already has a song in mind. If the two sing this song, it's purely a descending blow to Wei Wei. No one knows what Gu Xingyi wrote for Feng Xiaoxiao and Ishuihan, but only knows that after they came back, they were holding the manuscript paper as if it was the most precious, and their faces were almost smiling askew. Not waiting for a few people to ask, these two people have already run all the way, shut themselves into the recording studio, obviously is to intensify the time to practice the song to go.
China's Strongest Voice is broadcast live every Friday night at 8 p.m.
With a total of 8 episodes, taking a total of 2 months, and is considered to be one of the grandest programs before the Spring Festival. There was less than a week to go, so Feng Xiaoxiao and Ishuihan didn't dare to delay in the slightest. After they got the song, they knew that once the song was sung perfectly, it would surely become their hit song, bar none. Gu Xingyi didn't follow the two out. He was currently sitting in his office, making phone calls. The company's current pillars were still too few, and if they wanted to level the playing field with Tianmei Entertainment and other entertainment companies, they still needed to find some more people, and he already had someone in mind.
Not long after, when a few people saw Gu Xingyi walk out of the office, his face was already covered in smiles.
Everyone get ready, there are 3 heavyweights who are going to join our company tomorrow, so you all need to be in high spirits.
Make a good impression on them.
A few people glanced at each other, and Dorothy couldn't help but ask curiously,
"Oops, Mr. Gu, don't sell yourself short. Who is it?"
The reason why they called General Manager Gu was because Sister Yun and Tao Lele had discussed it before. In the future, the company would only have more and more employees. In the company, they had to be good role models, how to call them in private, but the attitude they should have at work should still be there. Of course, Xia Shiyao and Shen Feng were excluded. These two people, one was the boss's wife, one was the company's shareholder. Naturally they didn't need to be addressed in this way. Although several people were curious, Gu Xingyi kept it a secret with a smile. How meaningless it is to say it. You guys will know when I come tomorrow. It's also a surprise for you guys. Cut. Several people were dissatisfied with the cut. Their hearts were suddenly as hard as a cat's claw. Gu Xingyi smiled and didn't care about them, but said to Yang Lin again, "Minister Yang, you work hard again. The company is now entering the right track, operation and so on, should be recruited on recruitment. In addition to put out the news, Xingyou Entertainment from today onwards, the official recruitment of new singers. In these few days, I and Xia Shiyao personally interviewed. Whoever passes the interview, the songs and so on do not have to worry about." Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Yang Lin's gaze was slightly austere. Gu Xingyi seemed to have changed a lot since he woke up this time. If the Gu Xingyi of the past was still a bit intimidated, then the Gu Xingyi of now was on fire, and the aura emanating from him was even more grandiose. He was ready to challenge the entire entertainment industry on his own. It was also that his own talent gave him the backbone to do so. Good. I'll register the company's official blog, in addition to expanding the publicity on various software. Yang Lin nodded her head and answered. Things were almost finished. A few people chatted for a while. Yang Jianlin took the lead to leave. In the early stage of the company, she was the personnel minister who was the most busy. Not long after Yang Jianlin left, 2 messages appeared on the internet successively, making netizens instantly excited again. Just last night, netizens were still worried about whether Xingyou Entertainment would be able to take on Weige's challenge. But just one night later, the situation instantly reversed in 2 levels. The first day's news was undoubtedly that Gu Xingyi had awakened and was discharged from the hospital. A paparazzo took a picture of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao walking out of the hospital together, and in the picture, both of them had no problems other than their faces being a bit pale. As soon as this one piece of information came out, netizens were instantly unsettled, and in less than a few hours, Gu Xingyi's name appeared on the hot searches once again. Under these hot searches, the netizens' comments were also lively, and one after another, they were scrambling to discuss. Holy shit! Woke up? Really? I read less. Don't lie to me. Didn't he say he was in a deep coma? This photo doesn't look like anything's wrong. Gu Xingyi is a big pig's hoof. She was so worried about him, she even shed a few tears for him, and she didn't even know to report to us when she woke up. Crocodile tears? Ha 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 ha. It's good to wake up. It's good to be awake. I want to know if Willow is panicking now. Willie, I'm not panicking at all. I'll hold the pig's foot temporarily. Gu Xingyi, I heard you're the only one called Wei Shi? Gu Xingyi's red eye special effects picture. One by one, when the entertainment companies saw the hot searches, their hearts were immediately bitter. Okay. As soon as this guy came back, the hot searches were almost taken up. For a while, they were reminded of the fear of being dominated by this guy. Even Lu Gao, when he knew that Gu Xingyi woke up, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked in his heart, and for this reason, he specifically asked Wei Wei if he was sure. But Wei Wei swore that there is no problem, wrapping this piece he has not served anyone. But Lu Gao heart or not bottom, after all, before Lu Ying are defeated, that is the former diva. But now that the words have been put out, Lu Gao can only hope that Gu Xingyi will not write a rap track. The second topic that got netizens talking was that Xingyou Entertainment had officially started recruiting singers. And they broke the mold. As long as you have the ability,
As long as you have the confidence, Xingyao Entertainment will not reject anyone Gu Xingyi and Xiao Shiyao personally interviewed. Once you pass the interview, the treatment is also extremely excellent. They were even able to obtain a song written by Gu Xingyi himself. If Gu Xingyi's awakening only shocked netizens and other entertainment companies, this news was undoubtedly an earthquake for the entertainment industry. It was foreseeable that once Xingyao Entertainment succeeded, the paradigm of the entertainment industry would be rewritten. A new era had also arrived completely.
The tall door wall in the past was no longer there. Anyone with strength would be reused to the point of rapid fame, which gave those truly powerful singers at the bottom with those newcomers a greater chance.
But for the capital, Star Yao Entertainment is challenging their bottom line.
In the past, the model of entertainment companies, in addition to capital and human relations, there are also unspoken rules, and very few singers with real strength can become famous. But once this news of Xingyao Entertainment came out, it undoubtedly gave many people hope, and their basic interests were shaken. In the future, those who had some strength would apply for jobs at Star Yao Entertainment, who would still come to their company. This time, all the companies couldn't sit still. They started contacting each other and exchanging opinions, and finally their gazes were unified towards the three giants.
Soundsea Entertainment didn't make any movements, as if they were dead.
Tianmei Entertainment and Shangshi Entertainment made a rare joint release that they would form an offensive and defensive alliance to bust Gu Xingyi's myth of being undefeated on the strongest voice in China and boycott Xingyao Entertainment in every field. At the same time, Tianmei Entertainment and Shangshi Entertainment also invited all the companies in the entire entertainment circle to impose sanctions on Xingyao Entertainment, and the first step of the sanctions was to start with the strongest voice in China.
If the previous 3-day carnival extravaganza was just a small fight between Gu Xingyiao and Tianmei Entertainment, then from here on out, it would be an all-out war between him and the entire entertainment industry. Ma Dong, you've gone too far. In the Shangshi Entertainment building, Miao Anquan's small mouth was pursed up tightly, her face ugly.
Not far in front of her, behind the desk, Ma Liang slowly sipped his tea, a smug smile carried in his triangular eyes.
Miao Anquan, what's your attitude? Is this the tone of voice you use to talk to the company's leader? That announcement I've already followed. Why did you dismiss it for me and give it to someone else?
I was the one who negotiated it first. Miao Anjuan clenched her fists, not even realizing that her nails were embedded in her flesh. She had clearly worked very hard, and after she was busy with this signing concert again, she would be able to save up enough money to pay for the breach of contract. But at this exact moment, the company cancelled her signing concert and gave this event to someone else instead. She looked for her manager to ask, but her manager also had a difficult face before finally whispering to her that she had offended someone. The one who put all her activities on hold was none other than the tea-sipping Ma Liang in front of her.
In the face of Miao Anhian's questioning, Ma Liang laughed unhurriedly and then said, P&E. This is where you're wrong. The company has company arrangements, you just need to obey them. Of course, if you're willing to accompany me to a reception at night, tomorrow at the latest, I'll arrange a new activity for you. How about it? Think about it?
As he spoke, Ma Liang put down the teacup in his hand, and his triangular eyes narrowed obediently as he surveyed Miao Anjuan in front of him with a smile on his face. Ever since Gu Xingyi came out of the music scene, the situation of singers in Shangshi Entertainment, which was not focused on the music scene, had become even more difficult, and during this period of time, he had tasted a lot of sweetness. Those singers for the sake of money, which is not obedient. It's this Miao Anquan, deadbeat, and on the other hand, the person looks so beautiful, so that Ma Liang has been itching in his heart.
Dream on. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way.
Miao Anjuan stared angrily at Ma Liang, the anger and sorrow in her heart reaching even more extreme. She had only slapped him last time, but she didn't think that he still wouldn't die, and now he was even using such underhanded tactics.
Ha! Then please leave this place, and I can assure you that all the company's activities afterward will have nothing to do with you. Even if you die, you'll also have to die in the company.
Ma Liang didn't panic in the slightest. He knew that Miao Anjuan was just an ordinary family, and couldn't afford to compensate for the breach of contract. He didn't believe that a small singer could still turn over the sky. Boom! Right at this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open again.
You're such a sneaky little man. You're also worthy of coveting my sister Rhyme. I'll be damned. Sister Rhyme, let's go.
Ma Liang looked dazedly at the little girl who barged in. He knew that this was Miao Anjuan's little assistant, but he just didn't expect that this little assistant was so brave.
Do you know who you're talking to?
Ma Liang's face was instantly ugly. He had been in the company for so many years. No one had dared to talk to him like this. It was really a long time to live.
Just talking to you. Garlic nose. Triangular eyes. Not a good person at all.
Miao Anjuan was also a bit dumbfounded. This was the first time she had seen Yu Ranran look like this.
To be honest, it's still a bit valiant. Good. I see you don't want to mix anymore, right? Ma Liang couldn't help but laugh in anger. A little assistant also dared to be so rampant. I'm just a little assistant. You have the ability to fire me. Besides, this is not the place to stay. There's a place for you to stay. You know Gu Xingyi, right? Let's go to him. Gu Xingyi? Hearing Gu Xingyi's name, not only Miao Ankuan froze, even Ma Liang froze. Ma Liang froze because, Gu Xingyi he didn't just know, the company didn't even have a few meetings because of him, but a moment later he burst out laughing again. You a small assistant, plus a third-line starlet? Gu Xingyi can stand up for you guys? Don't want you to care. Sister Peony, go! Without waiting for Miao Anjuan to react, Yu Ranran aggressively pulled Miao Anjuan and slammed the door, leaving Ma Liang alone to stare dryly at the tea on the table that had been shaken and spilled. This little thing, too much of an ungrateful person. After leaving the door of Ma Liang's office, Miao Anjuan was still a bit dumbfounded, and she didn't react until she was pulled out of the door by Yu Ranran. Ran. You. She actually was just pretending to be strong. She was just a little girl, facing this situation. Just like that was already her greatest courage. She didn't expect that this little assistant of hers, who usually didn't show her face, was so powerful. Sister Peony, don't be sad, I really can't listen to it outside. That beast. Talking too much. No. I'm not sad. Ran. You're too valiant. Miao Anjuan held Yu Ranran's hand and said busily, she had been handsome by Yu Ranran's appearance. Ha. Handsome? He. Yu Ranran he laughed. She just also borrowed that a gas, now the gas is gone, the heart is still a little scared it. Miao Anjuan hummed 2 times, and then a little lost. It's just that this will make it impossible for you to stay in the company in the future. They'll definitely put shoes on you. Fear not. Sister Peony. I didn't just say that casually. You see, who I contacted. As she spoke, Yu Ranran handed Miao Anjuan's cell phone to her eyes, her face glowing. I just saw that Star Yao Entertainment is recruiting Hey. And they're clearly going against all the other companies in the entertainment industry. So I used your cell phone to contact Xia Shiyao. Hey. She agreed to help you pay for the breach of contract. Xia Shiyao? Miao Anjuan froze for a moment. That gentle as water woman couldn't help but appear in her mind. Then she took her cell phone, and on it was indeed the chat interface between her and Xia Shiyao. Since the last Star Song exchange, after she and Xia Shiyao added friends, the two of them hadn't actually chatted much, just the usual occasional song things would be explored. But now, the chat on it was obviously more. It was Yu Ranran who contacted Xia Shiyao with her cell phone, and over there, surprisingly, she also agreed to Yu Ranran's request with alacrity. She really didn't expect that in the end, it would be Xia Shiyao, who only had a few encounters, who helped herself. Sister Peony, Star Yao Entertainment is in need of people right now, and you need the company, isn't it just right? And I'm sure that with your strength, you'll definitely be able to help Star Yao Entertainment earn back this liquidated damages very soon. So you don't have to hesitate anymore. Yu Ranran saw that Miao Anquan didn't react, and thought that she was a bit concerned, so she hurriedly persuaded her. Miao Anquan raised her eyes, her expression a little complicated. I'm not hesitating, I'm just a little emotional. The people who fought for the championship together in the beginning, I didn't expect that. Nowadays, they would be my nobles. No matter if I can help them earn back the breach of contract money or not, they helped me first, then we have to take this love. Hey who let people find a good husband? But I believe the husband that Sister Peony will find in the future won't be bad either. Who's looking for a husband? Sister Peony, why are you still shy? As the clouds parted, the two of them couldn't help but jostle again, and Miao Anjuan was given a big red face by Yu Ranran's words. Only her heart couldn't help but think, is there really a better husband than Gu Xingyi? Going to Shangshi Entertainment tomorrow? Well, tomorrow morning after dropping Nai off at the kindergarten, we'll go straight away. It's better to go sooner rather than later for this kind of thing. I'll go with you. Good. Jiangcheng, a family of 3 is eating lunch. Xia Shiyao is still chatting with Gu Xingyi about tomorrow's arrangement. In fact, this kind of thing is very simple in Gu Xingyi's view. Breach of contract. Pay the money to lead the person is good. Xia Shiyao heart also some sighs. Before Miao Anquan WeChat and she said, she still some do not believe. Star Song Wei on the performance of Miao Anquan she remembered clearly, did not expect such a good singer will be hidden. It can only be said that the current capital is too outrageous. After eating, Gu Xingyi nestled on the sofa, looking at little Nai who was playing with toys in front of her, suddenly touched her little head and asked, Nai, do you want to have your own little bedroom? Little Nai raised her head in confusion and looked at Gu Xingyi, who hurriedly added, Little Nai is now a little adult. Daddy will prepare a separate little bedroom for you, sleep on your own, okay? The little one understood this time. She immediately dropped the toys in her hands and hugged Gu Xingyi's arm, her little nose wrinkled. Don't! Nai wants to sleep with mommy and daddy. But Nai has grown up, she should have her own little room, otherwise the other kindergarten kids will laugh at Nai if they know that Nai is still sleeping with her mom and dad. Especially that Fang Xiao, he'll definitely laugh at little Nai Nai for being a little kid who can't grow up. Gu Xingyi scraped little Nai Nai's nose, patiently persuaded, even moved out of little Nai Nai's most hated that little fat, can be said to be well-intentioned. Sure enough, once little Nai Nai heard that she would be ridiculed, even her little eyebrows were tightly wrinkled, and her face was even more of a difficult look. Seeing this, Gu Xingyi hurried to capitalize on the situation. The little bedroom is very pretty. Nai Nai will definitely like it. And Mom and Dad's room is right next to it, it's very close. Little Nai Nai deflated her little mouth and finally agreed. Okay, but then Daddy still has to tell me stories every night. Mommy and Daddy will definitely put the little baby to sleep. Let's pull the hook. Seeing Nai Nai agree, Gu Xingyi's heart was delighted, and he busily performed the pulling the hook ceremony with the little one. It was true that his own little cotton-padded jacket knew best. He had read on the internet that many small children needed to be coaxed for quite a while before they would live on their own. After making an agreement with little Nai Nai, Gu Xingyi happily shouted at Xia Shiyao, who was still cleaning up in the kitchen. Wife, there's nothing to do in the afternoon, let's move just in time, there's not much to bring, it's basically all complete over there. Xia Shiyao, who had been listening to Gu Xingyi coaxing Nai Nai outside in the kitchen, had her pretty face slightly reddened until she heard Gu Xingyi call out to her. She then lowered her head and whispered back. Good. The family cleaned up for a while, none of the furniture here needed to be moved, it was all there in the new house, they just needed to bring their daily necessities and little Nai Nai's toys with them. 2 hours later, the family was all packed up and the big bags were moved to the car, heading towards their new home. Soon the family arrived at the neighborhood where the new home is located, New City Garden. The car drove all the way into the underground parking lot and parked. Gu Xingyi was the first to get out of the car to take the luggage. Xia Shiyao brought Nai Nai, the three people, directly into the elevator. Little Nai Nai was here for the first time, she blinked her big eyes full of curiosity. In a short while, arrived at the 18th floor, Xia Shiyao led little Nai Nai out of the elevator first. Gu Xingyi took the luggage and followed behind, came to the door, Xia Shiyao input the password that had been changed, the room door opened. Entering the entrance hall, the two changed into slippers. Xia Shiyao also changed her pretty little pink slippers for little Nai Nai, before leading the little one into the living room. Into the eyes of the wide and bright large living room let the little one's eyes unconsciously wide open. Every single thing in the new home in front of her, for her, undoubtedly is the existence of novelty. Nai Nai, this is our new little home. Gu Xingyi put down the luggage in his hands, and together with Xia Shiyao, he led the still somewhat restrained little Nai Nai inside. Nai Nai, Mom and Dad will take you to your little bedroom to take a look. Little Nai Nai's face was full of good behavior as she followed Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao inside. Just arrived at a strange place, she was still a bit scared, until Gu Xingyi gently opened the little one's bedroom door. Her eyes instantly brightened up. What was reflected into little Nai Nai's eyes was a light pink world. The entire floor, covered with plush carpeting, was decorated with images of various cartoon characters. Heart-shaped little princess bed in the center, the princess bed next to a small pink cartoon sofa. The other side is a small bedside table, placed above the night light. Little Nai Nai has never seen such a good-looking bedroom. This is like a fairy tale told by Dad. The little princess's room. Gu Xingyi picked up little Nai Nai and carefully placed her on her cot, and all of a sudden the soft bed sank down a little. When they first chose this house, the most important thing was that both of them had their eyes on this little bedroom, and they could tell that little Nai Nai really liked it. Her eyes were all bright and shiny. Gu Xingyi dotingly rubbed little Nai Nai's head. Nai Nai, like this little bedroom? Little Nai Nai's palms gently pressed the soft crib beneath her buttocks, and her large eyes suddenly curved into crescent moons. Daddy, is this Nai Nai's little bedroom? Aha! Gu Xingyi smiled and hummed. Nai Nai loves it. Receiving Gu Xingyi's affirmative answer, a radiant smile blossomed on little Nai Nai's face as she lay down on the soft cot and rolled from side to side, seemingly wanting to let this little room that belonged to her color her scent. At this moment, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao both smiled happily. The little one liked it, more important than anything else. The family made their first dinner in their new home amidst laughter. When it was time for the little one to go to bed, as usual, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao accompanied her by her side. Still Gu Xingyi told a fairy tale, and little Nai Nai fell asleep beautifully in the story. Only after confirming that the little one was completely asleep did the two of them gently turn off the lights and leave the small bedroom. Back in the master bedroom, only the two were left alone, and the atmosphere became a little tense all of a sudden. I'm going to take a shower first. It was Gu Xingyi who broke the atmosphere as he took a deep breath and hastily fled to the bathroom. This made Xia Shiyao behind her unable to stop herself from laughing. She sat on the bed, turned the table lamp on, and turned off the chandelier in the master bedroom. Under the warm orange light of the table lamp, one of her pretty face was already pink. When Gu Xingyi came out of the bathroom, he saw Xia Shiyao with her head lowered, holding her pajamas in her arms, and without even looking at him, she hurriedly swept past him and into the bathroom. The sound of water in the bathroom resounded again, appearing especially clear in the quiet room. Gu Xingyi rolled over and sat on the bed, only feeling that his heartbeat tonight was unusually strong and thumping. Tonight, there was no little Nai.
When Xiao Shiyao came out of the bathroom, her head was still lowered, and Gu Xingyi, who heard the door open, looked over and could no longer move his gaze. She was wearing a very thin nightgown, and under the light, she could vaguely see the white petite body inside the nightgown. Xiao Shiyao's pretty face was even more red, even her earlobes were flushed, but she still walked directly to the side of the bed where Gu Xingyi was and sat down, her small hands unnaturally pinching the corners of her clothes.
Hubby.
This husband came unexpectedly, causing Gu Xingyi's heartbeat to stop, and he raised his eyes to look at her pretty face, not responding immediately. Only then did Xiao Shiyao raise her head and meet Gu Xingyi's eyes. The freshly bathed her body still carried a faint fragrance, her reddish little face was even more moist, and the flavor in those almond eyes was even more unusually seductive, causing Gu Xingyi's breathing to become a little ragged.
Wife, I can't help it if you're like this.
Xiao Shiyao still looked at him, and a moment later, her eyebrows suddenly arched and a smile surfaced on her face.
It wasn't until after this time that I realized that love has to be timely. I'm ready, just, your body?
Gu Xingyi didn't answer, but directly reached out and wrapped his arms around her neck, pulling her into his embrace, proving with practical actions that there was nothing wrong with his body at all. Feeling the soft lips and hot body again, Gu Xingyi couldn't hold back any longer, and his hands couldn't help but wander over her back and caress her gently. The two of them tumbled onto the bed, and in the end, Gu Xingyi gained the upper hand and pressed her underneath.
Turn off the light.
Taking advantage of the time to change her breath, Xiao Shiyao's peachy red face flashed with a touch of shyness as she used her hand with difficulty to resist Gu Xingyi, who was about to lower his head to kiss her again, and said softly.
The next second, snapped.
The table lamp was turned off and the room was plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the pajamas on the two men gradually faded away until they were honest. It wasn't long before the newly purchased bed was overwhelmed and shifted. The next moment soft whispers rang out, like sobs, intertwined with Gu Xingyi's rough breathing, like a pleasant symphony in the dark night.
A night of pleasure, spring light is infinite.
The next morning, Gu Xingyi got up very difficult. He admitted that last night he did a little bit of pretending. The body is really some cannot eat but he had to get up because he still had to send little Nai to school. Xiao Shiyao was still sleeping peacefully next to him. Gu Xingyi carefully and gently stamped on her lips, and couldn't help but touch the softness of the piece, before tiptoeing away.
Although the body couldn't eat, the hands were honest.
Hurriedly making breakfast, little Nai had already woken up and was lying on her cot, crossing her little feet and studying the cartoon bear on her pillow. Hearing Gu Xingyi knocking on the door, little Nai stretched out his two short hands, letting his father hug him. Gu Xingyi, instantly gratified to the extreme, really is the home of the little cotton jacket good. The first time to sleep on their own, woke up in the morning, did not cry. After breakfast, Gu Xingyi sent little Nai to kindergarten, and when he came back, Xiao Shiyao was still asleep. It seems that not only himself, Xiao Shiyao was equally tired last night. Gu Xingyi thought about it, and then went back under the covers, sitting on the bed and flipping through the blog. Xiao Shiyao on the bed seemed to be woken up by his movements. Her eyes were still closed, but her soft body wrapped around him, her hands wrapped around his waist. Gu Xingyi smiled softly and reached out to hold her hand, and he saw that her pretty face was starting to blush again.
Awake?
Xiao Shiyao responded with her small face buried in Gu Xingyi's waist.
His wife.
Gu Xingyi's smile, however, froze and his breathing went haywire as her small hands had already burrowed into his clothes, groping at the small of his back. Xiao Shiyao's small face buried deeper, even her earlobes were crystal red.
Young life Even if Gu Xingyi's body couldn't take it anymore, he couldn't help it. Which cadre could resist such temptation, or early in the morning? The next moment,
Gu Xingyi once again into the quilt, a cloud rain once again staged, until an hour later, the two people to stop. Gu Xingyi exhausted lying on the bed, only to feel that the body was emptied, no strength at all. After slowing down for a while, Gu Xingyi softly inquired.
Getting up?
Good. Xiao Shiyao, who was still nestled in the quilt, muffled her assent. Taking a shower, eating breakfast, it wasn't until 10 o'clock that the two of them walked out of the house and drove in the direction of Shengshi Entertainment. Fortunately, they hadn't forgotten that they were going to Shengshi Entertainment to ask for someone today.
Time passed quickly, 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Shengshi Entertainment Building, inside the lobby on the first floor, Miao Anjuan and Yu Ranran had long been waiting in the company.
Unlike Miao Anjuan's peace and quiet, Yu Ranran looked at the time on her cell phone from time to time.
Ranran, since they said they will come, they will definitely come, there's no need to rush. Sister Peony, aren't you going to send a message to Xiao Shiyao to ask? It's already 1 o'clock.
How could Yu Ranran not be anxious? The hope of the whole village was on Gu Xingyi and Xiao Shiyao. If they really didn't come, then she and Miao Anjuan would be finished. The two waited anxiously, not waiting for Gu Xingyi and Xiao Shiyao, but waiting for an unexpected guest.
Phew! Isn't this Miao Anjuan? What? Coming to the company at this hour? Is there an event?
The visitor was wearing a pair of toadstools, looking at Miao Ankuan in front of her, her pointed chin raised high, this picture of a superior stance, and this plastic surgery face made Yu Ranran unable to stop flooding with nausea.
Miao Anjuan just faintly looked at the visitor, then ignored.
This woman has always been her competitor. Yesterday's signing event was also snatched away by her. Miao Ankuan didn't even need to think about it, she knew why she was able to get this event. For this kind of person, she really didn't even want to care. However, Yu Ranran was not used to her at all and directly disliked her.
Is the company your home? We can come whenever we want.
What do you care? Humph, dead ducks with a stiff upper lip, there will be a time for you to watch. To say who in the entire company was most willing to see Miao Anjuan fall, it would definitely be this toadstool woman, Jia. She raised the corners of her mouth in a leisurely manner. With her old rival's downfall, Shangshur Entertainment's already scarce music resources would definitely be tilted in her favor.
Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuyao, what are they doing here? I don't know. Did the company cooperate with them?
At this moment, a sudden murmur came from the hall, causing everyone in the hall to unconsciously look in the direction of the doorway, only to see the direction of the door, dressed in a formal dress Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuyao with a smile on their faces, walking slowly towards the hall. This pair of couples appeared, as if the entire hall everyone lost a few points of color. Not afraid of the goods, afraid of the people than the people, these two people walking side by side, simply too dazzling. Seeing the two walking straight towards their direction, Jia's footsteps unconsciously took a step back. However, she didn't expect the two to stand right in front of her. Then Xia Shuyao let go of Gu Xingyi's hand and smiled as she greeted Miao Anjuan.
Peony, we're here.
Xia Shuyao's words caused a commotion at the scene. No one expected that Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuyao had come to look for Miao Anjuan. Recently, they had more or less heard about what happened to Miao Anjuan. Next to Yu Ranran's eyes were even more glowing. The current Xia Shuyao was like an angel descending in her eyes. She immediately declared in her heart that apart from Sister Peony, Xia Shuyao was her second favorite person.
Alright, let's get down to business first.
Seeing that these three women in front of her were about to nag, Gu Xingyi hurriedly said, and then walked towards the front of the hall right in front of the front desk.
Xia Shuyao nodded and followed behind with Miao Anjuan and Yu Ranran.
Miao Anjuan's heart was very unsettled at the moment, although she had always believed that Xia Shuyao would definitely come since she said she would, but when the two of them actually appeared in front of her, she inexplicably wanted to cry. She who had never cried even after encountering any major setbacks was really touched by Xia Shuyao, a person she had only met a few times. Shangshur Entertainment front desk lady had long seen Gu Xingyi several people, after all, so many people on the scene. At the moment all stopped to watch. When Gu Xingyi to the front desk, she had already notified the company executives.
Mr.
Gu, please wait for a moment, the company management will be here soon.
Good. Gu Xingyi smiled, this receptionist was quite good at her job.
Not long after, the Shangshur Entertainment elevator hurriedly came out two people, only these two people. One of them just showed up when next to Yu Ranran bared her teeth. The two people who came did not have a good face when they saw Gu Xingyi, and one of them sneered at Gu Xingyi and asked,
"Isn't this the famous Xingyao from the internet? I wonder what you're doing here in our Shangshur." Gu Xingyi glanced askance at the person who had spoken and didn't say anything. This stance made the other man a bit irritated, and he continued with a gloomy face. "Gu Xingyi, what exactly are you doing here? If you don't tell us, we're going to have to call security to ask you out." Gu Xingyi swept a glance at the two men, then turned his head to look at Yu Ranran behind him. Who are these two people? With such a strong aura, those who don't know would think that they are the chairman of Shangshur. Yu Ranran snickered a bit and immediately introduced them in a conspiratorial manner. The one who spoke first is the general manager of the company's operations department, Mr. Liu, and this garlic nose behind him is a board member who just eats and doesn't work, Ma Liang. Yu Ranran's words made Gu Xingyi understand a little. It was obvious that Yu Ranran's attitude towards both of them was completely different. This one called Ma Liang was probably not a good commodity. Mr. Liu and Ma Liang, right? Is this your company's hospitality? Where is Tian Xingqi? Let him come out and talk.
Gu Xingyi was the chairman of Star Yao Entertainment anyways, and to say qualifications, these two really didn't carry much weight in front of him. Who knew that as soon as Gu Xingyi's words left his mouth, Ma Liang's face became even more ugly.
Just you are worthy of conversing with our Tiandong? Security! Security!
After one sentence, Ma Liang directly yelled for security, and the security guards at the entrance rushed here in response. Gu Xingyi raised his eyebrows. He didn't realize that Shangshur Entertainment still had this kind of douchebag. If he really kicked him out today, that would be a big knot. A company opening its doors for business, the chairman of another company personally came, but was actually driven out by the subordinate management, then these two companies really don't have any interests to talk about.
Wait! Shama this is where you're wrong. People Gudong personally came to the door, how can you drive them out? You're not afraid of being laughed at when you say it.
Just as the security guards swarmed around, at the elevator, a voice came once again. Everyone looked up, after which the people from Shangshi Entertainment all shouted,
Tian Dong.
Gu Xingyi also looked along, only to see that the person coming was a man with green bean eyes and gold-framed round glasses. Gu Xingyi had seen his picture on the internet. It was the chairman of Shangshi Entertainment, Tian Xingqi. Gudong, the following people are not treating our guests well, you have more patience. I just don't know, what is it that you have come to my small company for? Tian Xingqi laughed, walked to the front of the crowd, and asked Gu Xingyi directly.
Only then did Gu Xingyi return a smile.
Tiandong is joking, if Shangshi is a small company, then Xingyao Entertainment is not even Sesame cannot be counted. This time to come, of course, is here to send money to Tiandong, just such a good thing. But there are people who still want a block, I really never thought.
Shingshi's hospitality, it really needs to be improved.
The two of them fought wit. Tian Xingqi, this was the first time he had met Gu Xingyi. He looked at the youngster in front of him who was only in his 20s, but he didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Someone who could fight against the entire entertainment circle with his own strength. Whoever dared to underestimate him would only lose even more.
Sending money? There's such a good thing? I wonder what kind of money Gudong came to send.
Tian Xingqi held up the gold-framed round eyes on the bridge of his nose, and his sight turned to Miao Ankuan beside Xiao Shiyao. For Miao Ankuan's matter, he naturally knows, just a small singer, he also turned a blind eye, so he indulged Ma Liang to act recklessly.
Just did not expect, a small singer, actually can invite Gu Xingyi such a big Buddha. Tiandong, this doesn't seem to be the place to talk either. We might as well sit down and talk again?
Good. Look at this brain of mine, I'm getting older, and I've forgotten about etiquette for a while. Let's go, let's talk in detail in the conference room. After saying that, Tian Xingqi then with a smile on his face led Gu Xingyi several people together towards the elevator. Gu Xingyi had the same smile on his face, the two of them just talked and laughed like this. Those who didn't know, would think that these two people were close friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. When they arrived in the conference room, all of them took their seats. Tian Xingqi opened his mouth again this time. Well, Gudong this time can say it, what's the good business, still worth Gudong's special trip?
It's a coincidence, my wife Xiao Shiyao happens to be a close friend with your company's employee Miao Ankuan.
This is not. I heard that Miao Ankuan is not doing too well here, my wife can't sleep at night, so I'm here this time to take Miao Ankuan away. How much is the liquidated damages? I'll pay it all.
How's that?
Such a good thing I'm sure Tiandong won't refuse. With these words, the conference room was a bit dumbfounded. Xiao Shiyao's face was slightly red, Miao Ankuan slightly opened her small mouth, and Yu Ran snickered.
What kind of reason was this? Ma Liang and Mr.
Lu only felt that he was pretending to be more than he was, yet there was no evidence. Tian Xingqi's heart was even more cursing. He felt that Gu Xingyi, this cub seed, was bullying him for being uneducated. That's why he spoke in a literal manner, with thorns in his softness, making him extremely uncomfortable to listen to.
Gudong, just based on your words, you want to take someone away? Isn't that a bit too much?
Tian Xingqi put away his smile, his green bean eyes staring tightly at Gu Xingyi.
Dong Tian, isn't this a good thing for both sides?
You get the money, I'll bring the people, and it counts as a unilateral breach of contract on our part. How much of the breach of contract we pay as usual? It seems like there's no loss for you.
Gu Xingyi's expression was light, and he locked eyes with Tian Xingqi without the slightest fear.
Since Gudong has come to the door to ask for someone, then I have to give face, just the liquidated damages, $20 million, Gudong must think about it, a third-line small singer, is it worth this price? A moment later, Tian Xingqi laughed again, he said with a slight flirtation. The atmosphere in the conference room was once again harmonious. Hearing this, Miao Anjuan glanced at Gu Xingyi, and then stared at Tian Xingqi dead in the face.
Yeah, $20 million
Ridiculous. She had earned more than $20 million for Shangshi. In the end, she herself couldn't even come up with $20 million in liquidated damages. And to be insulted by the person who sucked her blood here.
I don't want to trouble you, Mr. Tian.
I think in the future, Miao Anquan herself will prove to Tiandong that today's vision really does not work.
Tiandong, take out the contract.
Gu Xingyi stared at Tian Xingqi and said slowly, the aura on him causing Tian Xingqi's already small green eyes to narrow.
Good. Since Donggu is so confident, it would be unreasonable for me to excuse myself any further. As Tian Xingqi spoke, he ordered his secretary to fetch Miao Anquan's contract. Tiandong, we can't.
Shut up. Ma Liang, who was sitting beside Tian Xingqi, was a bit anxious when he saw that the chairman's secretary had already gone to fetch the contract. He was just about to open his mouth to persuade Tian Xingqi, but he was roared back by Tian Xingqi with a furious face. Seeing that Tian Xingqi was really angry, Ma Liang hurriedly shrunk his head. Gu Xingyi on the side, however, leisurely watched the scene and smiled before speaking again. Tiandong, for you, I still respect you, it's just that the directors of your company are really disappointing. Tian Xingqi narrowed his green bean eyes and lightly glanced at Gu Xingyi. The smile on his face was gone at the moment. I won't bother Gudong with the internal affairs of our company. Gu Xingyi shrugged his shoulders, still smiling. In a short while, the secretary fetched the contract and put it in front of Tian Xingqi, who scanned the contract with his head down, then raised his head again and said to Gu Xingyi, "Well, the contract is here, you glance over it? Tian Dong does things, I still believe in it. Wife, hit the money." Gu Xingyi crossed his fingers together and didn't go through the contract. Miao Ankuan unilaterally wants to leave, she only needs to pay to tear up the contract, she can leave at any time. This point, even Shengshi Entertainment wouldn't dare to play any tricks. And Shengshi Entertainment will not play tricks, because they simply will not lose, they purely belong to the empty glove White Wolf. Xia Shuriao took out her cell phone, and after operating it for a bit, she nodded to Gu Xingyi. Not long after, a person from the finance department came in outside and whispered in Tian Xingqi's ear. "Tian Dong, our public account received money from Star Yao Entertainment, no more, no less, exactly $20 million. Hearing this, Tian Xingqi's small eyes narrowed even more, leaving only 2 dots on his face as he pushed the contract on the table towards Gu Xingyi. "Good. The contract is for you, take a look." Only then did Gu Xingyi take the contract and move it to Miao Anjuan again. "Take a look to see if it's your copy of the contract." Miao Anjuan bit her lip and glanced at Gu Xingyi, her eyes already a little moist. "Take a quick look, we'll go back when it's done." Xia Shuriao gently patted her arm and said softly, only then did Miao Anjuan nod her head and took the contract and flipped it over, then said in a small voice, "It's my contract." "That's good." Gu Xingyi nodded, then looked at Tian Xingqi again. "After one thing is done, let's talk about the second thing. You, Gu Xingyi, are you finished?" Ma Liang was already dying of anger, and now that he heard that Gu Xingyi still had things to do, he couldn't tense up on the spot and stood up to roar angrily. Even Tian Xingqi, who hadn't moved in anger all along, his face turned a little ugly and his brows had furrowed. "Donggu, faces given by everyone to each other, I advise you not to give an inch." Tian Dong, don't get angry, this second one is only a small matter, that is, you Ran, this little assistant, should also be from your company, since she has always followed Miao Ankuan, why doesn't Tian Dong do a favor and hand her over to me as well? As Gu Xingyi's words fell, everyone else had a subdued look on their faces, but Yu Ran was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect that she was just a character who couldn't be any smaller, and Gu Xingyi would even open his mouth with Tian Xingqi for her. Although her contractual breach of contract was not much, it was enough to break her bones, and she had thought that she would bite the bullet and pay the breach of contract herself, but she didn't expect Gu Xingyi to bring it up first. Miao Anjuan also froze for a moment, then hurriedly whispered, Gu Dong, I'll just pay Ran's liquidated damages." Gu Xingyi, however, waved his hand at Miao Anjuan, still looking at Tian Xingqi. Tian Xingqi's face returned to normal after hearing Gu Xingyi's words, and he laughed again. "Gu Dong said this, isn't it a slap in my face to come? A third-tier singer's little assistant is just a gift to you guys. Secretary Chen, go and give this person called this little assistant's contract and bring it to Gu Dong as well." Secretary Chen nodded her head and led the order, and went out again, and in just a moment, she brought another contract, and this time, she directly handed it to Gu Xingyi. Employees like this kind of fringe characters who couldn't even be counted, not to mention Tian Xingqi, even she, the secretary, couldn't look at them. Yu Ran had been completely petrified. It turned out that for these people in front of her, she as a person didn't even come with a name. It would be very excessive. "Then I'll take this as a compliment. Thank you, Mr. Tian, for your hospitality today. See you some other time, I hope we can still get along so happily." Gu Xingyi stood up and took his leave with a smile. "I've also gotten to see Donggu's style today. It's good to be young, but I have more things to do, so I won't see you off." Tian Xingqi also stood up and smiled back. Gu Xingyi nodded his head, reholding Xia Shuriao's hand, bringing Miao Anjuan and Yu Ran. The group of people trooped out of the conference room. "Tian Dong. He's too arrogant. Why should we give him face so much?" Seeing Gu Xingyi's silhouette disappear, Ma Liang's face turned iron blue as he looked at Tian Xingqi, his face full of resentment. "Rubbish! What are you doing to block him? Can't you see that people are emboldened? I can tell you clearly, if you block him today, you'll still have to obediently hand him over tomorrow." Tian Xingqi originally had some fondness for Ma Liang, this horse's ass, but now he hated to kill him. Losing someone was a small matter. Losing his face, that's the big thing. He looked towards the doorway of the conference room, his green bean eyes under the lenses brightening and flickering. What a character! It seems that I underestimated him in the past. That old fox Lu Gao has met his match this time. Luckily, he doesn't engage in this piece of movie and television, otherwise I'd have a headache too. His brief encounter with Gu Xingyi this time made him realize that Gu Xingyi was even more terrifying than what was described in the circle, not only in terms of talent, but even in terms of guts and aura. He was not the least bit bad. Such a little fox, once it took off, it would definitely be another difficult existence. We can only see if this time's China's strongest voice can suppress him. If not, Tian Mei is in danger. Tian Xingqi still looked out the door, muttering to himself. These words, however, startled Ma Liang, who was next to him. That was Tian Mei.
The same behemoth as Shangshi, just by that Gu Xingyi kid? When they went downstairs, Gu Xingyi's few people didn't say anything.
Miao Anquan kept wanting to say something, but when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't. All of this Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao saw in their eyes. Gu Xingyi thought for a moment, then said to Miao Anquan, "You don't need to think too much, I took you away this time, besides because of my wife. There is also one aspect that Star Yao Entertainment is really short of people, and your strength is obvious to all. We believe in you, and we also believe that this breach of contract, it won't take long for you to earn for the company, so don't need to feel indebted or anything, there is no need to think that it doesn't exist." Out of the elevator, the atmosphere in the hall on the first floor changed. They had seen with their own eyes that Tian Dong had personally invited Gu Xingyi up, and now that Gu Xingyi had come out with Miao Anjuan, the outcome was predictable. Jia is even more ugly face, although she wants to squeeze away Miao Anjuan, but do not want to squeeze away like this, she just want to watch Miao Anjuan down.
But Miao Anjuan, this is obviously met a nobleman. When a group of people passed by her, Ran, who was still deeply shocked, saw her and couldn't help but smile again, making a face at her and then proudly leaving. Seeing Jia, Ran felt much more comfortable in her heart. Even if she was a little person who didn't deserve a name, it was still much better than this woman who was a golden jade. After exiting the Shangshi Entertainment building, the golden sunlight struck the several people again, and Gu Xingyi unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Crossing paths with these old foxes and whatnot was really more tiring than even writing his songs. Miao Anjuan's eyes were in a bit of a trance. From the moment she was suborned, she had fantasized about countless possibilities. The best one was to earn her own money, pay the liquidated damages, and then return to an ordinary life, obliterating the world. After all, after offending Shangshi Entertainment, which of those small and medium-sized companies in the entertainment circle would dare to accept herself again? And as for going to Tianmei Entertainment and Soundsea Entertainment, what difference would the outcome be from being in Shangshi Entertainment? Everyone knows that the three giants of entertainment, the contracts are all pretty much the same. Thinking of this, she then looked at Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao who were walking in front of her, and a trace of tenderness surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. It was them who used the toughest stance to bring themselves out, preserving their last dignity. So, even if the contract Gu Xingyi gave her at that time was the worst kind, she decided that she would sign it. At least she believed that in Xingyo Entertainment, there would be no such thing as subterfuge. "Peony, why don't we go get our luggage with you first?" Xia Shiyao, who had been walking in front, suddenly stopped her steps and turned back to walk to Miao Anjuan's side. Her pretty eyebrows arched up as she inquired. "Good, the place where I live isn't far, it's right in front, Ran and I just have some clothes, they're all already packed." Being affected by Xia Shiyao's smiling face, Miao Anjuan's face also rises into a smile after freezing for a moment. Miao Anjuan and Ran's luggage was indeed very little. After loading it up, there were only 2 tiny suitcases, which were easily put down. It was just that the room she was staying in made both Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao couldn't help but frown. Gu Xingyi even couldn't help but spit in his heart. Shangshi Entertainment really can't afford to live more and more. A singer who is so good is given to live in such a grocery room. In the Star Song Festival, Miao Anquan's strength is obvious to all. If this is placed in Xingyo Entertainment, it will not be a treasure for up. The car drove smoothly on the road to Xingyo Entertainment. All the way Gu Xingyi driving the car, the 3 women in the back chatter, as if they have not seen for many years of good sisters in general, especially Ran. Gu Xingyi always think, she and Tao Lele have a spell. These 2 can't be long-lost sisters. But it's good, this way, Xingyo Entertainment is getting more and more lively. At this moment in Star Yao Entertainment, the receptionist, Li Wenjing, was stunned. She had gained a lot of insight today, and she was also extremely happy that she was able to come to Star Yao Entertainment. Because in front of her, there was a middle-aged man with a smile on his face who was applying for a job. "Isn't Xiao Gu in the company now?" "Ah, Mr. Lu Tianwang, Mr. Gu said he'll be right there. You can go to the parlor first and wait for a while." Good."
Heavenly King Lu answered with a smile and walked towards the parlor under the lead of Li Wenjing. Pushing open the door of the parlor, there were already a few people inside, and when Heavenly King Lu saw them, he was surprised in his eyes for a moment, and then quickly put on a smile. "Ha, I really didn't expect that you guys actually came as well. That Gu Xingyi kid, this is going to overturn the entire entertainment circle. Brother Lu, you're all here. You're still talking about us." Inside the parlor, Tao Lele, who was serving tea and pouring water on the side, her eyelids involuntarily jumped. Before Gu Xingyi said that there were 3 heavyweights who were going to join the company, she never thought it would be them.
Shui Xiaochen, Lu Ruoying, Lu Tianwang. Very heavyweight indeed.
Only, how on earth did Gu Xingyi poach them from their respective studios? You have to know that these 3 people in front of you are all existences who have opened their own studios. They're also party bosses.
Even the company was bigger than Star Yao Entertainment. They even willingly came over to join Star Yao Entertainment. It would be outrageous. Heavenly King Lu smiled and sat down on the sofa, looking at the two of them and said back, "There's no way. You can't refuse what Xiao Gu gives you. Aren't you guys? Ha 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 ha." "That's right." Shui Xiaoqian gave an exaggerated laugh, and Lu Ruoying nodded with a smile on her face. If one were to say who else could bring the three together in this entertainment circle, there was no one else but Gu Xingyi. That guy Xiao Gu, letting us come, but he himself is out of sight first. When he comes back, I'll be sure to give him a good talking to. Brother Lu, I'm not back. There's really something in front of me. I've gone to pick up someone. You are generous, let my little brother off the hook. Before Heavenly King Lu's words fell, Gu Xingyi's voice came from the doorway. Together with him, naturally Xiao Shiyao and Miao Ankuan, Ran followed behind, and at this moment, seeing the several people, her facial expression instantly turned into the same emoticon as Tao Leilei's earlier. It's true that you can't talk bad about people behind their backs. Just after saying one sentence, this kid came. Heavenly King Lu shook his head and smiled at Gu Xingyi who walked through the door. Shui Xiaoqian was even more smiling as he looked at the few people who came and said, "Gu Xingyi, Xiao Shiyao, Miao Ankuan? Got it. Now the Star Song Exchange personnel are almost all assembled." Gu Xingyi also smiled as he looked at everyone present. His heart was excited. Now he was at ease. With these people in Star Yao Entertainment, he could let go of his hands and go big. The veteran Heavenly King Lu sat in the center. Lu Ruoying, Shui Xiaoqian, Xiao Shiyao, and Miao Ankuan formed the new four Heavenly Kings. And then behind them, there's the humongous two generals, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. Even the little assistants are thunderbolt. Recruit some more fresh blood these days. It's done and done. Ha ha, since they're all here, let's sign the contract. Where's Minister Yang? Close the door quickly, don't let anyone get away. With this kind of luxurious lineup, he didn't even know how to lose. Gu Xingyi was so happy that his eyebrows had raised at the moment and laughed. How to say you are also a company boss? Be that way. Yang Lin came late, holding the already printed contract in her hand. All of us here are our own people, it's not in the way. What kind of old general manager? You guys are the old general manager in front of me. I'm the one serving tea and water. Gu Xingyi waved his hand and took the contract from Yang Lin and flipped through it, then nodded with satisfaction. This contract is good, it's well written. That's it, a few of the company's future top pillars, take a look at it as well. With those words, Gu Xingyi handed a manual copy of the contract in his hand to several people, even Xiao Shiyao had a copy. There was no way, even though she was the boss's wife, this was requested by Xiao Shiyao herself, and she was considered a serious singer. When it came to business, several people also got serious and took the contract and looked through it. To be honest, the reason why Shui Xiaoqian, Lu Ruoying and Lu Tianwan were able to come was because Gu Xingyi gave them reasons they couldn't refuse. They didn't lack curiosity per se, but they lacked songs, good songs of their own. And it was with this that Gu Xingyi had moved all three of them. In the parlor, it was quiet for a moment, and several people were quietly looking at the contract. Only the more they read on, the more their faces, the more the smiles flourished. The one who differed from the few people was Miao Anjuan, who was looking at the contract at the moment, so shocked that her eyes widened. Because this contract was something that no other entertainment company would give, there was no time limit, no liquidated damages, even leaving was completely free. It was very similar to the labor contract of an ordinary company, where leaving only required resignation a month in advance, and one could leave when the time was up. Xiao Gua, I know you take care of us, but this contract, isn't it too unfavorable for you? You know, no entertainment company dares to sign like this. Heavenly King Lu had already finished turning the last page at this time, closing the contract and looking up at Gu Xingyi with a smile in his eyes. Brother Lu, you've misunderstood. It's actually not just you guys. In the future, all of Star Yao Entertainment's artists will sign this contract. Gu Xingyi waved the contract in her hand and laughed. I think that using a contract to bind a person is the dumbest thing that exists. If the company is really good, even if it's a free contract, I believe that you guys won't leave. If the company is bad, even if you're all there, you won't treat the company sincerely. And let me say a rather arrogant word, among all the entertainment companies, there should be no one more reliable than me. Gu Xingyi's confident look made everyone present look sideways. Even Heavenly King Lu, the color of appreciation rose in his eyes. That's right. As of now, only Gu Xingyi was qualified to say these words, and only his talent could support him in saying so. Good. I'm also looking forward to my future days in Star Yao Entertainment. Mr. Gu, I'm very happy to join Star Yao Entertainment. Heavenly King Lu picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract, then stood up and came to Gu Xingyao's side, extending his own hand and saying, Brother Lu, welcome to Star Yao Entertainment. I won't let you down. Don't sympathize, you too. Mr. Gu, you're forgetting about us. Shui Xiaoqian also signed the contract at this time and looked at the two men holding hands and teased. Lu Ruoying similarly signed the contract and also looked over with a smile on her face. Ever since he came back,
Gu Xingyi's face hadn't stopped smiling, he laughed.
Didn't forget. None of you can run away, I said. Welcome to Star Yao Entertainment. The three of them all laughed, and then handed Gu Xingyi a copy of the contract in their hands, and kept one for themselves, and up to now, only Miao Ankuan didn't sign it, and the crowd's eyes couldn't help but look at her. Small assistant Yu ran on the side or anxious. She did not know what Peony's sister in the inn in the thinking, such a contract, changed her to certainly the first time to sign his name. Seeing Gu Xingyi also looking curiously at herself, Miao Anjuan gritted her teeth. Mr. Gu, I need to change this contract. As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but furrow their brows, not understanding what Miao Anqian was doing. This kind of contract needed to be changed? What was this girl thinking? Only Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao, they vaguely understood in their hearts what Miao Anjuan meant. Before Gu Xingyi could speak, Miao Anjuan added, at least add the liquidated damages that you helped me advance before, and when it's deducted, then follow the normal contract. Liquidated damages? The few people who were still unclear about the truth of the matter all looked at Miao Anjuan with some curiosity, only feeling as if there was a story here. Gu Xingyi thought for a moment, and when he looked at Miao Anjuan's firm gaze, he finally said, the matter of liquidated damages, let's draft another contract specifically for this. When you have the ability, when you repay the company is fine. As for this contract not moving, one size fits all of the company's artists in the future, it's this standard. Hearing this, Miao Anqian was relieved, and readily signed her name on the contract. This kind of result is what Miao Anjuan wants to see the most. What she lost, she has to rely on her own ability to earn it back. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuria's kindness to her is a private feeling, she remembers it in her heart, the company's matters, or to distinguish and separate. Now that the contract has been signed, Mr. Gu, what are the next instructions? Shui Xiaoqian asked when he saw that things had all been negotiated. Old Shui, for now, there's really no need for you guys, so you guys should wait patiently for a while, and there'll be opportunities for you to appear later on. This time, China's strongest voice. I'm going to give the other companies in the entertainment industry. I'm going to teach the other companies in the entertainment industry a hard lesson. You're, like, going to change the history of the music industry. Ha ha, I like it. Seeing Gu Xingyi like this, Shui Xiaoqian couldn't help but look forward to the days ahead even more. He felt that it would definitely be an unprecedented spectacle. In the next few days, each in their own way, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao were busy interviewing every day. It was just a pity that among the newcomers, there were few who could pass the interview so far. Xia Shuriao and Gu Xingyi were originally professional singers and lyricists, so the interview requirements were also slightly higher. And Xingyou Entertainment, Gu Xingyi to the positioning is to take the boutique route, personnel, in the fine not in the more, so a series of interviews a few days, there are only a few people through. Unconsciously, the time came to Friday. Regarding Shui Xiaoqian's people joining Star Yao Entertainment's secrecy was very well done. Everyone was still unaware of this matter. If they were to know, it would definitely be another earthquake. The second installment of China's Strongest Voice is also coming today as promised, and the situation is clear on the internet today. All of them are looking forward to what kind of surprise Gu Xingyi can bring to them this time. Following the last time Tianmei Entertainment Weimei gave a letter of war, Xingyou Entertainment has not been moving. But the audience knows that Gu Xingyi that Cubseed must have already prepared for it. They were all clear that the reason why Xingyou Entertainment had ignored it was that it must be holding back a big move. So it was just 8 o'clock in the evening, countless netizens gathered in the official live broadcast room and waited. The scene was even more overcrowded. At this time the other ring on the match has begun, but few people tuned in. Those few broken songs, they have long heard, a little sense of anticipation, only their respective fans, still cheering for their own little master. At 8:30 p.m., under the attention of all the people, Wei Wei, as the challenger, finally stepped into the ring. He was wearing a black knit cap, dressed in a hip-hop style, with an arrogant expression, and as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he picked up the microphone, the audience in front of him, and spoke in a high-pitched manner. I heard there's a Gu Xingyi. Specializes in songwriting. Love songs. I'm really not as good as you, but rapping, you can't. He announced loudly, causing a chorus of boos to ring out from the stage, and the live broadcast was a constant stream of pop-ups, most of which were cursing his existence. Immediately afterward, Willie's head shot up and he added, do you know why there are a lot of people cursing me on the internet? It's all because of me. The tree is big. Invites the wind. After saying this sentence, he suddenly jumped up, and the sound of explosive music instantly resounded throughout the entire arena. It's all my fault. The tree is big. The tree is big. The tree is big. I'm the one to blame. I'm to blame. Big tree. A windfall. The tree is a big one. They all asked me who I was. They don't think I'm Ray. They're memorizing my lyrics. What it's like to be famous. It's all my fault. This explosive opening did not lead to explosive cheers, but rather explosive laughter. The live broadcast room was transformed into a sea of joy. Crap. The tree is big. Is this rap? Shouting repeater. It's all because of your loud voice. It only loops one line. I laughed my ass off. No. Brothers. What's the difference between this and a temporary piggy bank? 4 bets to 5? Isn't that difference big enough? Ha 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 ha. It's all my fault. Didn't read. Middle school. Didn't read middle school. Didn't read junior high school. Limited culture. Limited culture. Appreciate it. Don't come. Can't appreciate it. Holy shit. Subverted my knowledge of rap. Somebody save the kid. The stage had popped up, and even his eyes had a hint of ruthlessness in them, and he felt that he had blown up the whole place. So, he continued to scream. Pick me T. Pick me. Aren't you all awesome in the love song section? You do it. At this moment, at the back of the stage, Feng Xiaoxiao and Shuehan had opened their mouths wide. The two of them glanced at each other, and Feng Xiaoxiao said dumbfounded. No. Who on earth gave him the courage? What the hell is singing? Doesn't he have any count in his heart? Shuehan also shook his head, his face full of shock. It's too scary. This is the charm of self-exaltation, isn't it? Terrifyingly, it seemed that Wei Wei on the stage felt that this wasn't dominating enough, so he jumped and flew down from the ring in one leap, pouncing on the crowd. The crowd at the scene went crazy. They couldn't catch him, they couldn't not catch him, and in the end, due to the atmosphere of the scene, they could only catch him, and then quickly put him on the ground again, hiding far away. They were afraid. Will this kind of human crazy physique be contagious? Finally, amidst the incessant tree-hugging, the song ended completely, and Wei Wei waved his hand at the crowd, proudly and confidently retreating. Both the audience at the scene, as well as the live broadcast, all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, as they pulled out their tortured ears and spat out. After listening to this rap by Willie Marine, I feel like I've become a lot more tolerant of art. I can't bear to look at tracks like rap anymore. Horrible. Now it's full of trees. Am I still saved? Xing Yao ah, come and save the kids. Come on with a good song to wash our ears, please. Fascinated confidence is horrible, besides having a big voice. And the technique is broken. What's wrong with the music industry? Under the flurry of trolls from the netizens, the people from Star Yao Entertainment finally appeared, which gave the netizens renewed hope. When they saw that it was two youths they had never seen before, they all froze for a moment, and then coincidentally became worried. Star Yao Entertainment is on a newcomer? Will it work? Although Wei Wei's strength pulls down, but people do have quite a lot of fans, and there is capital packaging, especially some young fans, have not experienced the baptism of the past music scene, be fooled into liking Wei Wei's normal. Star Yao Entertainment, these two people, they have never seen, at first glance as pure cannot be pure newcomers. Such an unknown newcomer, really let a person worry. The audience was also silent for a while. They were quietly looking at the two people on the stage, which made Wei Wei, who was watching the match backstage, even more pleased. Look, this light just started the stage effect on the high and low. However, Feng Xiaoxiao and Shuehan were still very stable. They were holding the microphone, back to back, standing calmly on the stage. This was their first performance. Gu Xingyi believed in them, and they would return Gu Xingyi a perfect result. The music started, and on the big screen, the title of the song was revealed at that moment. Gone to the North. The lyricist and composer was still Xing Yao. The singer was Wing Xiaoxiao, Shuehan. Seeing that it was composed by Xing Yao, the audience's hearts were slightly stabilized. No matter how the two newcomers were, Xing Yao's song was undoubtedly the best. Feng Xiaoxiao on the stage took the lead in lifting up the microphone and humming along with the music. The melody that he hummed made people flutter their ears and savor it. Only the backstage Wei Wei is with a disdainful face. Even the online pop-ups, some of them are with questions. Also some fans of Wei Wei jumped out at this time. No way. Xing Yao, this isn't a rap? The intro doesn't sound like a rap. Rap usually starts off with a bang, but this intro is somewhat like a pop song. Cut. I thought Star Yao was so great. My Wei Wei picks a rap. He doesn't dare to take it? Xing Yao is Xing Yao. You can say Gu Xingyi. If you say Xing Yao, I'll turn my back on you. What's the hurry? We'll know if we can't listen to it. Who's in a hurry? You're only allowed to talk about our family, not Xing Yao? Double standard dog? Upstairs. Wait for the face slapping. I unconditionally believe in Xing Yao anyway. Feng Xiaoxiao on the stage was still humming softly. The melody was still great. Shuehan clenched his hands on the topic and waited silently with his back turned to him. The moment the humming ended, suddenly, the music became urgent. Everyone's eyes shrunk at this moment, and their hearts were even tighter. They knew. The rightful owner. It's coming. Sure enough, Shuehan, who was still standing quietly, quickly picked up the microphone following the rushing music, and the rap began. Dreaming of a journey, I left my home, carrying a traveling bag on my shoulder, loaded with dreams for the future. I'm just like all of you, I'm from far away, doing an ordinary job, wandering around homesick. How many people wish they could live a better life? To change their history, make your parents less stressed. Every New Year's Eve, you miss your parents. Can't go home because their dreams haven't been realized.
This had just begun, and the audience's eyes couldn't help but light up, and both the scene and the netizens couldn't help but nod their heads along with the song. Their ears had just been spoiled by the trees, and this time, they instantly felt baptized.
Many people secretly nodded their heads. Right. This is what rap is all about.
As for that what a big tree, in their opinion, it was at most a shouting song. I told you not to rush.
Look, it's coming. Hey, enjoy. Who just said it was a pop song? Come out and get beat up.
At this point, I have to bring up that old cliché again.
Starry Yao produces. It's a masterpiece. The lyrics are great. The two newcomers look so handsome.
The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also brushed the screen at this time. Ishuehan on the stage, his breath was very stable, although it was a sharp rap, he still controlled it very well.
Picked up the phone and said, "Mom, I'm okay. I'm back to reality. Continuing to fix my subsistence. I'm being said well by others, and laughed at by others. But I never let reality get me down. This is the Northern Drift."
Before Ishuehan's voice fell, Feng Xiaoxiao's voice took over again, the two of them rapping
one rapping, one soprano. The coordination was seamless.
If the rapping part shocked people, then Feng Xiaoxiao's singing made people burst into tears, and for the first time, they knew that rapping could be like this.
The lyrics surprisingly struck deep into one's heart.
This kind of shock simply subverted everyone's knowledge of rap.
I'm drifting to the north.
Don't ask me where I'm from, don't ask me where I'm from.
The towering ancient walls can't stop the sadness. I'm drifting north. Is my family safe? My dreams are ahead. The heavy bag on my shoulder,
full of despair,
and my last hope.
The two of them completely ignited, interspersed with blazing raps and the high notes, making people's blood boil and full of despair. The sparks caused by the collision of the two different tones made everyone in the audience wave their glow sticks, and the audience couldn't even use words to describe their feelings at this moment. The audience couldn't even put into words how they felt at this moment.
Original. The fusion of hardcore rap and extreme soprano would be so passionate. One can only sigh. Ghost talent. Holy shit. Goosebumps all over. These two are especially here to hit Waylail's face. I'm uneducated, so I can only express my shock with the word F***ck. I'm drifting to the north. Ah, it's too absolute.
It feels like I'm listening to another version of Chasing Dreams Red Heart.
Xingyao is really still the same familiar Xingyao. She hasn't changed a bit. I just want to ask. Wei, does your face hurt?
The netizens had gotten completely high listening to the two on stage, the fast-paced rap. Fast but not chaotic, every word smashed into their hearts with an overwhelming sense of power. That song with the big trees, fighting with this song was like a kindergarten kid picking on an adult. There was no comparison at all. At this moment, the Star Yao Entertainment crowd was staring at Gu Xingyi as if they had seen a ghost. They had just been worried about whether these two newcomers would be able to calm the scene. As a result, they were still worried about whether these two newcomers would be able to calm the scene. There's no need to worry about it.
If it doesn't work, then there's nothing that will. These two were excellent singers. With these great lyrics and tunes, anyone who comes here will be beaten up.
Especially Yang Lin, at this moment has been speechless. She was still skeptical of Feng Xiaoxiao and Ishuehan's strength. After all, these two are Gu Xingyi from the road to pick up. But when she heard the song Floating to the North, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. All she wanted to do now was ask Gu Xingyi where she picked up this kind of treasure singer. She also wanted to pick up two back for Soundsea Entertainment. On the stage, fast-talking Ishuehan was still frantically showing off his skills. Matching Feng Xiaoxiao's shallow singing, the performance continued. I step on your shoulders and walk at the front of the battlefield,
using the aura to overwhelm the signs of the opponent. Watch, the king's battle flag, holding back tears, rise up in the kingdom, covering wounds. I see many hands waving their arms. Please use all your strength. Shout, Mr. King. Looks up at the slanting sun.
Ishuehan and Feng Xiaoxiao's aura was getting higher and higher, and their voice tones were getting higher and higher, and corresponding to that, were the waving hands of the audience under the stage and that one scream.
Once again, a match was opened into a concert format. Whenever Gu Xingyi's song appeared, it was a feast for the audience. The online audience was dying to drill into the screen and run to the scene to shout with them at the moment. If it was said that a big tree was just a big voice, then the chorus of Drifting North by these two. It's an all-round explosion. Highly combustible. From the interaction of the audience and the pop-ups on the internet, it was clear that Wei Wei had lost completely. But Wei Wei in the background didn't feel it at all. He skimmed his mouth with an expression of I'm the best in the world. He didn't think the song was good at all. Just then, Ishuehan on the stage rapped even more sharply, and after the rap, Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly took off his ear returns, and it was at this moment that everyone held their breath. Because when they saw this action of Feng Xiaoxiao, they knew. It's definitely going to be a king bomb. Sure enough, the next second,
I'm floating to the north, feel free to call me from Mars or from the blue planet. I'll fight to the end of my days in a world of flailing teeth and claws. Can't stop the sadness, just me and you. That's the last thing to expect. The audience couldn't contain themselves any longer, as screams and cheers rose up. Jedi! Jedi! Absolute! This high-pitched hissing and perfect high notes pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Everyone clenched their fists at this moment. The power to overturn the universe was contained in their bodies. This was the power that this song brought them. This is the most intuitive charm of rap, a song of fame. Tonight, everyone remembered these two singers from Star Yao Entertainment, Feng Xiao Xiao, Easy Water Cold, with their song Drifting to the North, announcing the return of Star Yao Entertainment's king. At this moment, the result of the competition was self-evident and everyone knew the outcome. Right. Except for the confident Wei Wei. At the Tianmei Entertainment Mansion, as early as halfway through Feng Xiao and Yi Shuihan's singing, their meeting was held. It was just that this time, the meeting was completely different from before because this time, it was a video conference. Apart from Tianmei Entertainment, Shengshi Entertainment, Soundsea Entertainment, and the chairman of other small and medium-sized entertainment companies, they all participated in this video conference organized by Tianmei Entertainment. The chairman of Tianmei Entertainment, Lu Gao, was speaking with a serious face to the helmsmen of the various companies in the video. I'm sure everyone knows the purpose of this meeting. This time, I hope that everyone doesn't take any chances. Gu Xingyi, the Star Yao Entertainment he founded, is declaring war on the entire entertainment industry. If we don't unite, there will be no place for us in the music industry in the future. The faces of the chairman of the various companies in the video were also unsightly. They naturally understood this truth. Lips die and teeth get cold. Once Tianmei Entertainment was pulled down by Xingyou Entertainment, the traditional model of the entertainment industry would definitely see an epic change. Seeing that everyone was silent, Shengshi Entertainment's Tian Xingqi continued with Lu Gao's words. I don't think everyone wants to see any changes in the entertainment industry. Let's all speak freely and try to come up with a plan. So many companies against one small company, what's there to be afraid of? When Tian Xingqi's words fell, the chairman of a medium-sized company spoke with a face full of difficulty. If we go the conventional route, we can only defeat him in a competition. But everyone knows Gu Xingyi's talent. Is it possible to defeat him in a competition? There's always a time when the river runs out of talent. I don't believe that Gu Xingyi, will always be able to come up with such quality songs. Right. Once he can't come up with it, that's when we'll counterattack. Just as this person finished speaking, a few more people quickly said, and Lu Gao nodded at that moment. It's this reasoning. A person's talent cannot be endless. With so many of our companies, we can just fight a war of attrition with him. And currently, Star Yao Entertainment hasn't picked up any sponsorships yet. As long as we press them to death this time, I'm sure there won't be any sponsors who'll go out and support Star Yao Entertainment afterward. Without sponsors, they can only disband in the future. After all, their funds won't be able to support the operation of a company. After these words were said, everyone present nodded in unison, but Tian Xingqi glanced at Yang Xian of Soundsea Entertainment at this moment and said faintly again, Chairman Yang, I heard that you've gotten quite close to Gu Xingyi recently. I don't know what kind of high-handed tactics you have. Yang Xian was still full of smiles and shook his head. Where do I have any high tips? Everything is up to all of you. I, Soundsea Entertainment, raise my hands in favor throughout. It's just that our Soundsea manpower has been a bit tight lately, so we may not be able to help you all with substantial actions. However, my spirit will always be with you. My spirit will always be with you all. Hearing this, Lu Gao and Tian Xingqi couldn't help but both skim their mouths. They could still see such an obvious perfidy, but they didn't care. As long as Soundsea Entertainment didn't trip them up, they didn't really think that Soundsea Entertainment would step down to deal with Gu Xingyi. Good. Since everyone has the same opinion, then let's discuss the decision afterward. For this installment, I don't want anyone to challenge Xingyou Entertainment and give them points again until they're ready. Let's fully prepare for the future installments of the match. You can challenge the same ring for a maximum of 3 matches in one installment. That means there are still 18 matches left. I don't believe Gu Xingyi's talent is endless. Nor do I believe that with just the few people from Star Yao Entertainment, they can still support that many matches. So, everyone bring out your own Watchman singers. In the Magic Capital Stadium, even though Feng Xiao and Yi Shuihan had already retired, the audience was still full of enthusiasm, and they were still looking forward to what kind of song Star Yao Entertainment would be able to come up with for the next ring match. The song Floating to the North made everyone see the return of the king of Xingyou Entertainment. The online viewers, at this moment, all flocked into the live broadcast room of this track. In the past issues of China's Strongest Voice, basically, the traffic of the 3 tracks was similar, but now, the ring where Shengshi Entertainment and Soundsea Entertainment were located was basically unattended. The entire program, it was as if it had turned into Star Yao Entertainment's exclusive field. Unfortunately, the audience waited left and right, but they couldn't wait for a second challenger, as if all the entertainment companies, at this moment, were completely mute. Time passed by, the other two rings were still in full swing, but the ring where Star Yao Entertainment was located, only autumn wind was rowing on it. Until the end of this installment of China's Strongest Voice was announced, there was still no one coming up to challenge. This made the hard-waiting viewers completely explode. They had waited for the flowers, and then they were shown this? So they had 8 major entertainment companies, mocking as much as they could. Egu, is there no one left in the entertainment industry? Can you do it or not? My pants are down. This is it? It's like throwing cold water on me in the middle of winter. I've made it this far, tell me it's over. Ah shucks. Once Gu Xingyi appeared, there wasn't a single capable hitter in the music scene. My song I want to hear 2 more good songs. At Tianmei Entertainment, are you guys admitting defeat? No way, let me on. It's a loss anyway. I'm fine if I'm on. Scattered. This is admitting defeat. I declare. Star Yao Entertainment becomes one of the 3 giants. The Tianmei era has come to an end. The netizens mocked as much as they could, attempting to use words to make these entertainment companies show backbone. They just wanted to listen to songs. How come it was so difficult? Thus, with the support of the netizens, the major entertainment companies represented by Tianmei Entertainment finally couldn't help but speak out. The winner is the one who laughs until the end. Let's wait and see. The statement was short, but it revealed a different message. When the netizens who were only concerned about the world in chaos saw these statements, the expectations that were originally lost in their hearts suddenly rose again, and in their opinion, it was good that these entertainment companies hadn't given up. Even though it was a little late, they just needed to have good songs to listen to. Thus, netizens were encouraging them underneath these blogs. At this moment, the people from Star Yao Entertainment were already on their way back to the company. Not many people came this time, only Xia Shiyao, Tao Lele, Miao Ankuan, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan. A company's nanny car, will be all of them loaded down, nanny car also by the company's specially recruited chauffeur driving. The others, including Gu Xingyi, didn't go to the scene, but all stayed within the company, watching the live broadcast in real time. I really didn't expect them to admit defeat when Sister Shiyao and Sister Peony didn't even make it to the stage. Tao Lele flattened her little mouth, still a little regretful. Although she didn't know what song Gu Xingyi had prepared for Miao Ankuan, she did know that Xia Shiyao's song. It was also a King Bama, or Brother Feng and Brother Yi sang it so well that it directly bombed the venue. He. It's all because Mr. Gu's song is so good. After all these years, it's the first time the two of us have felt such a rush of blood on stage. Feng Xiaoxiao let out a hefty laugh, thinking of Gu Xingyi was a face full of admiration. They didn't admit defeat. This is holding back a big move. The match afterward will be even more intense. Miao Ankuan said at this time, picking up her cell phone and handing it to a few people. Several people looked at their cell phone screens and saw the statements from Tianmei Entertainment as well as other entertainment companies, and in a short period of time, these statements were all topped on the hot searches. Currently, the #1 hot search was the song Drifting to the North, and further back, it was these statements. I only trust Mr. Gu anyway. These people won't be able to jump around for long. Yi Shuihan said indignantly after just a glance, and several people smiled heartily after hearing this. Yes, as long as Gu Xingyi was there, they had nothing to worry about. The car continued to drive on the road. A few people were still chatting about this competition, but Feng Xiaoxiao received a phone call at this time. Originally his face was still full of smiles. After the phone call, his eyebrows have been wrinkled. What happened? Yi Shuihan asked in a low voice when she saw him like this. They should be happy as they won this match in a big way. With Feng Xiaoxiao like this, it was obvious that there was something tricky going on. The other few people in the car also noticed the situation and all turned their gazes around. This made Feng Xiaoxiao a little embarrassed. He felt that he was the one who stirred up everyone's excitement. No. Nothing, Xiaoyi, you accompany Sister Shiyao and the girls back to the company. I should be able to handle it by myself. Sister Shiyao, can you please trouble to drop me off by Jiangchun Yida Plaza? Feng Xiaoxiao gripped his cell phone tightly. His face became more and more embarrassed. At this kind of time, making this mess by himself made him feel embarrassed, but he had to go again. It's fine, just go and deal with it as soon as you have something to do. Xia Shiyao nodded. This was obviously Feng Xiaoxiao's personal matter. She didn't ask much. The car arrived all the way to Jiangcheng Yida Plaza. Feng Xiaoxiao hurriedly got off the car and went. Yi Shuihan looked at Feng Xiaoxiao's back and suddenly said, Sister Shiyao, I'm a bit relieved about Brother Xiao. Why don't we follow up and take a look? Several people in the car looked at each other. Xia Shiyao said to Yi Shuihan with some worry. This is his personal matter. Would it not be too good for us to follow up? Sister Shiyao. It's fine. I've been friends with Brother Xiao for many years, and if my guess is right, I should know the person Brother Xiao is going to look for. He left me here simply because he felt overly sorry for me. Then, Sister Shiyao, why don't we go and take a look?
Hearing Ishuehan's words, Tao Lele and Miao Ankuan were both a bit impressed. The women's melon-eating nature was exposed at this moment.
Xia Shiyao pondered for a while and asked Ishuehan solemnly again.
Is it really alright? Sister Shiyao. It's really okay.
Ishuehan patted his chest and packaged his ticket. Only then did Xia Shiyao nod her head, so the group of people put on their masks and walked off the car as if they were thieves, leaving the driver alone and parked the car in the nearby parking lot. Along the way, Ishuehan seemed to know where Feng Xiaoxiao was going. Several people didn't make any stops. Ishuehan led the way and walked straight into a nearby tavern.
This tavern is not big, but the decoration makes people feel very cozy, as if they are home.
Inside the tavern, it was already overcrowded, but on the small stage in the center of the tavern, it was noisy. A few people raised their eyes to look, and they happened to see Feng Xiaoxiao theorizing about something with a group of people. And behind Feng Xiaoxiao, there stood two girls with aggrieved faces. One of them was holding a guitar. When Ishuehan saw this scene, his eyes immediately glared and he also quickly rushed up. Xia Shiyao and Miao Anjuan glanced at each other. There was some concern in their eyes. They were afraid that these two people would make a big deal out of it and it wouldn't end well. Fortunately, after Ishuehan rushed up, he didn't take the lead in quarreling with that group of people. Instead, he protected the two girls and then inquired.
Xine, Pei Ling, are you guys alright?
Feng Xiaoxiao saw Ishuehan, who rushed over and naturally saw the figure of Xia Shiyao's trio not far away. For a moment he became even more embarrassed. The two of them, who had only just joined the company not long ago, were really invincible when their boss's wife saw them arguing here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but pull over Ishuehan, somewhat complaining.
Little E, didn't I tell you to accompany Sister Shiyao and the others back to the company? How come you still ran over here? No, Brother Xiao. It's not right for you to be like this.
What's there to hide about this kind of thing? We're generous. Sister Shuria's girls are not the same as those leaders of other companies.
They won't blame us.
Looking at Ishuehan, who was still a little younger, Feng Xiaoxiao was a little speechless for a moment. He just felt that it wasn't a matter of blaming or not blaming. After all, no company would like to see their employees below them getting into trouble outside. But first, since things were already like this, there was no need for him to think too much. He immediately theorized with that group of people again. Hearing these people arguing on the stage, Xia Shiyao also roughly knew the cause of the matter. The reason was these two girls on stage wearing white t-shirts. They were a pair of folk singers who had been residing in this small tavern. The two had written quite a few ballads of their own, and their popularity here was good, but because these two didn't have any power or connections, the result was that someone from a small entertainment company, who wanted to use a few $1,000s to buy out their songs and put them under the name of their own company's singers, was rejected by them. So now this scene appeared. In front of these people is some small punks collect money to make trouble. And the main person was the small manager of the entertainment company, who was still sitting on the card seat. Xia Shiyao knows, this kind of thing for the entertainment industry, commonplace, even if the police are useless, because drive away a wave of punks, there will be another wave, and they just theories, not hands. Just like now, these people just say the songs they can't listen to. They are consumers, have the right to change the song for someone else. It's useless for the tavern owner to come. When it came to this kind of thing, one could only use their own way of doing things. It's just like Gu Xingyi's choice. When he first backed up Soundsea Entertainment and used a big company to cover up his talent, then after he became famous, he borrowed Hua Yang's hand to fight against the blockade, and finally set up Xingyo Entertainment. And this, only Gu Xingyi can do. Most of the small talented people will only be drowned by the big trend. Xia Shiyao looked at the two slightly helpless girls on the stage of the tavern, then looked at the equally indignant Tao Lele and Miao Ankuan by her side, and after thinking for a moment, she made a decision. She led Tao Lele and Miao Ankuan straight to the front of the card table and looked at the small manager of the entertainment company. As for Feng Xiaoxiao and Ishuehan, when they saw the scene, they panicked and pulled the two girls to run over. They were apprehensive at the moment. Boy! If Sister Shiyao was bullied here, they would just dig a pit and bury themselves. Which entertainment company are you from? Came to the front of the card seat, Xia Shiyao directly opened her mouth and asked. If it was before Xia Shiyao, she will not be like this. But people are going to grow up. Nowadays Xia Shiyao, quite some Gu Xingyi style. The small manager was still happily looking at the bustle, when he saw three aura full of women standing in front of his seat, two of them on the left and one on the right, will be in the middle of the one protected to death. And at this time, the two boys who just appeared on the stage, also quickly ran over. A few people unified to protect the person in the middle, staring at themselves to death. That look, as if they could tear themselves alive if they made any movement. Who are you? The helpers they invited? The small manager frowned. He always felt that there was something familiar about this person in front of him. Don't care who we are, it's wrong for you to bully others based on the company. The entertainment industry is because of you scumbags. That's why it's become like this. There was no need for Xia Shiyao to reply at all. Tao Lele stood in front of her. Seeing Tao Lele like this, This little manager immediately burst out laughing, and then pretended to weigh the wineglass in his hand.
Little girl, speak responsibly. I'm just an ordinary consumer. Which one of your eyes saw me bullying someone? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it, right?
Tao Lele instantly glanced at him with squinted eyes, her face full of disdain. Xia Shiyao also shook her head. This person is obviously playing a rogue. She immediately looked towards the two girls. Feng Xiaoxiao also quickly introduced to Xia Shiyao when she saw this.
Sister Shiyao, this is Wang Xine and Wu Peiling. Xine, Peiling, this is our boss lady. I know who you are. Xia Shiyao?
The small manager sitting in his seat seemed to have thought of something and immediately exclaimed. His eyes then widened in disbelief as he looked at Xia Shiyao in front of him, who was surrounded by the crowd. The two girls also froze for a moment, then stared at Xia Shiyao in a daze. This cry caused the entire tavern to fall silent. Everyone's gazes looked over towards this, even the group of punks who had just caused trouble, all of them looked over with their mouths wide open, dumbfounded. What did they just hear?
Xia Shiyao? Was it the Xia Shiyao they knew?
As soon as they heard this shout, a few people knew that something bad was going to happen, and Tao Lele even looked at this little manager with eyes that carried a murderous aura.
In the next moment, the whole room was in an uproar. Xia Shiyao. This was the hottest singer on the internet right now. There wasn't one.
Even the owner of the tavern rubbed his hands together and hurriedly called for security. He was a big fan of Xingyao.
This if Xia Shiyao had the slightest problem in his little store, he wouldn't have to open it.
Xia Shiyao faintly looked at this manager. Her identity was exposed. She also smoothly took off her mask. On the side of Miao Ankuan and others, at this moment, all took off their masks.
Exempt. It's really Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan. Those two boys.
Aren't they Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan who just finished singing Floating to the North?
Oh my god.
The great god has descended. What magic does this tavern have?
Where's Gu Xingyi? Where did Gu Xingyi run off to? I want to see him. I'm his biggest fan. The aura is so strong. I'm a little afraid to go up and ask for an autograph.
As soon as Xia Shiyao and the others showed up, the scene immediately became noisy, and basically everyone's eyes were glittering as they looked this way. If it wasn't for the surrounding security guards already in place, they might have rushed up to ask for autographs. This made the small manager who was still sitting on the sofa feel like he was on pins and needles. He wanted to sew his mouth shut at this moment. How could he have shouted out? He really didn't realize how bullying just two vegetarians could provoke Xia Shiyao. If Star Yao Entertainment targeted his company would still be open. Once a company's reputation collapsed, it meant that the company would fall into ruin. Star Yao Entertainment didn't even need to specifically target it, just based on Gu Xingyi's current hotness. As long as he released a sentence explaining what happened, his own small company would have to cool off.
Ha! Misunderstanding. So it's Sister Shiyao. I'll leave right now. Never come again.
Without even needing Xia Shiyao to open her mouth, the small manager who wanted to understand immediately said with a sarcastic smile, then quickly got up and left. Now he only hoped that the matter would not get bigger. Xia Shiyao didn't stop him. She knew that after this incident, the other party would definitely not come again. Similar to this kind of thing, in the entertainment circle is too much, no one can control it. These two girls are also considered lucky to know Feng Xiaoxiao. Two people, those who are not lucky, can only admit their own bad luck. This society is not that fair by nature. Sister Shiyao, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. The most awkward person on the scene right now belonged to Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan both. Even Yi Shuihan did not expect that things would develop like this.
It's fine, it's not like I'm unseen, it's just that today, it doesn't seem to be going well.
Xia Shiyao laughed a little, looking up to the somewhat tumultuous crowd in the tavern. So many of them were now shouting Xia Shiyao's name, and others were shouting Xingyao's name. Even the group of punks, at this moment, all mixed into the crowd. They now couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. They were also listening to the songs written by Gu Xingyi every day, and a few of them were still fans of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao. Being seen doing bad things by their idols, this feeling was really too bad. Because of Xia Shiyao's appearance, the tavern was on the verge of turning into Xia Shiyao's fan meeting. At this time, the tavern owner also drilled in from the crowd of security guards, looking excited.
Sister Shiyao, you guys, I'm the owner of this tavern. Look at this situation now. Can you please say a few words to the fans? The tavern owner's eyes lit up, although he hadn't seen his idol Gu Xingyi. Who was Xia Shiyao? Doesn't she represent Gu Xingyi? And this matter today, it would surely soon spread to the internet. At that time, this little tavern of his would not burst into flames. Okay, please wait a bit. Xia Shiyao looked at the tavern owner in front of her, who was obviously many years older than herself, and was in a bit of a trance, as if without realizing it, she had already become the sister in other people's mouths, and the idol that many people worshipped. Receiving Xia Shiyao's reply, the tavern owner's face smiled, and he nodded his head in agreement, before turning around and walking to the crowd to give an account.
the crowd at the scene couldn't help but erupt in a burst of happy cheers. As for Xia Shiyao, she turned to look at the two girls beside Feng Xiaoxiao. Their eyes were still slightly red. They shouldn't come in the future. You guys can also feel free to sing your songs, Xia Shiyao said softly. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling's slightly red eyes made her feel a little heartbroken just looking at them. These talented people really shouldn't be treated like this. Thank you. The two women looked at each other and replied in the same voice. They had been harassed for a long time. Today they really didn't know what to do. That's why they called Feng Xiaoxiao. The two of them had known Feng Xiaoxiao for a long time. They were very good friends. Xine, Pei Ling, it's not a solution for you guys to go on like this. Maybe there will be shameless companies looking for you in the future. Why don't you guys come to Star Yao Entertainment for an interview as well and see what happens? Feng Xiaoxiao looked at the two and frowned. Wang Xine and Wu Peiling's eyes dimmed for a moment when they heard this. If they could join a good company, why would they be stationed here? Brother Xiao, the two of us just like ballads and are good at them. Will Star Yao Entertainment take us if we are singers like us? The boss's wife is here. Will it work or not? Just try it out, Yi Shuihan hurriedly said, then looked at Xia Shiyao with eyes full of anticipation. Sister Shiyao, Xine, and Pei Ling are great. Hearing this, Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling also looked at Xia Shiyao with some anticipation. Xia Shiyao smiled, a cloudy haze rising on her face. Who says folk singers can't have a tomorrow? It's just, can I hear your songs? Right here. Xia Shiyao didn't immediately say yes, even if she was a friend of the two Feng Xiaoxiao. As a company, the process that should be followed still had to be followed. Aha! Wang Xine and Wu Peiling nodded and looked at each other, secretly clenching their fists. They gathered some courage, one holding the microphone, the other holding the guitar, walking towards the stage. The people around them made way for the two of them, and there were some others who were shouting and cheering for them. Most of them were regulars here, and naturally knew the strength of the two girls. Xia Shiyao's few people also came to the front of the stage, quietly looking at the center of the tavern, the plainly dressed two people on the stage. At this moment, the tavern instantly quieted down. Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling habitually sat on the high stools as they looked at the people at the bottom of the stage, their eyes momentarily reddening even more. Hello everyone, this is probably the last time we as a group will be stationed here. Hopefully, this last ballad will bring some touching to everyone who is here. Ballads are poor, guitars are expensive, stories are long. The road ahead is far. I hope everyone can remember our group. We are called Landlord's Cat. After the two finished speaking, Wu Peiling gently strummed the guitar, and the melancholy melody suddenly rang out. Wang Xinyi wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, picked up the microphone, and sang softly. Don't cry, there must be a road ahead. The light and slightly sad song rang out. Wang Xinyi looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and swallowed the choking in her voice. The moment the song rang out, Xia Shiyao's eyes lit up for a moment. This girl, her timbre is very good. And it's the perfect singer for a ballad. Wang Xinyi adjusted herself and continued singing again. Don't cry, there must be a road ahead. As if, happiness is not far away. I'm in your heart. I'm by your side. How do you want it to be will be how we want it to be. Hearing this, Xia Shiyao nodded her head. The two stage style was a bit childish, but it was because they were like this that it went better with the ballad. Moreover, the combination of the two also gave a feeling of going back to the beginning, that of the original singers, playing the original songs in a youthful manner, pursuing the original dreams, so that's good. After the song was finished, some of the old audience under the stage had been in tears, so many of them were running to the two of them. It can be foreseen that in the future, this tavern, there should be no more of these two people. The two of them got down from the high stool, gathered up their emotions, and then somewhat apprehensively walked to the front of Xia Shiyao's few people. They knew that next, Xia Shiyao was the one who would decide the direction of their future. You guys are great. Star Yao Entertainment. Welcome you guys. Xia Shiyao looked at the two with a gentle smile and extended her hand. Her words were sincere. This made Wang Xinyi and Wu Peiling want to cry a little bit again. They were busy shaking hands with Xia Shiyao. Their hearts were even more touched. The audience at the scene slowed down from the ballad and began to transform into fervent fans again, chanting Xia Shiyao's name in unison. Xia Shiyao, who was urged on by the crowd together, shook her head and slowly walked onto the stage. I'm very happy to see you all here today. Of course, I can't sing any new songs. Next, I'll sing you an old song. It's also one of my personal favorite songs. The wind is blowing. As soon as the three words "the wind rises" came out, the scene cheered even louder, and both men and women were transformed into loyal little fanboys, sisters, at this moment. It's been a long walk, following the traces of a teenager's drift. When Gu Xingyi arrived, he saw this concert-like scene, and when he received Tao Leilei's message, he rushed over without stopping. The result was that Gu Xingyi also suffered. The people who found Gu Xingyi went crazy, especially the owner of the tavern, who actually shouted with a microphone. The boss is happy tonight. The entire consumption will be paid for by the boss. In the end, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao several people, after signing an unknown number of their own names, only then under the protection of the security guards, they got out of the crowd in a sorry state and got in a car and flew out of the place. What did you say your group was called? In the car, Gu Xingyi looked at these two with some shock. Wang Xinyi and Wu Piling looked at Gu Xingyi with some timidity and replied in a small voice, "The landlord's cat." Gu Xingyi looked at these two, the expression on his face was not to mention how wonderful. He now wanted to come up with a sentence, "The landlord's cat? I'm the tenant's dog ah. You guys are ballad singers?" The unbelieving Gu Xingyi asked again, making the two even more nervous. For them, Gu Xingyi was a top figure in the entertainment industry, far away from small people like them. They were a little afraid that they would be disliked because the two were ballad singers, but seeing the encouraging eyes of Xia Shuriyao and the others, they still answered, "It's a ballad." Only then did Gu Xingyi nod his head, looking at the two of them being a bit scared. He was busy comforting them. Ballads are good. Ballads have love, ideals, and faraway places. It's the dream in everyone's heart. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, the two people's hearts were slightly warmed and their complexion was slightly at ease. Since Gu Xingyi had said so, then they should be fine. Feng Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on one side, was still a bit guilty. He looked at Gu Xingyi and lowered his head and said, "General Manager Gu, I'm sorry, it's all because of me that it's hard for you guys. It's not in the way. It's not like we're unseen. Moreover, you pulled in two more singers for our Star Yao entertainment. I still have to thank you." Seeing that Feng Xiaoxiao was going to apologize again, Gu Xingyi waved his hand hurriedly. This whole journey, he had been apologizing all the time. His own ears were getting calloused. Now we happen to be short of people. As you can see, many entertainment companies have put out the word that the later installments of the competition can be real. It's good for the company to add people at this time. Gu Xingyi said this, not to comfort Feng Xiaoxiao, but he was really happy for earning two more big generals, and he had more or less guessed some of what Tianmei Entertainment and those other entertainment companies were thinking. Regardless of the field, always speak with strength, no matter what the other side will do. As the party that defends the ring, Gu Xingyi only has one sentence, that is, soldiers come to block, water to water, earth to cover. When the car arrived at the company, the time had already come late at night. Gu Xingyi and the others just settled Wang Xinyi and Wu Piling in the artist apartment first, and the official entry could not be processed until tomorrow. Only 2 hours had passed, and the news of Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi's appearance in the tavern flooded the entire internet. Especially on Douyin, all sorts of live videos were popping up, each with hundreds of thousands of likes, and the video of Xia Shuriyao's performance of The Wind Rises had even jumped over 1 million likes. All the night owls who swiped the video have been beating their chests, hating that they can't go back in time and rush to the scene themselves. To know Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao since appeared, has not once publicly in front of the crowd debut. The result is now, to engage in this kind of sudden attack? Netizens from all walks of life had condemned them in the comments section, one after another, as if they were resentful women, breaking their great defense. Sour. I admit I'm sour. The chance to get up close and personal with Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi, I didn't grasp it. Xingyao the cub seed. Couldn't you have notified me in advance? This wave of appearances really caught people off guard. There was no concert, no fan meeting. Now it's good. This kind of thing? There's also a ballad. I'm impressed. Ballads are poor. Guitars are expensive. The girl is beautiful. It's me who doesn't deserve it. The fans on the scene don't give a damn. It's so easy to let them get away. Alas, when is the concert going to be organized? In the end, can we act? In the face of this overwhelming live video on the internet, netizens one by one managed to transform into lemon essences, sour, and this series of fighting sounds managed to make it to the hot search. In response, everyone said that they were used to it, and now a day without seeing the two of them on the hot searches, it was unbearable. As for the main couple, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao, they had already returned home, and little Nai Nai had been lulled to sleep by Gu Xingyi's fairy tales long before. The two just ate a little dinner, and then lived a shameless night life. A night full of words, skimmed. The next day, as the sun rose, Gu Xingyi dragged his aching old back and prepared breakfast in the kitchen, while Xia Shuriyao, her pretty face flushed with red, played her hand on the side. The light of the early sun outside the window spilled in, and Gu Xingyi suddenly realized that it seemed like he hadn't practiced in the morning for quite some time. No wonder. This body was getting weaker by the day. It's all because he hasn't practiced in the morning. Xia Shuriyao, on the other hand, only felt her face rolling, just thinking about those actions last night. She was so ashamed. She didn't even know where the hell Gu Xingyi seemed to have gotten those things. It was so humiliating and annoying. Wife, time to go wake up Nai Nai. Gu Xingyi tasted a mouthful of the freshly baked rice porridge and nodded with satisfaction, then picked up the small dishes on the table and twisted his head to speak with Xia Shuriyao. Xia Shuriyao was still in a state of delirium, her watery eyes staring blankly ahead, not hearing Gu Xingyi's words in the slightest. Seeing this naive side of her, Gu Xingyi laughed and quickly booped her on her pretty face. Wife, if we dawdle a little longer, Nai Nai should be late for school. Being suddenly sneak attacked, Xia Shiryao only then came back to her senses, her pretty face turned even redder, lowered her head and quickly walked out from the kitchen, that small pace, almost catching up with the race-walking champion. When Xia Shiryao came out of the small bedroom with her little Nai who had just woken up, Gu Xingyi had already served the rice porridge, pie, and small dishes on the table, and was waiting for the two of them to come over with a big smile on her face. Looking at a large and small identical almond eyes, Gu Xingyi's mood became brighter and brighter. As a matter of fact, the family has a beautiful wife and child, how to live this day, how comfortable. After having breakfast and sending little Nai to kindergarten as usual, the two came to the company. The company's people have basically arrived, are busy with their own things. Wang Xinyi and Wu Piling also early to the company. The two of them have just signed a contract from Yang Lin's office came out. Compared to yesterday, the smile on the face of the two people unusually bright. The two never thought that they would one day enter such a famous company, and the contract they signed was a free contract that they never dared to think about before. Although Xingyou Entertainment didn't have many resources to give them right now, everyone knew that the future of Xingyou Entertainment was simply immeasurable. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao had just entered the lounge when Sister Yun walked in. It was worth mentioning that Sister Yun was currently serving as Xia Shiryao's manager in addition to taking care of the company's operations and development. Nowadays, Xingyou Entertainment was still developing, and Gu Xingyi's attitude towards the recruitment of these management talents was very strict. In addition to being trustworthy, good character, business ability should also be strong enough. This kind of talent is already scarce, so Gu Xingyi is not so anxious. And nowadays, the company had been busy with China's strongest voice. For the time being, he didn't have that energy and time to recruit and screen this kind of management. Sister Yun. Good morning. Gu Xingyi looked at Sister Yun, who was more energetic than before, and greeted her with a smile. Xia Shiryao went forward and pulled Sister Yun's hand. The two of them leaned in and sat down together. In front of Sister Yun, Xia Shiryao was always like a little kid. Compared to when she first met Sister Yun, she was much younger, even some of her white hair was dyed black, and the smile on her face was also much more. Everything was going in the right direction, and that was good. Mr. Gu Shiryao. Good morning. I have something to tell you. Tianmei Entertainment's diva, Mu Baiwei has been urgently called back to China. It's already on the hot search. Shengshi Entertainment's Heavenly King, Shi Hua, also appeared at the Shengshi Entertainment building this morning. There are also some other entertainment companies' top-tier singers who have basically dropped what they're doing and should be fully preparing for China's strongest voice. Shi Hua and Mu Baiwei, these two were legitimate red heavenly kings and queens, the existence of a long time dominating the charts before, and even more so, they had a huge fan base. Although during this year, one of the two was busy making a movie, and the other ran away to participate in a tour abroad, and there was much less talk about the two of them online, but no one dared to doubt the influence of the two in the slightest. Just like now, the two just showed up and hit the hot searches. Their strength is evident. Now that the two had suddenly returned and appeared in their respective entertainment companies, coupled with the high-profile appearances of some of the other first-tier singers from the entertainment companies, it instantly gave people a feeling of a mountain rain. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that this situation represented that the veteran powerhouses of the entertainment industry were going to make a move against Star Yao Entertainment. In response, the internet also showed a polarized trend, with fans from both sides disagreeing with each other, and before the two main parties could start their match, netizens took the lead in the bickering. Although Xia Shiryao is good, my Weiwei's wife is better. Unconditionally support Weiwei's wife. I admit that Mu Baiwei is very strong. But don't forget, we have Xingyao. Xingyao is invincible. Let me just ask, is there a single capable fighter in the lyric world? Where have you put my Chi Hua? Don't forget that besides being a singer, Hua is also a lyricist. Is it my Chi Hua who can't move his sword, or is it your Xingyao who has drifted away? In terms of personal strength alone, I think that apart from Gu Xingyi, Xingyou Entertainment really doesn't have a fight on their side. Honestly, heavenly kings and queens, they really aren't blown out of proportion. As a fan of Star Yao, I can only say, cheers Star Yao. Star Yao fan +1, no matter what. I'll support him. Don't forget about those first-tier singers from other companies. They aren't vegetarians either. Who else does Star Yao Entertainment have besides Xia Shiryao? It's hard. Star Yao Entertainment wants to change the status quo of the entertainment industry by itself. It's really hard. The entire northwestern part of Jin was in chaos, and the great power of the entertainment industry was completely set off from this moment onwards. In Star Yao Entertainment, Gu Xingyi listened to Sister Yun's narration, but there was no change in the expression on his face. Quite a kind of he is strong, let him be strong. The clear wind brushes the hillock posture. He looked at Sister Yun and laughed. This is only interesting. Before those, I can fight or not, just like that Weiwei, not pure to make a joke. In the face of this change, Gu Xingyi was really not afraid. With the original world's heritage added, he instead looked forward to some strong opponents. The collision of the two worlds' cultures, exactly what kind of sparks could be created, he was quite looking forward to it. After that, Gu Xingyi summoned all of the company's artists together for the first meeting since the creation of Xingyo Entertainment, and the content of this meeting was only a song held in each person's hand. One person, one song. Dumbfounded everyone dry. They held the song in their hands and quietly watched, and the more they looked on, the wider their eyes became. This heck! It's a treasure! When they looked up again, they looked at Gu Xingyi with a different look, a look that looked like they wanted to eat Gu Xingyi alive. Especially Heavenly King Lu Ruoying, and Shui Xiaoqian, when they looked at the song in their hands, their entire brains were buzzing, this song, as if it was tailor-made for them. Lu Ruoying's hands were trembling as she held the song manuscript paper, and there were already tears in her eyes. This OU she took was something she had only seen in her dreams, it was the song she wanted with all her heart. She believed that this time, with this song alone, she would leap to become a diva, and a popular diva at that. Lu Ruoying raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyi in a daze, just like the others. Gu. Mr. Gu, is this really for me? Of course. Gu Xingyi nodded seriously, seeing Lu Ruoying's appearance. His heart was actually overwhelmed with emotion. The existence of singing and crying countless people back then, in this world, only Lu Ruoying was worthy of this song. He looked at a few other people again and said with a sincere face, "You guys don't worry about singing. The company will have the copyright already registered. As long as you guys are in the company for one day, I wouldn't dare to say anything else. There won't be any shortage of songs exclusively belonging to you guys in the future." Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, everyone nodded, and all of a sudden, they felt that the song script paper in their hands was a little heavier. This was Gu Xingyi's trust in them. For the first song, to come up with such a good song for them, and a song that fit them incredibly well, this was Gu Xingyi's pattern. For Gu Xingyi's trust, they had to practice the song to the best as well. The meeting ended, and all of them didn't speak, but instead held the manuscript paper in their hands over their hearts and entered their respective recording studios full of excitement. Gu Xingyi looked at their backs and let out a long sigh of relief. The storm clouds would rise, and the Chinese music scene would vibrate with the appearance of these people. Amidst the boundless anticipation of all the netizens, and the attention of all the entertainment companies, November 22nd, Friday, the third installment of China's Strongest Voice finally arrived. This phase of the competition, the tickets had long been sold out, and the tickets in the hands of scalpers were even speculated to sky-high prices, but even so, there were still countless people clamoring to buy them. In front of the Magic City Stadium, before 8 o'clock in the evening, there was already a sea of people. No matter if they had a ticket or not, they all crowded here. They knew that this time the competition was too extraordinary. Everyone from Star Yao Entertainment rushed over this time, even Gu Xingyi, after putting little Nai Nai to bed, rushed over. Unlike the netizens who were worried, they were all confident at the moment, not for any reason, just because of Gu Xingyi's song. Just who would actually get to sing on stage tonight was still an unknown. Because Gu Xingyi said, according to the scene challenger and then decide who will go on stage first, the other side out of the move, he took the move, he wants to be in the same field, to beat the opponent. And in Tianmei Entertainment, the video conference had long been opened, and they were also discussing, the first game, who in the end would be the first to fight. The discussion came to an end, and in the end, it was Lu Gao who tapped the board to make the decision. Since we've already decided to crush Gu Xingyi, then for the first match, let our company's Mu Baiwei go on. Give Star Yao Entertainment a kick in the pants. A diva, let's see what he, Gu Xingyi, can take. At 8 o'clock in the evening, China's Strongest Voice officially opened. This time, even the Huayin side was paying attention to this competition. They even placed the time for this main event at the top of the 3 rings, which meant that the first ring match would be Star Yao Entertainment's match. As all the spectators entered and took their seats, the door of the Magic City Stadium slowly closed, and the entire arena was plunged into darkness at this moment. However, at the next moment, the words China's Strongest Voice lit up in the air, and the opening music also started, and between the starlight, the atmosphere in the entire arena was like a dream. All the audience let out a cheer in unison at this time. This different opening let all the audience understand that after this match, it must be wonderful to the extreme. This also made many of the viewers who hadn't bought tickets regret it, and they could only watch the feast from within the live broadcast. At the end of the stage, amidst the starlight, at this time, a silhouette slowly walked in, and the moment this silhouette appeared, it triggered a mountainous cry. Wei Wei! Wei Wei! The audience in the live broadcast room was even more shocked to see the visitor, not expecting Tianmei Entertainment to light up the trump card in the first game. Diva Mu Baiwei appeared on stage. Walking onto the stage, Diva Mu Baiwei, in a white dress, was like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She waved to the audience at the scene, her pretty cheeks holding a faint smile, especially her pair of peach blossom eyes like water, even more eye-catching. At 30 years of age, she could charm the crowd with these eyes alone. Wei Wei! Wei Wei! The audience under the stage went crazy, and the shouts became even more enthusiastic. It was only when Mu Baiwei gently placed her finger on her mouth and shushed that the audience quieted down. Once the diva appeared on stage, the atmosphere of the scene heated up significantly, and even the viewers in the online broadcast room were in awe.
This is the diva. This influence, what a statement. Wei Wei's wife is so beautiful. Love, love, love. To be honest, Xia Shiyao is a match for Mu Baiwei. Unfortunately, one is married with a baby, one unmarried. It's not comparable. But Xia Shiyao's husband is Gu Xingyi. I like both of them.
If it were another person, it might not be comparable.
Married or not, let's not talk about it. Strength represents everything. Xia Shiyao is still a bit young compared to Mu Baiwei. The time of her debut is different. If we give Xia Shiyao more time, she should be the next diva. I really don't know how to lose when Mu Baiwei is on the stage. Compare and contrast. On Star Yao Entertainment's side, it seems like there's no one who can fight. No more talk, no more talk. Listen to the song. My Wei Wei's wife, hey. Seeing Mu Baiwei's influence, even Gu Xingyi, who was still backstage, couldn't help but look sideways. Sure enough, a diva is a diva.
Regardless of which world they were in, the dominance of a heavenly king and heavenly queen was unquestionably strong.
However, a diva is a diva. Although Star Yao Entertainment didn't have one right now, he had someone who was only one step away from being a diva. Gu Xingyi believed that just tonight, Xingyou Entertainment would give birth to a popular diva. Sister Ruoying. This match, you're on. Gu Xingyi smiled and looked towards Lu Ruoying, who froze for a moment before nodding with a firm gaze. Good.
This side of Xingyou Entertainment's candidate had already been finalized, and on the stage, Bai Wei blinked her pretty peach blossom eyes, instantly drawing another round of hoots from the audience. On the big screen, her song for tonight was also displayed.
Memories.
As soon as the slightly sad music started, the audience instantly quieted down and closed their eyes, following the melody of the music into their memories. This was a lyrical and sad music, and on the stage, Mu Baiwei also adjusted her emotions and entered into the state, a pair of eyes that were flooded with a trace of sadness. I see pity.
Stories and memories, fading away. The figure in my memories is slowly becoming clearer. The one in the memories, he's still standing in the breeze. Is the wind too gentle, or is the wind too sharp? I turn around, it turns out to be the memories that remain the same. Mu Baiwei sang softly, all the audience along with the song, have fallen into their own share of memories, a memories kill, so that everyone's mood is inexplicably melancholy. Yes, time is in a hurry, many people, many things, have become memories. The Star Yao Entertainment crowd in the background also silently closed their eyes at this time, quietly listening to this beautiful but slightly sad song. Especially Gu Xingyi, he couldn't help but nod his head the moment the song started. He had to admit at this moment that he had underestimated the music scene in this world before, and now that he heard Mu Baiwei's song, he knew that it wasn't that there weren't any good songs, but that the people who had sung good songs before weren't there. Those who sang good songs had either become famous and gone to explore another field, or had been sent out by their companies to work for the capital. Now after his bombing, those capitals had to bring out these powerful singers again. But Gu Xingyi wasn't afraid. What made him confident were the songs of the original world, and these singers around him, with these people around, with these songs around, he himself was invincible. Mu Baiwei finished the song, whether it is the live audience, or the audience in the live broadcast room, many have abruptly tears. In addition to the reason why the song had moved them, there was also the reason why Mu Baiwei had appeared. Don't know from when, the music world began to change flavor. These people are not there. The group of demons began to dance. They are also disappointed to the extreme. It wasn't until Gu Xingyi appeared that the Chinese music scene allowed them to see a glimmer of hope again. But today, one of Mu Baiwei's recollections let them know that the music scene they were familiar with had returned. That era of the gods and goddesses had returned. Regardless of whether we win or lose the match tonight, I feel that I already have no regrets. Yeah, this gives me hope again. It's back. That era. With memories, it's all back. Thank you, Star Yao, letting us enjoy this feast once again. This is what the Chinese music scene should be like. Yes, win or lose, it's worth it. I don't know what kind of song Xingyou will bring us. I believe in him. Even if his opponent is Mu Baiwei, he'll definitely be able to bring us a surprise. The audience was thrilled as a similar pop-up screen spread across the entire live broadcast room. Mu Baiwei sang the entire song and took a deep breath, which soothed her emotions back from the song. She then bowed to the audience below the stage who were frantically waving their fluorescent sticks, and slowly retreated off the stage and walked towards the backstage. As for Lu Ruoying, she was already waiting at the back of the stage, and as soon as Mu Baiwei stepped off the stage, she saw her waiting. The two women looked at each other, and Mu Baiwei's eyes clearly carried a look of surprise. Ruoying? You joined Star Yao Entertainment? Lu Ruoying nodded with a light smile on her face. Yes. You haven't been in the country for the past year, so you probably don't know yet. Gu Xingyi is really a great lyricist and a great boss. Mu Baiwei looked slightly stunned. She had known Lu Ruoying for many years, and it was the first time she had heard Lu Ruoying praise someone so much. Alright, I won't chat with you much longer, it's my turn to go on. Ah, good, go for it.
The stage lights in front had already lit up again. Lu Ruoying quickly walked onto the stage after saying another sentence. Only then did Mu Baiwei return to her senses and agreed before turning around to look at Lu Ruoying's back. She and Lu Ruoying debut time is similar. She naturally know, Lu Ruoying, just missing an opportunity, will be able to enter the ranks of the diva. After being urgently called back to her country this time, she also roughly understood what happened, and for Gu Xingyi as a person, she was both curious and admiring. Such a talented person deserved anyone's admiration. Unfortunately, Tianmei Entertainment had known her well, and that was the reason why she remained at Tianmei Entertainment after becoming a diva. Regardless of how Lu Gao was personally, Tianmei Entertainment had been helping her since she was nothing, giving her all sorts of resources to get her to where she was today, and she wasn't a person who knew how to repay favors. And the status quo of the entertainment industry, she naturally also knows, but this kind of thing, she can't change anything. Moreover, who is not from this status quo kill out. Therefore, there is no right or wrong, only the times are changing. Gu Xingyi's appearance is also not a turning point in the changing times. Since he dares to stand out, he must have enough ability to challenge everything. Mu Baiwei had always seen these things very clearly. Wow! Lu Ruoying, who slowly walked onto the stage, just showed up and drew a gasp of surprise from the scene. How could the audience not expect that the person who was guarding the ring for Star Yao Entertainment was actually her? Not only did the audience not expect it, even in the conference room of Tianmei Entertainment at this moment, all of them were quiet at this instant. The smiles on their faces just abruptly froze, looking at the person who appeared on the big screen with a face full of disbelief. Lu Ruoying, the singer who was on par with Mu Baiwei back then. If it wasn't for the fact that she hadn't been able to find that song that belonged to her, she could have become a diva a long time ago. Especially Lu Gao, at this moment, his hand holding the teacup was trembling. No one knew more about how powerful Lu Ruoying was than him, the chairman of Tianmei Entertainment. Back then, in order for Mu Baiwei to overpower her, Tianmei Entertainment had spent a large amount of money to hire countless lyricists and composers before finally succeeding in obtaining a satisfactory song that would propel Mu Baiwei up to the position of Heavenly Empress. But now, Lu Ruoying was on the stage again, and this time, she had the bonus of that monster Gu Xingyi. Lu Gao Guang couldn't help but shiver at the thought. He who had just felt that he had a sure victory, at this moment, his heart was completely flustered. On the live stage, Lu Ruoying was wearing a white shirt printed with gardenia petals, paired with a light blue pleated skirt, and as she stood like this, she captured the hearts of a large number of audience members. The light smile on her face made people feel warm just by seeing it. In the official live broadcast room, the pop-ups that were just talking about Mu Baiwei violently stagnated, followed by a screen full of question marks hitting the screen, and then, it was a flood of exclamations, everyone getting even more excited at this moment. Lu Ruoying, ah! Brothers! That era! It's really back! It's back! It's all back! Ha 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 ha! Lu Ruoying! Mu Baiwei! My God! At this moment, I no longer know what words to use to express the feelings in my heart. Those who came from that era should be in tears right now. Xingyao Nubizi, my godly mile. The gods are fighting. Lu Ruoying actually joined Star Yao Entertainment. I can't even think about it. Brothers, I'm really looking forward to the competition later on. Facing the enthusiastic audience, Lu Ruoying was in a trance. She hadn't stood on stage like this for a long time. In these 2 years, she had been searching for that song, and now, she had finally found it. The music also sounded at this time. The audience at the scene stopped cheering at this instant, and quietly listened. Above the stage, on the big screen, the title of the song was revealed. Later, accompanied by the music, Lu Ruoying took a deep breath and picked up the microphone. 3, 2, 1. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you're long gone, disappeared in the sea of people. Later on, I finally realized in tears. There are some people. Once you miss them, they're gone. Just a short pre-song, it moved countless viewers to tears. That familiar sound of 3, 2, 1, how long has it been since they heard it? Some people are gone once you miss them. The audience had 1,000 words inside them at the moment, but there was no way to tell them. The previous song, Memories, and this song, Later, made everyone's hearts break into pieces. They hadn't seen them for a long, long time, and it was so good to see them again. And at this moment, Lu Ruoying was also full of hot tears. This song was written to her heart. It was also her dream love song. She suddenly felt that it was enough to have this song in her life. She slowly opened her mouth and continued to sing. The atmosphere of the scene at this moment had returned to the time when she had just become famous. The audience waved the fluorescent sticks in their hands, and just swayed their bodies along with the singer. Gardenia, white petals, fall on my blue pleated skirt. Love you, you whisper. I lowered my head and smelled a fragrance. That eternal night, the night you kissed me in midsummer at 17. I'll always think of that starry night when I'm feeling sad. Hearing this, the audience was in a trance. The title of the song was obviously Later,
but the lyrics were all about the past. Listening to later, remembering the past. In everyone's mind, there was nothing else but the song floating around, taking them, witnessing the beauty of their youth. If Mubaiwe's memories is to bring people into the memories of sentimental, and then turn back, those memories have become empty, leaving only a faint sadness. Then Lu Ruoying's song later is the past in front of people's eyes, quietly recounting the beauty of that time, and then talk about later, finally learn to love, but people are no longer there. Tear crash. Tonight, this is a pig-killing game. Melody as a knife, lyrics as a blade, a knife and a blade, tear-jerking, knife hit the audience's vitals. Even Gu Xingyi, who took out later, had tears in his eyes at the moment. When I first heard it, I didn't know the meaning of the song, but when I heard it again, I was already a person in the song. Goodbye later. Goodbye to later. A different world, the same feelings. The original world of Lu Ruoying, singing later scene he can no longer see, but this world, he saw again. The sparks from the collision of the two worlds just exploded in front of his eyes, opening up a bright and dazzling auditory feast. Thank you big brother Shi Renchang. Thank you Tamashiro Chiharu. Thank you sister Ruoying. Gu Xingyi silently chanted in his heart, these three people were the lyricists and composers and singers of later. On the stage, Lu Ruoying had been thoroughly immersed in the song, and she sang softly under her breath as she swayed her body gently to the melody in unison with the audience under the stage. The love at that time, why could it be that simple? And why is it that when people are young, they must let the one they love deeply get hurt? In this similar late night, are you the same? You're quietly regretting your sorrows. If only we had been less stubborn. We wouldn't be so sorry now. At this point, all the audience could no longer hold back. They stood up from their seats, covered their chests with their hands, no longer able to suppress the throbbing in their hearts, holding back their tears, staring blankly at Lu Ruoying on the stage. On the stage, one of her songs later, evoked the once upon a time in the hearts of all the audience. Once upon a time if he and she can be good, now, is not there will not be so many regrets. If life is only like the first time you see it, why is the autumn wind sad painting fan? The tune gradually rose again at this time. Lu Ruoying stretched out her hand, like she wanted to retain something. How do you remember me? With a smile or very silent? All these years. Has anyone been able to keep you from being lonely? Later. As soon as the word later rang out, it was as if it wasn't the first time all the viewers had heard this song, and they couldn't help but sing along. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room, who were either in front of the TV or holding their cell phones, they couldn't help but hum along. It was clearly just a match, but it seemed to have turned into Lu Ruoying's solo concert. 10,000 people chorus. The audience had obviously only heard it once, and hadn't even finished listening to it yet, but they could already skillfully follow her on stage and hum out. Seeing this scene, all of the contestants were moved. They were inwardly envious and incredibly happy for Lu Ruoying. This kind of pomp and circumstance was a scene they could only dream of. It was also what they had been seeking all their lives. Which singer could not expect to have a song like this, to have a glorious moment like this once? The 10,000-person chorus resounded throughout the entire arena, and there were no more regrets tonight. Later. I finally learned how to love. Unfortunately, you're long gone, disappeared in the sea of people. And then, I finally realized in my tears. There are some people. Once you miss them, they're gone. In the conference room of Tianmei Entertainment, at this moment, the atmosphere had already dropped to the freezing point. The crowd looked at Lu Gao's slightly ashen face, one by one. They didn't even dare to take a breath. In the entire room, nowadays, only on the big screen, the sound of that 10,000 people's chorus was still ringing out. Lu Gao looked at the scene on the screen with his eyes lifeless. It seemed like there was no other song that could make the competition look like this, except for Gu Xingyi's song. Lu Dong, it's just a match, don't be so concerned. We already know Gu Xingyi's talent, and our strategy isn't based on this match alone, so calm your mind. Moreover, the winner is still undecided now, isn't it? It's not like Mu Baiwei doesn't have a chance. Her song is equally not bad. In the end, it was Tian Xingqi who spoke with a calm face. If he didn't clearly know Gu Xingyi's talent, he wouldn't have been able to just let Gu Xingyi take someone away so easily last time. Lu Gao took a long breath. He had to say that he was really a bit intimidated. He had already repeatedly raised Gu Xingyi's position in his heart, but, as it turned out, he had still underestimated him. He had thought that it would be a crushing game, but it was dissolved by Gu Xingyi's immobility. Alright, let's wait for the results. If Mu Baiwei loses, we'll discuss who to put on the court for the next two matches. At this time, the live chorus at the Magic City Stadium had already ended, leaving only the audience waving their little hands after the melody, their eyes gazing deeply at Lu Ruoying on the stage, who had already abruptly burst into tears. Lu Ruoying has been touched to the point of no return. As a singer, can see this scene on the stage. This life has no regrets. The music was still playing. Lu Ruoying tried to soothe the fluttering in her heart, tried to pull a warm smile from her face, and with the music, continued to sing the ending. Never again. There's a boy in love with that girl.
As the music came to an end, the applause from the stage was instantly like thunder, and the audience's cries and screams instantly resounded throughout the entire arena.
Lu Ruoying held the microphone in her hand and bowed deeply. Thank you everyone.
After saying that, she looked up, organized herself, and slowly walked off the stage amidst the cheers of the audience.
Coming backstage, Mu Baiwei didn't leave, but looked at Lu Ruoying with a complicated face for a moment before saying, Congratulations, Ruoying. After tonight, you will be a diva as well.
Lu Ruoying was still in a mood that hadn't completely come out of the song at this point, and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Wei, I finally found this song.
Coming to Star Yao Entertainment, meeting Gu Xingyi, and then only until now, I realized that, as it turns out, everything is destined. As she spoke, the smile on Lu Ruoying's face grew more and more prevalent, as bright as a flower. Destiny, this song, has been waiting for me here. Luckily I didn't give up. Hearing Lu Ruoying's words, Mu Baiwei couldn't stop her expression from freezing for a moment, and just a moment later, she lightly bit her lower lip, some curiosity showing in her eyes. She hadn't seen Gu Xingyi before, and had only spoken from other people's mouths, only seeing it on the internet. It seemed that all the people who talked about Gu Xingyi, whether they were his enemies or his friends, the first thing they affirmed was his talent. And today, she had also heard the song later with her own ears, and had sort of witnessed his talent with her own eyes.
This made Mu Baiwei more and more curious about Gu Xingyi. This man, what kind of person was he to be able to convince everyone? Alright, Wei, the people from the company are still waiting for me. I'll go over first. When we have time, we'll talk again. Lu Ruoying was now a little impatient to see those people in the company, wanting to share the current joy with them, wanting to say thank you to Gu Xingyi in person. Good, go now, then we'll talk some other day.
Mu Baiwei retrieved her mind and nodded, then watched as Lu Ruoying jogged all the way back to the room where Xingyou Entertainment was located. And at this moment, the online voting was also in full swing. Countless netizens were numb at this time, not knowing who to vote for. Hand on heart, hand on back or all meet ah. Mu Baiwei they like, Lu Ruoying they like the same. A group of scummy men and women, looking at the two names on the vote selection button, only to feel left and right difficult. On the blog, in various entertainment groups, anyway, as long as it is a place where they can communicate, all of them are places where netizens are discussing. Even in the official live broadcasting room, countless netizens are indecisive there.
Families, what to do? I'm a fan of Mu Baiwei, but, I like Lu Ruoying's later too much. Ugh, same feeling I look around with my sword drawn and my heart is confused. Memories and later, I like both. Iowa official dad, why don't you just chop me in half? I wouldn't have to worry so much. Sinful animal, don't get lost yet. Don't break the Taoist heart of the laborer. It's over, my hand shook and I voted for Lu Ruoying. Oh Wei, I'm sorry. Just like that, within the limited time, the audience finally gritted their teeth and made their choices, casting the precious vote that belonged to them. The YN officials, too, were quickly counting this number of valid votes. In the end, the results of the match finally appeared, and when everyone saw the voting results, they froze for a moment, and then the next moment, in the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen filled the screen. I announced that the new Heavenly Empress is born at this moment. Diva Lu Ruoying. True to her name. Countless similar pop-ups brushed the screen, and what was even more outrageous was that just 2 minutes before the voting results appeared, on the Weibo, the reports from various media outlets scrambled to be sent out. Shocked. China's strongest voice shocked the most awesome scene in history. 10,000 people sang in chorus. Click on the full text for more details. Invincible. The former goddess, Lu Ruoying, defeated the Queen of Heaven, Mu Baiwei. She has successfully ascended to the throne of the Queen of Heaven. Outrageous. Tianmei Entertainment is undefeated. Star Yao is the final winner. All kinds of eye-catching headlines were rampant on all the major platforms. The media that had disappeared for a long time finally reappeared. The moment Lu Ruoying won, all the media saw clearly that the rise of Xingyou Entertainment had been unstoppable. They hadn't reported on Star Yao Entertainment for a long time, all because the entire entertainment industry was pressuring them. The media had endured for so long, and finally at this moment, they completely realized that the era of the Big Three might have to change. From the time Gu Xingyi appeared, the status of the Big Three had been shaken, and their dominance was getting weaker by the day, until the end of this match, Xingyou Entertainment, and the diva ascended to the throne. The situation in the entertainment industry was becoming clearer and clearer. Thus, the media stopped giving face to Tianmei Entertainment and finally stood up to them. At this time, in the room where Xingyou Entertainment was located, Gu Xingyi also saw that final result, and his heart instantly relaxed. So dangerous. There was only a difference of 2 votes. Lu Ruoying ended up winning by an extremely small margin. But this will do. Star Yao Entertainment, thus, the first diva was born. Lost. In the conference room of Tianmei Entertainment, Lu Gao shook his head, his face full of resignation. It was only a difference of 2 votes, but unfortunately, Mubaiwei still lost, and even though he was prepared to lose before, he was still very upset when he saw this number of votes. Tell us all, who to put on the stage next. Now that the results were set, Lu Gao quickly organized himself and said lightly. The heads of the various entertainment companies looked at each other in dismay. With this match, who should be sent on next? Mubaiwei had lost. The original intention to give Star Yao Entertainment a downward spiral hadn't materialized. Instead, Lu Ruoying had managed to be promoted to become a diva. It was really enough of a slap in the face. Now there were only 2 choices, either continue to send out the heavenly kings and use strength to speak, or only let the cannon fodder on, fighting a war of attrition. In today's situation, I'm afraid that putting Chi Hua on is just futile. We don't know where Gu Xingyi's bottom card is. Tian Xingqi also had a bit of a headache, before continuing. In that case, let's let the others go up to explore the bottom first. Consume Gu Xingyi's talent. With my understanding of him, as long as we come up with an original new song, he's bound to come up with an original new song as well. Moreover, his reputation does not allow him to come up with songs that are not up to par, so it's still the same thing. I don't believe his talent will be endless. After Tian Xingqi finished speaking, many people still looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't know what to say. Could Gu Xingyi's talent really be exhausted? Such a question could not help but well up in all of their hearts. It was really because Gu Xingyi was too perverse. From the time he appeared, every single one of his songs had been so good. How many fine songs had he produced up until now? This made everyone's hearts bottomless. But nowadays, they could only treat a dead horse as a living horse, because apart from the war of attrition, they didn't have any other better methods. Tiandong, then what do you say? Who should be on the next game? We'll all listen to you. A company head said with a helpless face. No matter who they put on in the next match, they would probably be sprayed by the netizens. After all, the one match they had just played had made them have high expectations for the next match, and if they didn't continue this level of performance, they would definitely be sprayed to death. Ha! I know what you guys are worried about. How about this? Let our company's Jia go on the next match. She's just a third-line singer. Get her an original song and let her go to the top of the thunder, with her as a cushion. The first-line singers that you guys go on after that won't be scolded too much. Once Tian Xingqi's words were finished, all the company heads breathed a sigh of relief. In their company, first-tier singers were their golden goosebumps, and they were truly unwilling to let their company's first-tier singers go to the top of the thunder. Just like this, Shangshi Entertainment Building, Jia, who was still watching the program in the lounge, suddenly received a notification, and then she was invited by the company to the Magic City Stadium in a state of confusion. In the Magic City Stadium right now, the other 2 ring matches were going on, only that the number of people paying attention was obviously much less. The audience was still all reminiscing about the song later and looking forward to Star Yao Entertainment's next match. It wasn't until she arrived backstage at the Magic City Stadium that Jia reacted to the fact that this was to let her go up to compete. Her face instantly became unsightly. The toadstools she had been wearing on that face were all askew with anger. She had also watched the match and naturally knew what the last match was like. That was equivalent to a match between 2 divas. To have her on now, wasn't it just purely giving away food? What's more, with this song in her hands, she hadn't even practiced it, so if she was allowed to sing it now, it would surely flop. Exasperated, Jia hurriedly called Ma Liang, but the result made her almost drop her cell phone. This dog man. Surprisingly, he turned off his phone at this time. When he was in bed earlier, he still swore that he would let himself go further. And this is the result? At this time, the results of the other 2 rings were out, and the match, once again, came to the ring where Star Yao Entertainment was located. The cheers of the audience rose again, and they were all looking forward to who would challenge Star Yao Entertainment this time, and what kind of auditory feast it would bring to them. Backstage, Jia could only close her eyes, take a deep breath, and then walk towards the stage with her legs trembling. By now, she also understood that this was the decision of the company's upper echelons, and she didn't have any ability to change it. The lights fell on the stage, accompanied by the high cheers of the audience. Jia had already stepped onto the stage, and when she opened her eyes, she almost burst into tears when she saw the pairs of expectant eyes of the audience. Mama! It was too intimidating. If it was really her own concert, to have so many people, so enthusiastic, she would be very happy and joyful. But, this was a competition. And she, an outcast. Seeing the enthusiastic audience under the stage, she broke down a little, and a monstrous hatred surged up in her heart. She knew that from today onwards, she was completely finished. The seed of hatred was planted in the bottom of her heart. Jia's eyes were lifeless, and she picked up the microphone. The music also sounded at this time, and then the sound of her stuttering singing rang out. Under the stage, the audience who were still looking forward to it froze, and then the whole audience erupted in a burst of boo. Inside the official live broadcast room, countless people had even transformed into keyboard warriors and started spraying. I'll be damned. Once you opened your mouth, you scared me. You're the devil, right? Why do you have the courage to stand on the stage? Force-feeding shit? Shit. Thanks to that, I thought the era of godly fighting had returned. The moment I opened my mouth, I almost died in place. It's not even close. My ears. I can't do it anymore. I should wash my ears. The voice is okay. It's just, you're not even ready, are you? What's wrong with showbiz? What's with this? I can't listen to this at all. Brothers. I'm going to love my girlfriend first. I'll be back in 3 minutes when Staryo Entertainment comes on. Brothers. Wake up. You won't last 3 minutes. The pop-ups were mocking as much as they could, and the scene was booing continuously. But on the stage, Jia was still singing as if she had already lost her soul, and at this moment, her heart had already died. Backstage, when the Staryo Entertainment crowd saw this scene, they were all slightly stunned. Is this swinging for the fences? Gu Xingyi's eyebrows were furrowed. He didn't even think that those entertainment companies could be so shameless. Moreover, wasn't this purely ruining someone's future? Miao Anjuan looked at Jia on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. In her, it was as if she saw what would happen to her if she continued to stay in Shangshi Entertainment. This is capital A, always an existence that eats people without spitting out bones. After the song was finished, in a sea of abuse and noise, Jia walked off the stage expressionlessly. Gu Xingyi's eyes narrowed at this moment. He felt that those people acting like this were completely insulting the singer. Insulting the music. Miao Anjuan, you're on this one, let them see what music is really like, and what the attitude towards music has to be. Good. Miao Anqian nodded and stepped towards the stage. The moment she brushed shoulders with Jia, Jia was expressionless, Miao Anjuan was equally expressionless. They didn't even bother to look at each other. But both of their hearts, at this moment, beat violently at the same time. Brothers. I'm back. Hasn't anyone from Staryo Entertainment come on stage yet? Upstairs, you haven't even gotten to 3 minutes yet? 3 minutes or whatever doesn't matter. It's time to gather. It's time to gather. I wonder what song Staryo Entertainment will come up with. Come on up. Alas. Speaking of Staryo, I miss my little princess Staryo. It's been a long time since I've seen our little baby. Coming. Miao Anjuan? She joined Staryo Entertainment too? My god. She's given up the ghost. That's so great. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, Miao and Jiayun walked slowly onto the stage, while also drawing a burst of gasps from the crowd. This was very Staryo Entertainment. It always brought them different surprises every time. At the back of the stage, Jia, who hadn't left yet, couldn't help but feel her heart clench as she heard a burst of shouts from the scene. She finally stared back and looked at the stage. At this moment, Miao Anjuan, who was only wearing simple casual clothes, was so elegant in her eyes, especially the strong confidence in Miao Anjuan's body, which caused a trance in front of her eyes. Jia withdrew her gaze, not daring to look again. She was afraid that the light on her body would pierce her heart. Originally, she was just as full of longing for the future, just as full of respect for the stage, just as full of sincerity for the songs. But I don't know when everything changed. After seeing the power of capital, her original heart changed, from the passion for singing to do whatever it takes to climb up the ladder, doing whatever it takes. In the end, it was surprising to end up in this situation. On the stage, the music had already started, that beautiful music. Just by listening to the prelude, Jia knew that it was another good song. Only, now everything has nothing to do with her. After this time, the music world, there will be no place for her. Jia took off the toadstools on her face, 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down from her eyes, and after a moment, she put her glasses back on, raised her head, and with a determination on her face that she had never had before, she turned around and walked out. On the stage, Miao Anjuan's heart was equally unsettled. Just now when she brushed past Jia, she remembered the time when the two of them had just debuted. At that time, the Jia she knew was still the same as her, a little girl with a bright smile on her face, with the same level of love for songs as her. But now, the two were heading in different directions. The showbiz world, this big dye-stuff tank, could really make people turn out to be completely different. The music sounded, Miao Anjuan came back to her senses, her eyes became more determined. Nowadays, she was also considered to have walked out from that big dike. It was her luck to have met Xia Shiriao, to have met Gu Xingyi, and to have met Xingyo Entertainment. She also had to sing every song afterward to return them. On the big screen of the stage, the title of the song was already visible. It was still an original new song, still produced by Xingyo. The audience had already waved the glow sticks in their hands along with the music, and some of them even began to sway their bodies along with the music. Their faces all hung with anticipation as they looked at Miao Anjuan on the stage. The song started. I can't believe I didn't turn around, the cruelest moment. I watched you walk away quietly, not like me at all. It turns out that people can become gentle, because they understand thoroughly. Love is flowing, not by people. Why get excited about reasons? As Miao Anqian sang softly, the audience's faces became more and more enjoyable. This is the right thing to do. This is proper singing. What was that before?
It's true that you should listen to Starry Yao's songs, whether it's in terms of melody, lyrics, or the singer. Starry Yao Entertainment has done the best.
A good song needs the right person to sing it, or it will be ruined.
The reason why singers were famous was because they were the only ones who could express the song in the best possible way, just like at this moment, when Miao Anjuan opened her mouth, she conquered the audience on stage. If Jia's appearance on stage was a performance accident, then Miao Anjuan was taking on the aura that the previous two divas had brought with them perfectly. As for Gu Xingyi backstage, at this moment, looking at Miao Anjuan on stage, listening to this song, beginning to understand, he couldn't help but nod his head.
Miao Anjuan had sung this song very well.
Begin to understand, the original singer Yan Zi's sister, before many people, said that this is a cold song, but many people have forgotten when the concert can cause 10,000 people to sing the song, and how can it be a cold song? Miao Anjuan on the stage, still singing, and all the audience, at this time, has also been brought into the song. Believe you're just afraid of hurting me, not lying to me. Loved very much who would give up.
Shook my dream awake, declared happiness, not coming back.
Forgiven with a heartbreaking smile, and tumbled over.
It's still good to have yesterday, but tomorrow is my own. I'm starting to understand. Happiness is a choice.
A song began to understand, and let everyone understand. It turns out, tonight is really a night to kill the pig. The price of understanding is a lifetime of lingering pain. Only those who understand know what the song is singing.
I love you very much. Who will be willing to give up?
But, can't catch, can never catch, in the end, can only smile and let go. The live song continues, and everyone does not know is that at this moment, Jia has contacted the media, contacted the police, provided some evidence. Jia knows that her future is gone. Since it is gone, she wants to go crazy one last time before this. Consider it as atonement for the choices she has made over the years. Jia knew that if these things broke out, she would be even more doomed, but she didn't regret it, and she was going to pull Shangshi Entertainment's back. This was what Shangshi Entertainment owed her. The media were stunned for a moment after receiving the news, especially when they received the photos and documents from Jia. They were even more shocked beyond words. Big news, ah! In the first instance, they rushed to where Jia was. Jia had already taken off her toadstools, her face was flat, and she sat in the room she had prepared until all the media had arrived. Then she slowly opened her mouth. Since you're all here, then I'll start speaking. As you can see, some of the top management of Shangshi Entertainment, especially director Ma Liang, they used their positions to subvert. Jia said, the media didn't dare to relax for a moment to record, so the cameras were all aimed at Jia. That one personal name that came out from her mouth could be the famous and prestigious existence in the entertainment industry. Not only subterfuge, but also misappropriation of public funds, tax evasion, and other kinds of revelations. These things, so that the media record of the hands are trembling, until finally the police arrived, will be Jia take away. The media only took a deep breath, unbelievable looking at the hands of the record, as well as those photos, documents, and videos. They didn't know if the others were true or false for the time being, but the item of subterfuge was a certainty. Because, in the video that Jia gave them, it clearly recorded all the unsavory activities that director Ma Liang of Shangshi Entertainment had with her. A big event in the entertainment industry. This time, Shangshi Entertainment was really going to be skinned down. After the police left, the media also left quickly. They have to rush to report things out, all this. It's all valuable traffic. The media were still on their way back to the company. In Shangshi Entertainment, Tian Xingqi's secretary then hurriedly pushed open the office door and walked in. Tian Xingqi, who was in the middle of a video conference, frowned and raised his head, looking suspiciously at the anxious-looking secretary, and in the next second, the secretary whispered in his ear. Tian Xingqi's face suddenly changed drastically, and he said sorry to the heads of the families in the video, then he was busy hanging up the video. Say that again? Jia? How did she dare with this kind of thing? Tian Xingqi, who hung up the video, stared at the secretary in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. Tian Dong, it's true, just now a cooperating reporter has already sent a message to confirm. I'm afraid that in less than 10 minutes, all the media will report it. Moreover, Jia has already been taken away by the police. The secretary confirmed again, and handed the document from the reporter in his hand to Tian Xingqi. Tian Xingqi gripped the document and anxiously read it. Only the more he read on, the worse his face became. How could he not expect that this woman would be so crazy? In the end, Tian Xingqi underestimated Jia's vengefulness, and did not expect Jia's revenge to come so fast, so decisive. She could even disregard her own reputation and innocence, to make this kind of fish death net thing. After reading all the documents, Tian Xingqi's fingers tapped on the table without any regularity, and a moment later, a trace of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Nowadays, the only plan was to abandon the car and minimize the loss. Subterfuge, this kind of thing is not a big problem. Will have the influence of the person dismissed, and then spend money on the matter is good. The consequences will only be the company's reputation will be a substantial decline. but tax evasion and a series of things. He must abandon the car to protect the marshal, so that these people on the list will be the mouth piped tightly. Thinking of this, Tian Xingqi immediately made a countermeasure. Notify down, everyone conference room gather for a meeting. The secretary nodded and left quickly, leaving only Tian Xingqi, still pondering the countermeasures in detail in his office. In the Magic City Stadium, the match was still continuing, as Miao Anjuan finished her song and slowly left the stage amidst the audience's warm applause. The result of this match, there was no suspense. Miao Anqilan won the match with an overwhelming vote advantage. And most of the netizens felt that it was simply too unreasonable to categorize Miao Anjuan as a third-tier star. With just this one song, beginning to understand, she had to be at least a second tier. It was even possible to sprint to the position of a first-tier singer. As soon as this topic came up, the internet suddenly discussed how many lines of singers Xia Shiyao was considered to be, and the entire wind direction of the pop-up screen began to shift. I read that the internet is still positioning Xia Shiyao as a third-line singer. Just outrageous. On a third-tier singer releasing an album that dominates the top 10 of the new songs chart. If you ask me, Xia Shiyao is a wireless singer, huh? There's a Guxingyi behind her, she can come up with a song at any time, and it's possible that her next song will directly put her on top of the diva position. Diva isn't that easy, at least have a 10,000-person concert. Just like Lu Ruoying, Mu Baiwei, which one of them hasn't had a few concerts? It can only be said that the strength has been achieved, but the resume is not enough. So, it's still a wireless singer. Which line is not suitable? Ha ha. The netizens were still discussing such things, when the third match of the ring had begun. In this match, the challenging contestant came from a medium-sized entertainment company, a first-tier singer who brought the same original new song. However, this first-tier singer was much more stable, at least he came on the stage only when he was ready, and his own popularity was good, so the audience bought it without dropping the ball. At the end of the song, he bowed and thanked the audience and left the stage decisively. In fact, he knew in his heart that he was cannon fodder. As expected, along with the cheers of the entire audience, Star Yao Entertainment, Xia Shiyao once again appeared on stage. Still original, still a new song. The audience was already somewhat immune to Guxingyi's talent, as if it was supposed to be like this, but their enthusiasm didn't fall in the slightest. The whole venue was shouting Xingyou and Xia Shiyao's names, and it was only when the music started that the scene gradually quieted down. The song that Xia Shiyao brought was still mainlining one of tonight's Killjoy styles. It was still a sentimental and lyrical song, and on the big screen, the title of the song, Can I Hold You, slowly appeared. It's raining outside, as if my heart's blood is dripping. I've loved you for so long. It's not easy to do the math. It's time to split things up, no more relationship tomorrow. Leave the clothes at home, come back to take them back when you have time. Weigh-ins backstage, the ratings of this match, more than doubled the previous two installments, and now the most comments on the internet is that the tickets for this installment, it's worth it to buy. Regardless of whether it was the two divas in front, or Miao Anjuan and Xia Shiyao in the back, or even that first-tier singer, the new songs they brought were all top-notch. And they sang them perfectly and satisfied all the audience. At this moment, the last song of this last match, the audience cherished it immensely. They all hated to let Xia Shiyao sing this song all the way through, and this phase of the match never broke up. Unfortunately, there is a time to gather and a time to fall apart. The audience hadn't heard enough. Xia Shiyao's song had already come to an end. Can I hug you? Lover. Let me cry on your shoulder. If we have to part today, let me cry out in pain. And you have no choice, I'll leave with a smile on my face. The music fell, the lights fell, and along with Smiley's departure, Xia Shiyao bowed and exited the stage, while the audience, however, couldn't smile at all. The match was over, and their hearts were taken away. The moment the lights dimmed, everyone's hearts were empty. At this point, no one cared about the result of the match anymore, because everyone knew that Star Yao Entertainment had won hemp. The three phases of the competition were over, and ever since Xia Shiyao won the first phase of the competition with her song Alaskan Gulf, Star Yao Entertainment hadn't lost a single match. Today's points, Star Yao Entertainment had also gained 5 points, while Tianmei Entertainment only had 2 points. Even if it was a war of attrition, Tianmei Entertainment would only be able to fight back in the 6th installment of the tournament, and if they lost again in the 6th installment, they would be completely disqualified, and they would also lose this year's Triple Giant title. There wasn't much time left for Tianmei Entertainment, but Tianmei Entertainment didn't make any statement. No one knew what Lu Gao was thinking. The third installment of China's Strongest Voice was officially announced to be over and everyone left the stage. The viewers who weren't overjoyed turned to the Douyin and Weibo, which at this time was covered in videos of these new songs. Netizens watched these videos and listened to the songs, and suddenly had a feeling of dreaming back to the old days, the days of the gods and goddesses fighting. But now this time, although it could also be said that it was a fight between the immortals, but, these immortals, basically all of them came from Star Yao Entertainment. Lu Ruoying, Xia Shiyao, Miao Anjuan, and even Feng Xiao and Shuihen's floating toward the north were all turned out, and aside from Mu Baiwei, all of them were from Star Yao Entertainment. China's strongest voice had been hardened into an internal chaos by Star Yao Entertainment. And just as the netizens were still immersed in these songs, a video interview from the media was rapidly fermenting on the internet at the moment. These videos, with a swift momentum, quickly made their way onto the hot searches. Most of the netizens were still happily brushing the videos of those new songs that came out today, but as they swiped and swiped, they suddenly swiped to the videos released by these media outlets. Then, the entire net was in an uproar. Shit. Such a big melon. Don't code it. Let me take a closer look. Shengshi Entertainment has also collapsed. Are you kidding me? What kind of era is this, and they're still playing Subterfuge? This mosaic is a real head-scratcher. It's great. There are even stars I liked before who are being submerged. To hell with it. She has always been an innocent jade girl in front of the screen. It's so dark. This is the entertainment industry. Jia broke the news? She's too miserable, right? Being submerged and being thrown out as cannon fodder. Shengshi Entertainment is brain-dead. Indeed. Jia is really a bit pathetic. Upstairs, the poor must have something to hate, before that was all her own choice. As the media went down, with the likes and retweets of one video after another, on the hot search list, it was all about this melon in an instant. Subterfuge, everyone abhorred things, did not expect, now clearly in front of the eyes of the netizens, Shengshi Entertainment official around the blog, instantly by the netizens rushed rotten. Most of the people, they came with the purpose of watching the show, and some of them, they have been cursing Ma Liang and some other exposed executives, because their favorite idol, is the object that was submerged this time. At this moment, Gu Xingyi and the others were already driving on the road back to Jiangchang. They naturally saw the videos, and they, who were also singers, were sighing when they saw such a thing. The water in the entertainment circle is too muddy, these things, there have always been. I just didn't expect that Jia would burst out like this exposure, her future is completely gone. Feng Xiaoxiao said with infinite emotion, he had always lived at the bottom before, and naturally heard a lot of these things. Miao Ankuan also sighed silently in her heart. In this environment of the entertainment industry, how many can really stick to their hearts? Holy shit! You guys quickly look! There's another breaking news! And the official actually went down. Shuihan, who had been swiping the video, suddenly opened his mouth and exclaimed with his cell phone. The crowd was busy looking at their phones again, and one by one, the more they looked at it, the more wonderful the look on their faces became. This is really big melon ah! On Douyin and Weibo, just as the netizens were still vocalizing about these things about Shengshi Entertainment's subterfuge, some mainstream official media even came out to report on the situation. This made the netizens even more angry, so it was not only subterfuge, but also tax evasion and a series of other problems. Although Shengshi Entertainment came out to urgently clarify that the relevant people involved had been arrested and they would fully cooperate, but this still couldn't stop the netizens' anger. You're one of the big three, such a big company, so many people have committed crimes, you would not know? In just less than 2 hours, Shengshi Entertainment's reputation had dropped to the most freezing point, and even Shengshi Entertainment's stock price was shrinking drastically. But the scariest thing wasn't just the netizens' denunciation, the scariest thing was that the officials came down. A major overhaul of the entertainment industry. When this news came out, all the other entertainment companies except for Star Yao Entertainment were dumbfounded. Who doesn't have some cats and dogs? This is great, the official dad came down to rectify the situation. It's really killing me. As time passed in this endless stream of news, the internet was still buzzing with excitement, but the entertainment industry had an unprecedented earthquake. Officials came down to investigate one by one. For a while, everyone in the entertainment company was in danger, no longer able to care about such things as embracing the warmth of the group. Except for Star Yao Entertainment, which was calm and quiet, all the other entertainment companies, big or small, exploded with some melons. This also allowed many investors and sponsors to see the new situation in the entertainment industry, and also allowed them to see the potential of Star Yao Entertainment. If they were worried that these entertainment companies would join forces to apply pressure before, now, they were completely unafraid. After all, right now, these entertainment companies were all like a clay bodhisattva, unable to protect themselves, so how could they still care about them? By the time these entertainment companies recovered, their cooperation with Star Yao Entertainment would have been finalized long ago. As a result, investors and sponsors of all sizes contacted Star Yao Entertainment at the first opportunity. In response, Gu Xingyi was painfully happy. He somewhat regretted not listening to Yang Lin's advice and finding a junior secretary for himself. Because the company had not yet been formed, the staffing was not yet in place, and he was the only one who could make a decision for the entire company. This also led to Gu Xingyi this time busy 2 feet, either on the way to talk about cooperation, is on the way to sign the contract, and these cooperation, he has to review one by one. Some cannot be picked up, all do not pick up, slightly problematic, but also directly rejected.
The entire Star Yao Entertainment, also busy, they each have their own duties, run circulars, do publicity, now, surprisingly, before the busiest Yang Lin, into the most leisure of the existence of that.
4 days have passed since the third installment of China's Strongest Voice, November 26, Tuesday noon. In the office of the chairman of Star Yao Entertainment, Xia Shiyao was carrying a hot meal, placing it on the table, looking at Gu Xingyi, who was still looking at the documents, with a heartbroken expression. It's time for lunch, you should find an assistant as soon as possible, it's not a solution to keep doing things yourself like this. Gu Xingyi nodded and rubbed his temples on both sides again before putting down the documents in his hands. Well, Minister Yang is already trying to find, just look at the assistant, too little, I really don't know where you found your Taolulu in the first place, how come I can't meet such a small assistant? This also depends on fate, right? Xia Shiyao laughed a little, Lele is indeed very good, as well as Miao Anjuan's little assistant Ran, all are very good people. The two of them were eating and chatting, when Gu Xingyi's phone suddenly rang. Now he was annoyed when he heard the sound of the phone, but he sighed and put down his chopsticks to pick the phone up and look at it. The caller ID made him freeze, then he quickly picked up the phone.
Hello? Mr. Su, may I ask what's up?
Xia Shiyao, who heard Gu Xingyi say this, was also busy raising her head to look towards him. This call was actually from little Nai teacher, Su Ling. Gu Xingyi listened to the call, his brows gradually furrowed, which made Xia Shiyao couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart.
Well, okay, Teacher Su, I know, I'll go over right now.
After saying that, Gu Xingyi hung up the phone.
What's wrong? Is something wrong with Nai?
Xia Shiyao also put down her chopsticks and asked with a panicked look on her face. Nai was her lifeblood, if something really happened to Nai, she didn't even know what she would do.
It's fine, don't worry, Mr.
Su called just to say that Nai hasn't eaten much properly in the past 2 days. Seeing Xia Shiyao so flustered, Gu Xingyi hurriedly pacified her. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xia Shiyao then put her lifted heart down, then frowned again.
Nai hadn't eaten properly in the past 2 days? This was something that had never happened before. Let's go over and take a look now, I'm a bit uneasy, and Teacher Su means the same thing, she's worried too.
Gu Xingyi continued, and Xia Shiyao nodded. After saying that, the two of them didn't have the heart to continue eating. Covering up the lunchbox on the desk, the two of them quickly left the company and rushed towards the Jianghua kindergarten. At this moment in the Jianghua kindergarten, Su Ling was looking at Gu Xingyi at the dining table with her small head lowered in peace and quiet with a worried frown. Nowadays, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were as hot as ever, and it could be said that as long as one could surf the internet, basically no one in China did not recognize them.
As their daughter, Gu Xingyi was the treasure of Jianghua kindergarten, and everyone loved this well-behaved little baby. But the last 2 days do not know what reason, this well-behaved little one unexpectedly do not eat properly, anyhow she coaxed. The little one is only a symbolic 2 bites, and then lowered his head, quietly sitting there. No one knew what was going through her little head, but Su Ling vaguely felt that the problem should be with her parents. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao hurriedly arrived, and from a distance, they saw the well-behaved little Nai sitting there, while Su Ling accompanied her, still patiently coaxing her, while the other children, all of them had already finished their meals and started their lunch breaks. Su Lao Su, I'm sorry, my family Xingyao has really caused you trouble. As the two approached, Gu Xingyao took the lead in apologizing to Su Ling before squatting down and wrapping his hands around little Nai to pick her up. Nai, what's going on these past 2 days? Why didn't you listen to your teacher? Children who don't listen are bad children. Seeing the arrival of the two, little Nai's big eyes obviously brightened for a moment, and after being picked up, she hugged Gu Xingyi's neck and didn't let go. Seeing her daughter safe and sound, Xia Shiyao also finally completely put down her heart. Then she wrinkled her good-looking eyebrows. The look in her eyes was obviously a bit angry. It's not in the way, this is all our duty, or I'm not capable of taking care of the child. Xingyao father, it's good that you guys are here, the child is usually very well behaved, it's just that in the past 2 days there might be something on her mind that she's not willing to talk to the teacher, so you guys communicate more, I'm going to go take care of the other children first. Su Ling was also relieved to see Gu Xingyi and the two of them, and said busily. In her opinion, small children's hearts hide things, mostly because of their parents. Many people think that small children do not need to communicate, in fact, it is not, because many small children will not correctly express the ideas in their hearts, which is why it is even more necessary for parents to guide them in a timely manner, and have good interactions with their children. Good, then Mr. Su, you go ahead and get busy, we will teach the child well. Xia Shiyao busily nodded her head and said, her face full of embarrassment. Su Ling nodded and left the cafeteria. Inside the school cafeteria, only a family of 3 remained. Gu Xingyi hugged little Nai and sat down, looking at the meal on the table that had only been eaten in 2 bites, and gently asked again. Nai, tell daddy, why don't you eat properly? Little Nai pursed her lips and didn't speak, her hands still wrapped around Gu Xingyi's neck.
Gu Xingyi couldn't help but smile when he saw this action of hers. This little look and Xia Shiyao were practically carved out of the same mold, as Xia Shiyao would also unconsciously purse her lips every time she had something on her mind. Why don't you eat? Before Gu Xingyi could continue speaking, Xia Shiyao opened her mouth. Her voice was rare and clear. It startled Gu Xingyi. He looked up and couldn't help but shrink his neck. This is a rare Xia Shiyao angry, always feel unable to provoke the appearance. Little Nai Nai, who was nestled in Gu Xingyi's arms, also shrunk her head and buried her little face into Gu Xingyi's arms. But the next moment, the little one was picked up by Xia Shiyao. Gu Xingyi wanted to stop, but after being glanced at by her, she honestly sat down in the same place. Her heart still kept self-consoling. Parent-child strategy has a most important, is both parents, no matter which party in the education of children, the other party must not do the opposite. Little Nai Nai was carried out by Xia Shiyao from Gu Xingyi's arms, standing pitifully in front of the dining table. Her big eyes were already filled with water mist, and she was about to drop her golden peas, but Xia Shiyao still had a stern face. Why don't you eat properly? Have I ever told you? Wasting food is bad behavior. Hands out. As soon as Xia Shiyao's words left her mouth, little Nai Nai was so frightened that her tiny body trembled slightly, her tears finally slid down her cheeks, and her originally pursed little mouth deflated, and she sneaked a glance at her dad, Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi, on the other hand, is the eyes to watch the nose to watch the heart. Do not dare to meet with the baby daughter, although he is heartbroken to death, but also know that at this time cannot be contrary to Xia Shiyao. Seeing that daddy can't be relied on, little Nai Nai finally trembled and stretched out her little hand. In the next second, Xia Shiyao's slap landed on the little hand. The crisp sound made Gu Xingyi's heart tremble and his heart ache even more. This was the first time little Nai Nai had been hit by her mother. Her deflated little mouth flattened even more, and her tears swished down even more. Eat first. Xia Shiyao slapped a few times, then squatted down again, placing little Nai Nai on her small seat, ordering. Little Nai Nai finally picked up her own chopsticks, and under Xia Shiyao's stern gaze, she picked up the rice in the bowl, and with tears in her eyes, she ate all the rice in no time. Only then did Gu Xingyi hurriedly take the little one into his arms, tenderly helping her wipe the tears from her face, patiently coaxing. Okay, after eating the meal mommy will not be angry. Come and tell daddy, why don't you eat properly these 2 days off? Because Nai Nai. I want mommy and daddy to spend more time with Nai Nai. Little Nai Nai was still sobbing, her fingers pinching the corner of her coat uneasily, her head lowered as she said somewhat timidly. Hearing the little one's words, Gu Xingyi froze for a moment. He seemed to understand. Little Nai Nai couldn't express herself, that's why she would use this way, to make herself and Xia Shiyao pay more attention to her. It seemed like, since the company had gotten busy, they really hadn't taken care of the little one. These days, he and Xia Shiyao always left early and returned late, only accompanying her for a short while in the morning when they sent their daughter to school, and at night when they put her to bed. Gu Xingyi fell into deep thought. He suddenly felt as if he was wrong, a little bit wrong. His intention of creating the company was so that Xia Shiyao and little Nai Nai could live a better and happier life. But now, he was fully devoted to his work, completely contrary to his original intention. Xia Shiyao also blamed herself somewhat. She bit her lip and looked towards Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi raised his head and locked eyes with her, then his entire body suddenly loosened up. He swept over Nai Nai's tiny body. This time, both mommy and daddy and Nai Nai were wrong. Mommy and daddy neglected Nai Nai's feelings, and Nai Nai shouldn't have told mommy and daddy in such a wrong way. Mommy and daddy apologize to Nai Nai now, but Nai Nai also need to apologize to teacher Sue and herself, okay? From now on, you are not allowed to not eat properly. Mommy and daddy will also stay by Nai Nai's side more often. Got it. Little Nai Nai, whose little face was still buried in Gu Xingyi's arms and rubbing against him, said in a resigned manner. Xia Shiyao also leaned over and squatted down to rub her little head. Daddy said that because daddy spoils Nai Nai, but Nai Nai has to know that not eating is wrong behavior no matter what the purpose is. Nai Nai won't next time. Mommy, don't talk about me. Little Nai Nai heard Xia Shiyao's voice and sobbed again, deflating her little mouth and moving out of Gu Xingyi's arms, burrowing into Xia Shiyao's arms again. Seeing that his little baby was about to drop her golden peas again, Gu Xingyi's heart ached, and he busily patted her back, and said to Xia Shiyao, Okay, it's good that the little one knows, home is not a place for reasoning. It's about love, a hug is good. Yeah, mommy hug, don't be angry. Little Nai Nai's reply almost made Xia Shiyao cry. She slightly reddened her eyes and hugged little Nai Nai hard. Just now hitting her those 2 times had actually broken her heart. The two of them stayed with little Nai Nai for a while longer, before giving her to Su Ling, and then watched as she apologized to Su Ling, and was led to the lounge by Su Ling for a nap. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao breathed a sigh of relief, and only after little Nai Nai fell asleep did they leave the kindergarten. Back at the company, Gu Xingyi had been thinking about how to maintain the balance between the company and the family, and thinking about it, he suddenly turned his head to look at Xia Shiyao. Wife, isn't it Nai Nai's birthday in 2 days? Xia Shiyao nodded. November 28th would be little Nai Nai's 4th birthday. Then we must give Nai Nai a good birthday this time. Gu Xingyi said, falling into contemplation again. Xia Shiyao softly hummed, while her heart was a little sour. Little Nai Nai would be 4 years old soon, but this was the first time she had a birthday. Still remember the little one's third birthday. That day, she did not even eat the cake. The next 2 days returned to busy. Just after work, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao intentionally take more time to accompany the little one, although Gu Xingyi still has no assistant. But as long as it is time for little Nai Nai to get out of school, he will put off all cooperation. As for the personnel of Xingyou Entertainment, everyone's face was glowing with happiness in the past 2 days. They were always secretive in the past 2 days, preparing for all sorts of things. Until November 28th, Xia Shiyao's signing concert was also held today. This time the number of participants in the signing concert was only 2,000 people. These people, all of them, were Xia Shiyao's hardcore fans. They have several common small groups. Even Xia Shiyao herself has joined the group. The name of the group was Xia Shiyao Gu Xingyi Relatives Group. Upon learning that Xia Shiyao was going to hold a signing concert, and that it would only be for them, several groups all exploded and bought tickets at the first opportunity. To be all excited to arrive in Jiangcheng, all the talents back. This signing was held at 8 o'clock in the evening. Some cannot resist the excitement of the fans have more than in the group discussion. They do not understand why to be so late. In the end, it was the group owner Xiao Hong who strongly suppressed their agitation, which was able to calm down the storm. And Staryao Entertainment also rented the Jiangcheng Theater as a venue in advance, and everything was quietly waiting for the signing concert to be held. November 28th, 8 p.m., all the fans obtained the fan gift packs to enter. To their surprise, inside these gift packs, not only have Xia Shiyao's album and signature, but also her family photo and signature. This makes the fans can't help but be ecstatic. This time it's really worth it. Not only can they see Xia Shiyao in person, there is also a full set of autographs. It's great. When all the fans entered the theater doors suddenly closed and the scene was plunged into darkness. Just as the fans were wondering when they turned on their cell phone lights, suddenly the music started, a cheerful music they had never heard before, followed by a tender and clear child's voice. The moment this childish voice rang out, everyone froze, and then they suddenly covered their chests and looked incredulously at the place where the childish voice came from. The fans felt as if they were dreaming. This was the voice of little baby Xingyao. Along with the child's voice coming from her, the spotlight suddenly appeared. Under the light was little Nai Nai, who was wearing a white cute tutu. Her little skirt was also embellished with small blooming flowers. Her head was even tied with 2 small grips, with 2 small delicate bows tied on top of it. She was like an elf left behind on earth, just like this, breaking into the fans' line of sight, making all the fans feel their hearts were going to be adorable at this moment. This was too foul. Well, they wanted to rush up and carry her home. Little Nana swayed her body to the music, her cheerful song coming out of her mouth into everyone's ears. Happy pond planted in dreams become oceans. Bulging eyes, large mouth sings just as loud. Another spotlight suddenly hit, and Gu Xingyi, dressed in a proper suit, appeared under the light, his movements in unison with little Nai Nai's, the two of them swaying their bodies in the same frequency of rhythm. He followed up on Xiao Nai Nai's song and continued to sing. Lend me a pair of small wings and I'll be able to fly to the sun. I believe that a miracle is in the body. Then, in the stupefied and surprised gazes of the fans, Xia Shiyao also appeared with the fall of the spotlight, a family of 3, whole, with bright smiles on their faces, shaking their bodies in unison. In the crowd, Xiao Hong, who was still dumbfounded, suddenly covered her mouth and cried tears of joy. As a fan, being able to see this scene, simply too much surprise, but also to over happiness. A family of 3 sang in unison. La 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 la. La 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 with you leapfrog. La 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 la. Growing up with confidence with you leapfrog. The fans who reacted to the scene wanted to cry. The surprise was too big, and the children's song, too awesome. They uniformly waved the cell phones in their hands. The cell phone lights turned into glow sticks at this moment, neatly waving them to the music, keeping in unison with the rhythm of the family of 3 swaying on the stage. Little Nai Nai sang again at this moment, and Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao chimed in for her, clapping and beating the rhythm. Happy a little frog, la 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 leapfrog. There's a little frog in a happy pond, yeah. He dances like he's possessed by a prince. Croak, 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 croak. No frog can match his cool eyes. One day he'll be awakened by the princess. Little Nana sang cheerfully while sitting in the action, and the atmosphere of the scene was always joyful and warm in one's heart. Immediately after, the family of 3 continued to sing in unison, and this time, even the fans couldn't help but follow along with the law. They simply loved this family of 3 to death. Gu Xingyi couldn't contain his smile. This unusual birthday party was decided after he and Xia Shiyao asked Nai Nai, because little Nai Nai said her birthday wish was that she wanted to be like her mom, standing on the stage, singing happy songs for people. Under Gu Xingyi's family's chorus of Little Jumping Frog, the scene completely turned into a sea of joy. This unique book signing was more than enough to make the fans completely satisfied. Especially some of the parents who brought their children to the signing, they were the happiest group. Originally they still didn't understand why Xia Shiya made a special statement in the group that they could bring their family members. Now they finally understood. In Xia Shiya's fan group, there were already many mommy fans of Xingyao's little baby, who fell in love with this little munchkin during Courageous Outburst, and even their children were just as much little fans of the little guy. Now that little Xingyao suddenly appeared on the scene, it was a completely unexpected surprise for them. When the three members of the family appeared neatly together, this surprise turned into happiness and emotion. What does it mean to spoil the fans with strength? This is Ah! Under the spotlight in front of her, little Nana's small body bounced forward a little step with the music and the la 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 sound of all the people at the scene. She picked up the microphone again and put one hand in front of her cheek. Her almond eyes were wide open, her mouth was open, and she was acting like a cute little frog. This adorable expression instantly caused the mom fans below to squeal, their eyes bubbling with stars, happily looking at this little munchkin near their eyes. The cheerful song continued to come out of little Nana's mouth. It's a little jumping frog, crossing the blue Atlantic. Jumps to the far east, jumps to us. Xia Shiya also followed suit and jumped forward a step, standing beside little Nai Nai, also following little Nai Nai to put on the same adorable expression. This pair of mother and daughter's divine synchronization instantly made the hearts of the fans at the scene melt. This is simply too attractive. To the old life. Spring, summer, fall, and winter, we're the best of partners. Kissing her will become different. Adorable to the point of being foul, Xia Shiya picked up little Nai Nai's song as she squatted down, picked up the little one and spun her around in the air before giving her a hard kiss on the little one's face. This bite made the fans drool with envy. They also wanted to kiss. What to do? Gu Xingyi also jumped forward at this time. Xia Shiya has put down the little Nai Nai, the two people a person holding the little Nai Nai's a little hand, and shook up the body. Once again la 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 sing. Until the song was finished, the fans were still immersed in the joy, when the three beams of spotlights instantly dimmed. Gu Xingyi kept the family of three holding hands, standing in place, and on the big screen at the back of the theater, a picture suddenly appeared, all of which were pictures of little Nai Nai, some happy and laughing, some sad and tearful. This sudden turn of events drew everyone's attention, and when the fans saw the photos of the aggrieved little Nai Nai, one by one, they couldn't wait to snatch little Nai Nai from the hands of the two Gu Xingyi. At this point trying to knife a person's eyes could not be hidden. Especially the little one's mom fans, they can't help but feel the same thought in their hearts, if this were my baby, I could put it on my pants every day, and whoever dares to make her feel aggrieved will be chopped up. On the big screen, a line of subtitles also played out, then all the fans realized, originally, today is the 4th birthday of Xingyao little baby. Just as the fans came to a realization, another music sounded, and two spotlights fell separately, once again turning the scene. This time, the ones who appeared were Tao Lele and Sister Yun, who were holding their respective doll gifts for little Nai Nai, and they shook the gifts in their hands as the same cheerful children's song sang out from their mouths. On the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the sea, there's a group of Smurfs. They're lively and smart, they're naughty and sensitive. They live freely in the green forest. They're kind and brave and care for each other. Dorothy and Yun had just finished singing when the music changed abruptly and another spotlight fell, overwhelming the crowd. This time it was Miao Ankuan and Ran Xiaoxiao, who sang as well as they held their gifts. Crap 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 OMG, how did the magic malfunction? The sky is really big, blue dreams my home. Little girl worries are not afraid, colorful wings take me away. The fans went completely crazy. This is really very Gu Xingyi. A series of children's songs, and every song was different, and they were all new original songs that they hadn't heard before. Miao Anquan and Ran Xiaoxiao had just finished singing 2 lines when another spotlight fell and the music turned again. This time it was the duo of Feng Xiaoxiao and Ishuihan, also holding gifts, singing and dancing. Want a CD player, want an MP3, want ice cream, want Chinese currency, don't be greedy. Smart and brave and strong, I really envy myself. Hula hoops are no problem, backflip for 2 weeks and then salute. Everyone had a happy smile on their face at the moment. This wasn't a signing session anymore. This was a fun time belonging to their big family. The spotlight fell once again, this time it was Chen Feng. He carefully pushed a few layers of a huge cake, singing the happy birthday song under his breath as he slowly walked forward. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. In the next second, everyone from Star Yao Entertainment appeared with smiles on their faces, singing the birthday wishes song in unison as they slowly walked forward. The fans couldn't help but follow along and sing the birthday song at this moment as well. Over 2,000 people sang in unison, and the entire arena was filled with the same song. Little Nai Nai's 2 big eyes had completely curved up at this moment, and she happily shook her little head and clapped her little palms as she looked at these uncles and aunts who had suddenly appeared. This was her first birthday, and it was also the happiest she had ever been. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiya lifted her high in the air and sang the same birthday song until the song ended, all the lights dimmed, and Gu Xingyi's gentle voice came out. Nai Nai, make a wish and blow out the candles. Little Nai Nai closed her eyes and held her 2 little hands in front of her smiling face, not knowing what she wished for, only that on her little face, her smile grew brighter and brighter.
This smile made everyone keep it in their minds.
Especially Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, both of their hands were trembling a little at the moment, so happy that they wanted to cry. He and Xia Shiyao hadn't had a birthday before because they were orphans, without a father or a mother. But now their daughter, Gu Xingyao, they managed to let her have such a wonderful childhood. At this moment in Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's hearts, there was nothing that could be more precious than little Nai Nai's smiling face at this moment. Yay! As little Nai Nai blew out the 4 candles at the top of the cake in one breath, an ear-splitting cheer erupted from the scene. The lights also completely lit up at this time, and Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao hugged little Nai Nai into their arms, one of them giving her a firm kiss on the side of her face before saying loudly, "Nai Nai! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Starry Yao little baby!" The fans at the scene, too, shouted at that moment. Little Nai Nai let out a silver bell-like laugh, at which point Gu Xingyo said loudly again, "Eat the cake!" As Gu Xingyi's words fell, many more staff members pushed large cakes and walked into the scene. These were all prepared for the fans. The act of spoiling the fans like this even made the scene burst into laughter. With songs to listen to, small sign gifts to take, and cakes to eat, every fan felt that their trip was really too meaningful. Returning home with a full load, that's what they were feeling at this moment. Staryo Entertainment's crowd also offered their own gifts to Nai Nai at this time, and everyone received Nai Nai's sweet thank you sound when they gave the gifts, which made everyone happy. They gathered around and happily ate the cake, while little Nai Nai, after receiving the gifts, struggled down from Gu Xingyi's arms and played with the children who came to the scene. Those mom fans, carefully watching over the children, especially when they saw their own baby interacting with little Nai Nai, the look on their faces was even more excited than their own children. At that moment, little Nai Nai's eyes were suddenly caught by a little girl with the same small red face. This little girl did not play with the group like the other children, but instead, she grasped a man's calf and timidly looked over to this side. The little girl's eyes were filled with longing as she looked over at the children playing together. When little Nai Nai looked over, her eyes happened to meet hers, and she somewhat nervously shrunk her little head behind her father, not daring to meet little Nai Nai's eyes. Seeing this scene, little Nai Nai subconsciously pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, picked up a piece of cupcake from the table, and headed towards the little girl. "Nah, here's your cake, it's sweet." Little Nene's sweet voice came, the little girl's body shook slightly, the man in front of her lowered his head, looked at little Nene who blinked her big round eyes, squatted down and rubbed the little girl's hair. "Nene, elder sister is treating you to cake? Don't go yet, don't you like elder sister the most?" The little girl who was called Nini rubbed her small hands on the corner of her somewhat whitened coat, before she raised her head and looked timidly at little Nai Nai. "Sister, can I really eat it? Kande I like Nene, I want to be friends with Nene and treat you to a cake." Little Nene revealed a smiling face and held out the cake in her hand. Not far away, Gu Xingyi, whose eyes had been on little Nai Nai, saw this scene and smiled heartily. He could tell from the man's and the little girl's whitewashed clothes that the man's family shouldn't be very well off, and after thinking about it for a moment, he walked over, similarly squatting his body and rubbing Nai Nai's little head. "Nai Nai, why don't you pull your sister along to play?" "Aha!" Little Nai Nai hummed and looked at Nini again with an expectant face. Nini looked at the sincere expression of little Nai Nai in front of her, and finally, with her father's encouragement, took the cake and held little Nai Nai's hand. Little Nene instantly had a big smile on her face, pulling Nene as she bounced toward the pile of children. "Thanks, little baby Xingyao, it's really nice." The two adults also stood up at that moment, looking together at their own precious daughter in the distance, the man taking the lead and speaking in admiration. "You too, I can tell that Nini is also very kind. By the way, how old is Nini?" 3 years old, a little bit younger than Xingyao. Ever since she saw little Xingyao on her cell phone, she has always liked and loved her. Since then, I've been following your Weibo, Douyin, and added the group, and I also hope that one day, I can allow my child to be able to see her favorite young lady with her own eyes. The man said, looking towards his daughter who was playing in the distance being held by little Nana's hand, his eyes already slightly red. "This time when I came here, I originally wanted to plead with you after the signing session to be able to let the children meet, but I didn't expect that I would see them now." Hearing the man say this, Gu Xingyi knew that this was a man with a story. And little Nini, for sure, was very, very fond of little Nai Nai, and as a father, this was why the man had resolutely come to the signing session with his children just because of a dream that was likely not to come true. "Right, haven't introduced myself yet. Hello, my name is Gu Xingyi." Gu Xingyi didn't take the liberty of asking, but said with a smile. The man was also amused by Gu Xingyi's self-introduction. If he didn't know that he was Gu Xingyi, then wouldn't he be a proper fake fan? "Hello, my name is Runny-Won. Follow the wind and float heaven and earth Runny-Woo? Good name. You should be older than me, so I'll call you Brother Easy." "I don't know, Brother Easy, what kind of work do you do?" "I'm 30 this year, I'm indeed older than you. I'm currently working as a security guard." For Gu Xingyi's exit, Run Easy froze for a moment. This guy is worthy of being a divine lyricist. He comes with his mouth open. "Security guard?"
Gu Xingyi nodded as he looked at Ren Yuyao's slightly lanky figure. This body, it was more than enough to be a bodyguard. Right, I was bored as a soldier. After I was discharged down, I learned business administration for a while, and then entered a media company. Unfortunately, my character was born not able to eat this bowl of rice, and I saw some bad things managed, so I was dismissed, and then because of my daughter's reasons, I became a security guard. Although he was dismissed, but Rin said generously, his expression was calm, looking in the direction of his daughter's eyes, but revealed some warmth. Upon hearing Ren Yuyao say this, Gu Xingyi didn't immediately answer, but similarly looked in the direction of the two little darlings and pondered for a while before opening his mouth again. Business administration? I wonder if old brother Easy can come to our Star Yao Entertainment to give it a try. We are short of people here, moreover, we are still short of some company security personnel, and we have not been able to find any suitable personnel. I wonder if old brother Easy has any suitable people to recommend for me? Ran Easy froze again for a moment, then turned his head to look at Gu Xingyi. Are you serious? Of course, it's a real lack of people, and I'm not someone who likes to bend the rules. Let's put it this way, see that big beautiful woman over there? It's our company's personnel minister. If you have the will, you can discuss with her to find time for an interview. Gu Xingyi nodded naturally, and looked at Yang Lin's position again, nuzzled her mouth, and then said to Ren Yueni. Ren Yuyao took a serious look at Gu Xingyi, then looked at Yang Jialin, thinking for a long time, and it wasn't until Xiao Nai led Nini this way that he spoke. Okay, I'll give it a try. As for the security staff, I have some friends who are ex-military and can ask for you. Thanks. Gu Xingyi laughed before welcoming little Nai and Nini, picking up the two little munchkins left and right. Nai, Nini, are you having fun? Happy. The two little munchkins said in unison, with bright smiles on their faces. This scene, will Rini look at the eyes cannot stop another red. He has forgotten, Nene has not laughed so heartfelt for a long time. He stood still for another moment to think, before resolutely walking in Yang Lin's direction. From Gu Xingyi's body, he could sense that Xingyao Entertainment, for sure, would be a good place to call home. Gu Xingyi watched as Ren walked over to Yang Jianlin, said a few words to her, and took her business card from Yang Jianlin before he turned his gaze back. As for whether or not Runny could get an interview afterward, it was not for him to decide. He had never interfered in this aspect of personnel. Just like Starry Yao Animation, although it was titled under Starry Yao Entertainment, since Gu Xingyi had given Chen Feng the animation script and funds, he had never asked about it. He believed in their professionalism, so he, as an amateur, didn't get too involved. After a while of fooling around, the signing session came to a successful conclusion, and little Nai-Nai's birthday came to a close amidst a sea of blessings from the fans. The fans all left the venue in an orderly manner with joyful faces. Today was really a full day for them. On the internet today, as one entertainment company was officially down for a thorough investigation, they were much more honest. Basically, after this round of rectification, every company had hurt some vitality. After almost a week of settling down, the netizens were not as enthusiastic as they were before, except that they would argue a bit after brushing up on which celebrity was in trouble. On the whole, no matter whether it was the entertainment circle or the internet, the heat slowly dropped, and the netizens slowly returned to calm. But just as the netizens were bored in swiping through the videos, suddenly, a video broke into their eyes, with a caption that was clearly written by one of Xingyao's mom fans. My little Xingyao. So cute. The netizens who saw this caption were all puzzled by a brain. Was there something going on here that they didn't know about? So they clicked on the video. Within a short time, every netizen who saw the video red-eyed, gasping for air and furious, ran to Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's roundup blog and spewed furiously. Just this? That's it? Are you done with your fucking business? Show me this? I'm not convinced. You're not treating us like human beings. Why didn't we get the notice? No love. Fade out. Let's go. Brothers. I was furious the moment I saw little Xingyao appear in the video. And then when I saw this family of three shaking their bodies in divine synchronization, my head went blank. Xingyao, you failed me in my love for you. Taken off. Taken off. Taken off. Brothers. Taken off. Why can they be there? But I can only be here drooling and watching the video. A fan posted a video that instantly transformed all netizens into lemon goblins. They couldn't wait to kill Gu Xingyi's house right now and question him as to why. Why didn't he inform them? That wasn't all. After that, many more live videos broke out, from a family of three singing, to a children's song skewer, to little Xingyao making a wish with her eyes closed, to little Xingyao playing with the kids. The most excessive. There were also videos of Xia Shiyao exchanging parenting tips with several mom fans. Not only these videos, but there were also fans who showed autographed photos of the family of three, photos of them hugging and kissing little Xingyao, and all kinds of small gifts at the scene. Only half an hour after the signing session, the internet was already flooded with these videos and photos. Countless netizens endured their heartache and red eyes, flipping through the videos one by one, especially when they saw a fan interacting intimately with little Xingyao.
they couldn't wait to push the fan away and replace him or her.
I can't stand it anymore.
Brothers, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's two cub seeds are not proper sons.
Whoever goes with me, kill Gu Xia. Rob Xingyao. Well said. Count me in. Kill Gu Xia. Rob Xingyao.
For a while, the online crowd was furious, everyone shouted out this slogan, and the originally calm internet once again set off a huge wave because of Gu Xingyi's family of three. Only this time, instead of showing solidarity with them, the netizens strongly condemned them. In response, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao saw these condemnations on the internet at the first time, and both of them shrunk their necks at the same time, always feeling that there were chills coming from all sides. But they can't do anything about it, only 2 days in advance to prepare, 2,000 people, is already their limit, any more would be a mess, they certainly prioritize their own personal guards. In the end, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao were forced to release a siege blog under pressure.
Brothers, we were wrong, you guys are generous and forgive us this time. We really weren't prepared this time. Next time for sure. As soon as the siege blog was sent out, it was topped by countless netizens, and as soon as the netizens saw that the rightful owner had put in a word and had a good attitude in admitting his mistake, they became even more arrogant. Next time? Speak clearly? When is the next time? What year, month, and day? What time, what minute, what second? Come out and say it clearly. I won't say anything else. Send us the full version of the video first. Do you want to see it again? I'm telling you, you're dead. Are there any brothers who are going to the China's Strongest Voice show tomorrow? Hold them both down for me and make them give an honest explanation. Which time is it next time exactly? The internet once again set off a frenzy, and all the netizens wanted to know which time the next time would actually be. With such a big commotion, other entertainment companies naturally saw it too, only that they were even more bitter in their hearts. Their own company had just been overhauled, but it was as if it was a big year for other people's Star Yao Entertainment. Many heads of small and medium-sized entertainment companies were pondering at this time. Shouldn't they, in fact, lean towards Star Yao Entertainment? After all, given the current situation, Gu Xingyao's talent was completely endless. An ordinary book signing, hardened by him to make flowers, and those children's songs that appeared inside were all new and original. Who dares to say that he's exhausted his talent when he can throw out so many new songs just for his daughter's birthday? Since they couldn't beat him, they would join. Many company heads of small and medium-sized entertainment awakened at this moment. At the Tianmei Entertainment Building, Lu Gao didn't know how many times his eyes had become lifeless. He knew that Shangshi Entertainment had a different voice in their company after the last blow, and although Tian Xingqi was still holding on, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. As for those small and medium-sized entertainment companies, they were already a bunch of rabble, and after such a big blow this time, it was expected that they would only go against the grain. This birthday party organized by Gu Xingyi also made Lu Gao completely see that this man had no lower limits at all, and the talent he displayed was simply breathtaking. It has to be a quick fix. Help me contact Chairman Tian, the next phase of the tournament, 3 matches, all on aces. Lu Gao said to his secretary with an expressionless face, while in his heart, he thought about many things. If he lost again in this installment, then how was he going to maintain the title of triumvirate? The next day, the heat on the internet about the signing session was still lingering, while another heat was also climbing fast, and that was tonight's China's Strongest Voice. Following the last competition, everyone was dying with anticipation for this competition. After all, they knew that with each installment of the competition, Gu Xingyi would be able to bring them a different new song, or the thieving kind. Ever since Gu Xingyi appeared, their song list had never lacked good songs. In recent days, some media outlets have even boldly stated that Gu Xingyi is the one sent by heaven to create a new era in the music industry. The netizens also recognized this. They felt that this time is really a hero to create a trend, rather than talent overcoming capital. It is more like capital can no longer suppress talent. Gu Xingyi alone, with his talent, had stirred the entire music scene into a frenzy. If he succeeded in taking out Tianmei Entertainment this time, then he would become the first person in history to shake up a giant company with the power of one person. In Jiangchang, in Star Yao Entertainment, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao had just arrived at the company when Yang Lin approached them. Mr. Gu, that Rennie, the interview passed, only his job position, there is still to be agreed upon. I think there are 2 positions that are very suitable for him. One is the head of the security department. He recognizes a lot of people in this area. It's good for him to take the lead in the formation. The second one is your assistant. According to his previous work experience, he can also do well in this aspect of managing contacts, and the relevant specialties are also in place. Yang Lin said, handing the interview information of Ring Yuyo in her hand to Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi took the information and read it carefully, then suddenly looked up and asked, "Do you know what he was dismissed from the last company for?" Yang Lin nodded. Asked, because he was not used to seeing some of the leaders under the table behavior, and most of all because he was not used to seeing the leader bullying newcomers, so, he was dismissed.
this kind of character, really not suitable for the workplace.
Like this?
Quite good, at least the 3 views are correct, the character can be. Gu Xingyi said while flipping through the information, and when he finished reading all the information, he looked up again and asked, "Do you know the conditions of his family?" "That I didn't ask, it's just that he requires that he can only go to work after 9 a.m., and at night no matter how late it is. But he has to make a trip home from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and of course, he said that the salary can be lowered, but there's no way to talk about this issue of time." Gu Xingyi nodded his head in contemplation for a moment, then raised his hand to return the information to Yan Lin.
"The salary will be as standard.
Time can be given to him, ask him if he's willing to be my assistant, if not, the head of the security department is fine, ask him for his opinion." Yang Lin received the information, her brows frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything, she just agreed and left the office.
Xia Shiyao also looked over with some confusion and asked curiously, "What's so special about this person? It feels like you have some regard for him?" "I don't know, it's just, I saw his daughter yesterday, and that attitude of his, there's always a bad feeling. I hope I'm overthinking it, when I'm familiar with it, I'll naturally know." Gu Xingyi shook his head, his face a little heavy. Yesterday, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong, and the thing that made him feel wrong was Ren Yi's words, that he hoped that one day he would let Nini see her favorite young lady with her own eyes. And for that very reason, it was a bit unusual that he had traveled thousands of miles to come here, or in a situation where he wasn't sure if he would be able to see Nini. What was the issue that caused him to be so desperate? Gu Xingyi didn't know, he had just come into contact with Ren Yuyao yesterday and couldn't talk about that yet. Time flashed by, coming to 8 o'clock in the evening, and the 4th installment of China's Strongest Voice also came at this time. The main event of tonight's first show, which everyone was looking forward to, had already begun, and Tianmei Entertainment sent out a first-tier singer, bringing the same original love song. This love song made the netizens nod their heads. This standard has indeed been raised. Tianmei Entertainment has also begun to make an effort. But although the standard had been raised to the top level of the old music scene, unfortunately, netizens were more looking forward to Gu Xingyi's song. What's the saying? You're good, but he's better. No comparison, no harm, the level of this session of songwriters, and that's it. If all the songwriters will be graded, Gu Xingyi is the only one. In front of Gu Xingyi, all the other songwriters have to sit down. Finally, it's the turn of Xingyo Entertainment. Netizens are surprised to find that Xingyo Entertainment is a newcomer and a pair of combinations. Last time, the newcomer duo of Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Shuihan brought them a big surprise, and they didn't expect that. This time, it was again, and this time, this pair was the same pair of ballad singers that had been exposed on the internet before.
Wang Xini and Wu Peeling. Familiar high stools, familiar white body shirts with jeans, familiar guitars and girls. It was obvious that they were ready to sing ballads. The audience couldn't help but look forward to it. There hadn't been a single ballad they had heard that had caught fire out of the ring yet. They wondered if this one could bring them a different feeling. The music sounded, and on the big screen, the title of the song was revealed. Wu Peeling gently swept her guitar, Wang Xini slightly swayed her body, and smiled with Wu Peeling. This beautiful picture made the audience and netizens' hearts involuntarily quiet down. The music was pure, the singer was pure, everything was just right. They looked at the big screen, it was still the song made by Xing Yao, and the singer was The Landlord's Cat. And this title of the song on the screen was very much in line with the ballad. Clouds and smoke become rain. Accompanied by the sound of music and guitar, Wang Xini softly opened her mouth and sang, her voice pure and straight into the heart. Your good night is a subconscious compassion. I stayed until late at night to cure my insomnia. I left that handwritten letter at the bottom of my suitcase. It's too late to give it the meaning of a journey. All the audience who heard this song unconsciously settled down in their hearts. The song seemed to have a kind of magic that could make them quiet inside. This is also the unique charm of ballads. There are 3 ballads: love, ideals, and faraway places. These are the original aspirations of everyone's heart, and everyone who hears this song, at this moment, remembers the dream that was hidden in their hearts. These dreams may be once the favorite that she, may be long lost that initial heart, may be the reality of the broken yearning. These things that have been gained and lost, at this moment, everything, are awakened by Wang Xini's song. If everything has turned to smoke and rain, can I turn into mud and stain you again? If life is like a passing movie, let me wake up from my sweet dreams again. I'd love to see you again, even if it's just for a quick glance. A dim silhouette in the streetlight, a long, long walk in the woods. I'd like to see you again, at least as a joke. The first time the leaves fall in the alley, the autumn equinox, we're drifting away. What a gentle 2 little ones. Only Starry Yao Entertainment can put such 2 little fresheners in a good place, right? I want to see you again, even if it's just for a quick glance. Tears in my eyes, cherish the people around me. The grumpy heart suddenly quieted down, and the tears naturally fell. But I'll never see her again, all things have an end, but only thoughts don't. The song Clouds and Smoke Become Rain made the netizens collectively fall into emo once again, and this time, all of them remembered the person they wanted to see again.
but simply could never see again. They all listened to the song and remembered the person they had dusted off in their hearts for a long time. No matter if it was family, friendship, or love, there was always that one person that one would want to see again from the bottom of one's heart, even if it was only for a moment. Even the Tianmei Entertainment is watching the game Lu Gao, or at this time closed his eyes, who do not have a want to see but cannot see the person? Guxingyi, this then, although he was the opposite of him, Lu Gao also had to admit that this person really knew people's hearts too well and was too talented. At least when it came to lyrics and music, he was like a monster without a breakthrough. Some of the directors of Tianmei Entertainment had already sighed and sighed. They were now at a loss. How was this going to be fought? There was no way to fight. This wasn't even on the same level, it was purely being crushed on the ground. They looked at Lu Gao, who had his eyes closed, and no one knew what the company's top executive was thinking at the moment. On the scene, Wang Xinyi, who was slightly wearing light makeup, was holding a microphone in her hand, looking like a neighboring girl, giving people an inexplicable sense of intimacy. She sat on the familiar high stool, looking at the audience, quietly singing. The siren wails at the station. I miss your voice. We carry our past into the crowd, looking for a place to put ourselves. I want to see you again, even if it's just a quick glance. Wu Peiling swept the guitar strings quickly, the song gradually came to an end, and the eyes of their two little ones became brighter and brighter. They had already found their place. Star Yao Entertainment was a great big family. As the song ended, Wang Xinyi picked up the microphone, Wu Peiling picked up her guitar, and the two of them bowed to the quiet audience at the scene, turned around and smiled as they walked towards their big family. It wasn't until the two were left with only their backs that the audience at the scene came out of the mood of the song and erupted into a burst of loud applause and screams. Treasure girl, truly the ideal on earth. Sure enough, girls who sing ballads are all so clean and beautiful. It's not that ballads have fallen out, it's because the good ones this have just appeared. Online, I don't know who said such a paragraph, attracting countless people's admiration. It's not that ballads have declined, but there's no one who writes them with heart and soul, and now this one has finally appeared. In a short while, the results of this competition had been released. The directors of Tianmei Entertainment, looking at the obvious number of votes on the internet, each face did not have much expression. When failure had become commonplace, they were more likely to accept it, and now in this situation, if Tianmei Entertainment really won, then they would be shocked. Dong Lu, is there still a need for us to compete? A director looked at Lu Gao, who was still contemplating with his eyes closed, and finally couldn't help but ask. Only then did Lu Gao open his eyes and look at these directors present. He was now already angry. It was really a step too far in the beginning, and it was also Tianmei Entertainment's fault that he had come to this point. Why don't we compare, at least? Also want to die a little bit more decent. Shengshi Entertainment's Heavenly King Chihua is not yet on the stage. Let's talk about it when he's on. As for the match after that, I have my own plans. Lu Gao said indifferently. The directors at the conference table all looked at each other in dismay, not to mention the fact that Mu Baiwei had failed, and Chihua was surely in danger as well. Let's say that even if the Heavenly King Chihua won a match, what could he do? As long as Gu Xingyi's talent was still there, the final score was bound to be higher for Xingyou Entertainment. Anyone with eyes could see that Star Yao Entertainment had already managed to book the title of one of the three giants, and the rest was just a matter of time. But since Lu Gao had already decided, the directors didn't ask too many questions. After all, this company was founded by him, and no one would doubt his abilities. On the scene, in the other two rings, Shengshi Entertainment's points came to 4. The other few points were in the hands of different entertainment companies, and overall, Shengshi Entertainment was still stable. As for Sound and Sea Entertainment, the points even came to 6. They were also winning more and losing less, a little more powerful than Shengshi Entertainment. The situation was now very clear. If nothing else, Tianmei Entertainment would be pulled down, and the new trio would be Sound Ocean Entertainment, Shengshi Entertainment and Xingyou Entertainment. The match came back to the ring where Star Yao Entertainment was located, and this time, the one who appeared was everyone's old acquaintance, Xiao Feibai from Shengshi Entertainment. The contestant who had been bloodily abused by Xia Shiyao and Star Song Festival, the contestant who had only received a friendly vote from the judges, now he was standing on this kind of stage again, and although he was not sure if his opponent was Xia Shiyao, he knew that this match was definitely still a song written by Guxingyi. Xiao Feibai only felt that this moment is a bit dreamy. Think about the beginning, he and Miao Anjuan and Xia Shiyao can still compete on the same stage, but how long has it been? The two of them were already an unattainable existence for him. Whether it was the fame, or the heat, or the songs they sang, every single one of them was incomparable. And what led to all of this was because of that man. In fact, Xiao Feibai's relationship with Miao Ankuan has always been quite good. He saw Miao Ankuan like this, he is also quite happy, just that he still has great regrets in his heart. After all, he, himself, will still have to stay in the Shengshi Entertainment this swamp for a long time. Music sounded, Xiao Feibai quickly adjusted his state. No matter what, his love for music is still the same. In the world of music, he has to take out his best state.
At the end of the song, the fans on the scene also enthusiastically offered their applause. This phase of the competition, there is no bad, are some very good singers, they really like it. Xiao Feibai bowed and exhaled lightly before slowly retreating from the stage. Coming to the entrance of the backstage, the person who came face to face made him, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, unable to help but be stunned, and then a helpless bitter smile surfaced on his face. Mr. Shui, how could it be you? It's also too much to look down on me, isn't it? The person who came was none other than Shui Xiaoqian, who laughed and patted Xiao Feibai's shoulder. It can't be helped, Mr. Gu ordered it, but it's also because you sing so well. This is too much of a blow. Xiao Feibai shook his head, the smile on his face became even more bitter, and in his heart, he secretly sprayed Gu Xingyi, isn't this killing a pig with a bull knife? Shui Xiaoqian's own fame is more than a first-tier singer, although the past 2 years do not appear in the public's field of vision, but his old songs are still circulating. This time with Gu Xingyi's song, Xiao Feibai really didn't know how to describe it. It was purely here to strike a blow. Shui Xiaoqian had already walked onto the stage with the microphone at this point, and the scene unsurprisingly erupted into a deafening chorus of shouts. Xiao Feibai turned back to look at the radiant Shui Xiaoqian on the stage, ruthlessly clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "Lean. Say what laborers also want to jump ship. Shangshur Entertainment. Yuck. Dogs don't even stay." Shui Xiaoqian's appearance had struck Xiao Feibai completely. Before the duel between the two divas, he hadn't personally experienced it, and he couldn't feel that oppressive feeling of singing Yao Entertainment yet. But this time when he personally faced Shui Xiaoqian, he felt it. It was a blow that was bound to be lost. Without any hope of seeing victory, this blow caused the seed within him that was already hesitant to take root all of a sudden. If one loves music, one must leave Shangshur Entertainment. Even if he had to pay the liquidated damages, he had to leave. After leaving, if Star Yao Entertainment could want him, naturally it would be great. If not, he would try his best to carry on his music career to the end. However, he believed that Star Yao Entertainment would want him, because they had the same philosophy. On the stage in front, the audience's continuous cheering was still going on. Xiao Feibai raised his eyes to look, and there on the big screen, the title of the song had already appeared. The Actor. Accompanied by the sound of background music, the audience gradually quieted down, and Shui Xiaoqian flew into the mood. Keep it simple. Speak in a simple way. Please omit the progressive emotions. You're not an actor. Don't devise those plots. The unique lyrics with Shui Xiaoqian's unique voice. This song was simply customized for him. Xiao Feibai listened to the song, and was a bit smitten for a moment. No wonder all these people want to join Star Yao Entertainment. This is the answer. Even a good singer needs a song tailored specifically for him to set off. Between the singer and the song, they are always complementary to each other. Every famous singer has a classic that others can't surpass. And therein lay the charm of Xingyao Entertainment. Gu Xingyi would always be able to create their own songs for these people. The song actor made the netizens who had just been brought into a quiet mood by clouds and smoke become rain instantly break their defenses. Life is the script, and we are all actors in our respective lives. Ugh. I'm wondering what on earth I've been through to be able to write lyrics like this. Wait, you mean Xia Yao is an actor? Nonsense. I clearly mean what old Shui went through for Gu Xingyi to be able to write such a song for him. So it's always old Shui who gets hurt. In fact, slowly, each of us has become an actor, living in different masks. Upstairs, here's to a cigarette. The song progresses layer by layer, and the lyrics are heartfelt, pulling the audience's emotions into the bottom, and then pulling them out from the bottom, ravaging them repeatedly. Shui Xiaoqian, on the other hand, had been thoroughly immersed in this song, Actor. Gu Xingyi's song was truly customized for him, just like Lu Ruoying's later, and when he got the song, he knew that joining Xingyao Entertainment was the most correct choice he had ever made. The song had also reached its climax at this moment, and Shui Xiaoqian loosened the microphone in his hand and held it tightly again, his unique voice coming out once more. I turned a blind eye when I should have cooperated with your performance. In forcing a person who loves you the most to improvise. When did we start to pull back? To conform to the changing times, to watch those poorly executed performances. Phew! Another blow. Xiao Feibai, backstage, still shook his head with a bitter smile. He had experienced this feeling twice since his debut. Once was the courage sung by Xia Shiyao, and once was this time, Shui Xiaoqian's Actor. What made him glad was that both times he sang first, he didn't even dare to imagine how he could sing on if he sang after they sang first. Surely he would directly have his Dao heart shattered, right? After all, not being able to catch someone else's song would be very embarrassing. Shui Xiaoqian on the stage had already finished singing. He waved to the audience and walked off the stage. Backstage, Xiao Feibai saw Shui Xiaoqian walking head-on. He froze in place and thought for a moment before he busily walked forward. Mr. Shui, does that Star Yao Entertainment still want people? Hearing Xiao Feibai's words, Shui Xiaoqian gave him a surprised look before quickly releasing a smile. It should want it.
But it's still up to Mr. Gu to speak. I'm optimistic about you, oh. Junior. Shui Xiaoxian could tell at a glance what Xiao Feibai was thinking in his mind. He smiled and patted his shoulder. This youngster in his 20s seems to be enlightened. Mr. Gu? Oh, I see. Thank you, Mr. Shui. Xiao Feibai froze for a moment, and only in a flash did he realize that the general manager Gu that Shui Xiaoqian was talking about was Gu Xingyi, whose impression of Gu Xingyi had been stuck on his previous impression of being young and promising. It was only now that he suddenly realized that, yes, he was almost the boss of a triple giant company. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. They are all the same age, why the difference can be so big? If this idea let Gu Xingyi know, he would definitely want to spit out some. You say you're fine, with a humanoid plugin, then what? Not bad enough. Feibai, what are you staring at? Xiao Feibai was still lamenting, when suddenly another voice entered his ears. He looked up and instantly froze again. Qi, brother Qi, you're on the next game? Yeah, come over to see how powerful the youngsters of today are. Qi Hua said with a smile, then looked at the room where Star Yao Entertainment was emotionally at. I really didn't expect that I would also be transferred out to compete with the juniors again one day. Honestly, it would be fine if I win, but it would be a shame if I lose. Xiao Feibai didn't chime in because he didn't know what to say. He was also beating the drum in his heart. Qi Hua was the contemporary Heavenly King. His strength was naturally indisputably strong, but he didn't know why. He just vaguely felt as if Gu Xingyi wouldn't lose. Alright, I'll go on first. Qi Hua could see Xiao Feibai's entanglement, and he didn't care too much about it. After all, he himself knew that Gu Xingyi was a once-in-a-thousand-years demon, and no one knew what Gu Xingyi would do again. On the stage, as soon as Qi Hua appeared on stage, the arena cheered above and beyond. Tens of thousands of people rose and cheered, which could be described as the ground shaking. After Diva Mu Bai Wei, this is the second heavyweight contestant. It also meant that this match, again, was something to watch. This time, Qi Hua brought a Cantonese song, The Sound of Sighs. The classic melody, paired with his special voice, made this Cantonese song instantly conquer the ears of the audience. The reason why the Heavenly King was the Heavenly King, that was really his all-round and deathless way of making people like him. Gu Xingyi, who was watching the match backstage, smiled when he saw Qi Hua come on stage. It had finally come. He had been waiting for a long time, and he knew that after this match, Star Yao Entertainment, in this music world, would have no more rivals. Qi Hua's appearance let all the entertainment companies know that this match would be the one that would determine the direction of the music world afterward. If Mu Baiwei's defeat before was representative of Star Yao Entertainment's strong rise, then the winner of this match would determine Star Yao Entertainment's position in the music industry afterward. A classic Cantonese song was also the last challenge that Qi Hua brought to Gu Xingyi, and it was also the hardest one. Just like later, a classic was a classic because no matter when, it could be passed down. The biggest difference between it and other songs was that other songs could only be popular for a while, but not for a lifetime without this underlying popularity. After Qi Hua finished his song, he stood on this long-lost stage and looked at the audience, vaguely as if he had seen his young self at the beginning. Especially today, he was still in the role of a challenger, and he had this feeling even more. The years were getting old, and a new generation was better than the old one. Just like the song he was singing right now, there was only the sound of sighs left. The audience under the stage had gone crazy as they chanted Qi Hua's name. Many of them had been in tears, since Mu Baiwei and Qi Hua and these people had each struggled with other endeavors. They hadn't enjoyed music like this for a long time. Although there was a Gu Xingyi later on, the touch brought by Gu Xingyi was not the same as the touch brought to them by these old people. People were nostalgic, and the appearance of these people fulfilled their nostalgia, and this edition of China's Strongest Voice fulfilled all their expectations. As the music ended, Qi Hua left the stage reluctantly amidst everyone's shouts. Coming backstage, he looked towards where Xingyao Entertainment was, and couldn't help but have some expectations in his heart as well. This time, what kind of surprise would Gu Xingyao give everyone? For the position that Qi Hua was in now, although he was a person from Shengshi Entertainment, but it was only the name that was attached to Shengshi Entertainment, and he could have set up his own business a long time ago. So he was looking forward to this match more because of who his opponent was, and what kind of song Gu Xingyi would actually write. It was also at this moment that the door to the room where Xingyao Entertainment was located opened, and a valiant man walked out from it. Seeing this man, Qi Hua froze for a moment. It wasn't until the man walked to his side that he came back to his senses and shouted out his name in disbelief. Heavenly King Lu. Hey, Xiao Qi, you sang very well. I can see the shadow of me back then in you. Qi Hua never expected that Gu Xingyi could be such a dog, and never expected that Lu Wangtian could join Star Yao Entertainment. Lu Wangtian, but the old generation of Heavenly Kings, was also his idol. Against his idol? Qi Hua was a bit confused. He had thought that this time was a challenge that he had set for Gu Xingyi, but he didn't realize that he was really a challenger. In front of his idol, wasn't he just the same as the rookie at the beginning? Gu Xing, this cub seed, was also too much of a miscreant. letting his own idol smash his own scene. This was also too breathless. Chihua stuttered for half a day before grunting out with a flushed face. Lu, Heavenly King Lu, I really didn't expect it to be you. I'm not purely looking for abuse. Gee, don't say that. A good song has no boundaries and no age. A good song is a good song. Your sound of sighs makes me very touched. I can appreciate the flavor inside. It's really good. Then thank you for the compliments, Brother Lu. I'm also very much looking forward to your songs. Chihua, who had already calmed down, was very happy to receive praises from Heavenly King Lu, and he was also very excited to hear his idol's new song again. He had grown up listening to Heavenly King Lu's songs back then. Okay, enough with the catching up. I'll go on stage first then. Heavenly King Lu nodded his head before he took a step towards the stage. Chihua looked at Heavenly King Lu's steady steps and became even more excited in his heart. An idol is an idol. Even his back is so handsome. At this moment, within the live broadcast room, the netizens' hearts were even more shaken to the core as if they had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake when they saw Star Yao Entertainment's appearance. Engaging in this? Still letting other entertainment companies live? Heavenly King Lu. This face value. Holy shit. Handsome as hell. Chihua, you're just called Gu Xingyi, right? What? Lu Tianwang? I'm sorry. I was a bit loud just now. Laughing to death. Who doesn't know that Heavenly King Lu is Chihua's idol? Gu Xingyi is the one who can play. Chihua, no, snowflakes fluttering north wind dashing heaven and earth a pale. Inside the Starry Yao entertainment room, Gu Xingyi calmly put away his cell phone, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Xia Shiyao looked at him curiously and asked, "What did you just post? Smiling so happily?" I remembered happy things. Watch the game. Gu Xingyi struggled to hold back his laughter and hurriedly changed the topic. Xia Shiyao glanced at him in wonder, always feeling that he wasn't doing anything good. On the stage, the music had already started, and Heavenly King Lu had dashingly followed the music and opened his arms, and the female fans below immediately erupted in a burst of intense screams. The acting was first-rate. Singing was first-rate. Personality first class. The looks and temperament were even first-rate. It's Lu Tianwang. Although he was now old, it didn't affect his image in the hearts of his fans in the slightest, which instead made him more mature and charming. On the big screen at the back, the title of the song had also appeared. Fascinated in the Dark. It was also a Cantonese song. The same Cantonese song. The same classic. Old Heavenly Kings versus New Heavenly Kings. Idols versus fans. It's a classic among classics. As soon as Heavenly King Lu's unique gentle and mellow voice came out, it made everyone's heart stutter, a familiar feeling, a familiar formula. The only thing that had changed was his age in this song. May I not wander within the gaze like this? You'll realize that I'm simply lonely. Even though 1,000 late nights, within dreams, I've kissed you, it didn't exist after all. As soon as the song came out, it mesmerized everyone, and even more so, it brought back memories in the hearts of countless people. They all had the illusion of dreaming back to their youth. The song is too good, and, sure enough, Heavenly King Lu's song is one that only he can sing with the flavor that it should have. One of a kind. Any cover can't cover this flavor. Tribute to the classics. Tonight is the night of the classics. Of course, Gu Xingyi is good at choosing people. It's not blown out of proportion. No matter who sings this song, it's not as flavorful as what Heavenly King Lu sings. Magnetic voice, sung with emotion, romantic and warm, with a hint of sadness, too deep into my heart. The netizens were caught up in the passing era. Even Chihua in the background, looking at Heavenly King Lu on stage, was caught up in it. Listening to this song, it was as if he had returned to the era when he was sitting in front of the CD player, watching his idol day and night. At that time, he was dreaming that one day, he would be able to sing with his idol on the same stage. Now, it seemed that this wish had finally come true. In the conference room of Tianmei Entertainment, all the top management had no sadness or joy on their faces the moment they saw Heavenly King Lu appear. Tired. Destroy it. This world is not worth it. I thought that Heavenly King Chihua could resist a little bit, who knew that this was not resistant at all. They once again looked at Lu Gao, the meaning in their eyes was very clear. Well, now there is no need to struggle, you say what to do. Lu Gao was also expressionless, he ignored the gazes of the crowd, still looking at the dashing figure on the big screen as he sang yet another classic Cantonese song. Fascinated in the Dark. That's quite mesmerizing. Meeting adjourned. A clear and cold voice came out from Lu Gao's mouth, and the directors present were all stunned, and they all wondered if they had heard it wrong. Dismiss the meeting? Was it compromised just like that? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, but seeing that Lu Gao still looked unmoving, they finally could only pack up the documents in front of them and disperse. The sounds of people and cars are starting to fade and pass away. There's an emotional slave who's struggling silently. It's how much I miss her. But all I can do is sigh endlessly.
In the screen, Lu Tianwang's charming song was still coming. Lu Gao's eyes were bright and uncertain, he didn't know what he was thinking about. A few moments later, he took out his cell phone and dialed the phone.
Inform her, let her get ready, the name of the triumvirate, we can't lose.
A voice came from the other end of the phone, and a moment later, Lu Gao put down his cell phone and continued to watch the match. Now he could only do the second choice. Starry Yao Entertainment couldn't move, he could only find another way. As for why he didn't tell the other directors, because he felt that this batch of directors were all losers. If Gu Xingyao could have pressed him down when he was first revealed, where would there be so many things now? And, with the second option, the less people knew, the better. On the scene, Heavenly King Lu was still singing, the audience had all stood up, shaking the glow sticks in their hands and waving them around. The glow sticks and the rhythm of the song were just right. They listened to the song, in front of their eyes as if the scene of Lu Tianwang when he was young, when he acted in a movie, sang a song, these scenes, one by one in front of their eyes. Actually, I'm fascinated every time I see you. But you and I have our own roles to play, even if we're more than friends in a lonely dream. But I love you in the dark. I love you in the dark and I'm obsessed in the dark. I don't want you to get into trouble. Say goodbye to me, don't let the emptiness make me go astray. It's really a classic voice. It's mesmerizing. It makes people nostalgic. When Heavenly King Lu sang this, many people couldn't help but cover their faces and cry. This was their youth. This is the music of that time. People can't help but want to follow the loud chorus. Good music is like this, no matter when you are happy or sad, you can't help but be immersed in it. When you are happy you listen to the song, when you are sad you listen to the words. It can bring the stories that all people have experienced into the music and then move people. At this moment on the internet, the topic about Heavenly King Lu and this song had even exploded, and before the song was even finished, a hot search was already locked in advance. Worthy of being Heavenly King Lu. The moment he opens his mouth, he makes people secretly mesmerized. Classic Cantonese song. The old Heavenly King returns. The song secretly enchanted makes people cry. The peak face of Heavenly King Lu, even I at my peak had to avoid him. When I first met Heavenly King, I couldn't wet myself. When I saw him again, he was still the same Heavenly King, but I wasn't the same person I was at the beginning. On the stage, the song had already ended, and at this moment, not only the audience was in tears, but even Heavenly King Lu himself on the stage, was already in tears. Heavenly King had aged, but his heart hadn't, and at this moment, when he encountered Gu Xingyi and fascinated in the dark, he seemed to have found his inner fiery self back then. Although many people had said as early as before that even if Heavenly King Lu did nothing and stood towards the stage, he would make people excited. But who wasn't clear about his character? He also wouldn't allow himself to stand on the stage with no works and just rely on his fame to get by. This song, Secretly Enchanted, really recreates the style he had back in the day. Until Heavenly King Lu exited the stage, the audience in the arena and the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't let go of that excitement for a long time. His figure on the stage had disappeared, but in the hearts of the audience, his figure existed forever. The fourth installment of China's Strongest Voice also came to an end with the exit of Heavenly King Lu. And with the end of this phase of the competition, it also represented that a new era in the music industry had officially arrived. The first and fastest to react was the various media outlets. As soon as the competition ended, a flood of news ensued. Following the victory of Heavenly King Lu, Star Yao Entertainment, the points came to the first place in the ring, no doubt. A new triumvirate has emerged. Taking stock of Gu Xingyao's road to fame, from obscurity to chairman of one of the big three, he only used a few months. Big events in the entertainment industry. Tian Mei is dead. Starry Yao is in power. Gu Xingyao becomes the final winner. In addition to the media's actions, some entertainment companies had even changed their recruitment policies, and they had even put out the word that all of their company's treaties were on par with Starry Yao Entertainment. In addition to releasing these words, they even took the initiative to send out a blog to congratulate Starry Yao Entertainment, not asking for anything else, but just to be able to mix it up. Everyone knew that Gu Xingyi was a treasure, and it was definitely right to make good relations with him. Of course, there were still some entertainment companies that were still waiting to see what would happen. They all thought that a thin camel was bigger than a horse, and that Tianmei Entertainment, no matter how bad it was still a big company that had taken up the title of the Big Three for so many years. The entertainment industry was once again in turmoil, only this time, Gu Xingyi didn't need to capitalize on the situation. He already had the ability to fight the other three giants head-on. Star Yao Entertainment was once again busy because of this issue. Luckily, Renizzi reported to the company the next morning and became Gu Xingyi's personal assistant, plus bodyguard plus driver, which made things a lot easier for Gu Xingyi. Ren's business ability is not to speak of. Just on the first day of office, the company's business will be almost sorted out. He dealt with everything as even more seemingly at ease, not the slightest need to worry about Gu Xingyi. This allows Gu Xingyi to call out that he has picked up a big bargain. At the same time, Xingyao Animation also came the good news, one person under has been completed, ready to be released at any time. When Gu Xingyi arrived at the company, he heard a burst of cheers coming from Star Yao Animation's office, especially Chen Feng's voice, which had reached the main door.
Brothers, wait for me to choose an auspicious day. Our Star Yao Animation's first work. It'll be able to successfully come out. Ha 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 ha.
Madman, congratulations. Let me see how you guys are doing. Gu Xingyi said as he pushed open the door to Star Yao Animation's office area and looked towards Chen Feng, who was still excited.
Ha ha. Same happy.
Old Gu, you came just in time. Take a look at the finished product. It's different from what you had in mind. Seeing Gu Xingyi arrive, Chen Feng pulled him to the computer. Although he was assured of the skills of his people, he still wanted to let Gu Xingyi, the person who created the script, take a look. After all, he should be the one who had the most feelings about this anime. As Chen Feng clicked on the video file noted as one man, Gu Xingyi leaned over to look at the computer seriously. At this time, Xu Xiyin, Xu Ximeng and the others also gathered around. The looks on their faces were nervous. After struggling for so long, they were afraid that from Gu Xingyi wasn't that satisfied with their creation. On the computer, the story of one man's life slowly unfolded, opening late at night, a drunken man chattering to himself, walking in the mountains, accompanied by the sound of beasts and birds chirping in the mountains. The atmosphere was very bizarre.
Gu Xingyi was a little stunned and continued to watch.
Then a graveyard, a bizarre figure was digging a grave, a sound of shoveling soil. The drunken man was scared and shouted that there were ghosts. The picture turned, Zhang Chulan appeared. Seeing this, Gu Xingyi's eyes narrowed slightly. The Zhang Chulan on the computer in front of him, and the one he remembered, could not be said to be 100% similar, but it could already reach more than 95%. After that, the plot unfolded, and when Sister Bauer appeared, Gu Xingyi was completely relieved, and when he saw Sister Bauer again, who spoke fluent Xuanyu, Gu Xingyi pressed pause and slowly turned his head. Behind him, all the employees involved in the production of Star Yao Animation stared nervously at Gu Xingyi, not daring to breathe a single breath. Seeing them in this state, Gu Xingyi suddenly smiled.
Everyone has worked hard. It's ready for release. As soon as the words fell, an ear-splitting cheer immediately erupted from the office.
This anime had cost them several whole months of hard work, and now that it had finally passed, how could it not make them ecstatic?
Crazy, when are you going to do the publicity and then release it?
Gu Xingyi asked with a smile on his face. He didn't even realize that it was these people in front of him that had produced this anime, and the level of refinement was no less than the original world's one man's world. Old Gu, what do you think? I've made all the preparations. Wang Jun's anime, they should start publicizing it at the beginning of December. We, too, are scheduled for the same day as them.
If they release the movie, we'll release it. Recklessly? Aren't you afraid of being pushed down? Ha ha, I created their above all beings, can I not know the script?
Moreover, I don't believe that they can produce it better than us. I'm now incredibly confident that one man above all can crush them. Chen Feng laughed a bit, his self-satisfied look making Gu Xingyi want to whack him. However, when it's time to do the publicity, I'll still have to trouble you and your sister-in-law, huh? Chen Feng's words changed, scratching his head as he added.
Gu Xingyi gave him a blank look. Just now was not still very arrogant, now how impotent. It's really a rookie. At the same time, also located in Zhengcheng, another studio.
Wang Jun and Wan Qing have already done a good job of publicity film, but Wan Qing's face has been a bit gloomy. She looked at the computer on the film, cannot help but think of Chen Feng. Ever since she knew that Chen Feng was a rich second generation, she regretted it, and then with Gu Xingyi's fame getting hotter and hotter, she was now regretting it. He had thought that Chen Feng's family conditions were only the same as Wang Jun's. After all, when Chen Feng was dating her, he had never posed as a broad, and his usual life had always been able to make do with what he had, living like a sculpted silk.
In that case, why couldn't she choose the better-looking Wang Jun? Moreover, at that time, Gu Xingyi's reputation was not better than now, and he was even caught in a domestic violence incident. When she originally saw that Gu Xingyi was Chen Feng's good brother, she thought that he could pull Chen Feng's strings, but at that time, that situation made her lose confidence in this good brother of Chen Feng as well. One step wrong, this makes Wan Qing every time she remembers her very remorseful. Her heart is also incomparable resentment. Chen Feng, you a rich second generation, engage in what pure love persona? Now it's useless to regret, things have already happened. Wan Qing can only look at the promo on the computer and ask. Wang Jun, the promo is released tomorrow, are the advertisements and whatnot placed? Also, have any stars been invited to publicize?
Everything is ready, Xiao Qing, don't worry, this anime is bound to be hot, and I've invited all the famous bloggers in the anime industry to publicize it. Wang Jun said with a smile on his face as he swore. But on Chen Feng's side, don't forget what Gu Xingyi said in the beginning, and, with his current popularity, doing publicity will only be better than us.
Wan Qing's face was still a bit ugly, she always remembered Gu Xingyi's bitchy voice back then. What does it mean to slightly understand?
To understand is to understand, not to understand is not to understand, and the whole slight understanding came out to be annoying. Hearing Wan Qing's words, Wang Jun was not the least bit surprised, but seeing Wan Qing's still worried look, he wrapped his arm around Wan Cheng's thin waist and comforted her. Guxingyi, I admit that he is indeed strong in lyrics and music.
But this is anime.
It's not like the anime world is the same thing as his showbiz world, and as you know, this anime was created by Chen Feng after simmering for almost 2 years, so I don't believe that just one Guxingyi will be able to come up with another good script in such a short period of time.
It better be so.
Ruan Qing thought for a moment and finally nodded, her face looking much better. It was also true that Guxingyi, someone who had never dabbled in anime before, even if he was more than capable, it was impossible for him to come up with a script and produce it so quickly.
Moreover, his lyric ability was so strong, if he would still create anime, then he was simply not a normal human being. The next day, December 1st, 9 a.m.
AI Cheng Anime, which was established by Wang Jun, officially released the promotional video of Under All Creatures, as a national anime, and with many famous anime bloggers recommending it, the promotional video immediately attracted countless anime-loving netizens to watch it as soon as it was aired. It must be said that although Beneath All Life follows the power system of traditional national comics, its fine drawing quality and ups and downs of the story are very eye-catching. Only 2 hours after the promotional video came out, it gained countless favorable comments. At this moment, the working room of AI Cheng Anime was in a state of jubilation, and the fire of the promo had given them hope. Even Wan Ching, who had been gloomy all day, was smiling at the moment. The promo had received so many positive reviews, it was foreseeable that once the main movie was released, the company would surely make a lot of money.
Xiao Ching, how is it? I told you, it's absolutely hot. Come on, give me a kiss to celebrate.
Wang Jun looked at the hot data of the promotional movie, he had long been happy, he put his arm around Wan Qing's waist and said with a smile,
"Stop it, everyone is watching."
Ruan Cheng had a shy look on her face and turned her face away. The other employees of the studio were speechless, and in their hearts, they all thought in unison, what's the point of pretending to be pure?
It's not like they haven't done this in front of them before.
Wang Jun, who was in a good mood, didn't care about Wan Qing's refusal and forced a hard kiss on her lips. He seemed to have seen the steady stream of revenue coming in after the release of the main movie. But right at this moment, one of the company's backbones suddenly ran over in a hurry, his hand holding the tablet trembling a little.
"June, it's over. It's over. You quickly take a look at the internet. Another national comic has appeared."
With those words, he handed the tablet in his hand to Wang Jun. Wang Jun, who was still looking smug, frowned a bit, feeling a bit angry at this backbone's impudence.
"Isn't it just a national manga? Why are you panicking? Which of the national comics these days can be beaten?"
Wang Jun took the tablet and looked at it with disdain. There really wasn't a single national anime market that he could look at these days. But when he saw the name of this anime, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared.
One Man Down? It couldn't be a plagiarism, could it? His anime was called Above All Beings, and this came back as Under One Person? What's the game? He then clicked on the promotional video on top of the tablet. Wu Dam Wang Yi. Greetings to the old heavenly master. The past cannot be undone. The future can be changed. The video began with Wang Bam, a scene of Wu Dam Wang Yi worshipping the old heavenly master, causing Wang Jun's pupils to tighten, and the more he looked at it, the more alarmed he became in his heart. This picture quality. This dubbing. This characterization. This lines. Especially when he saw Sister Bauer appear with a mouthful of Chuanyu dialect, his eyes went black with this image. This voice. It was too appealing. When Wang Jun came back to his senses, he once again saw a famous scene. It is Zhang Chulan's bird walking under the moon. In the video, step-shaking Billion Zhang Chulan mobilized the real air, laughing, making Wang Jun's hand holding the flatbed trembling, and then the flatbed bang sound, fell to the ground. The light of national comics. If Under All Beings was an altered creation based on the original national comics, then this Under One Person was undoubtedly the light of national comics. Who the hell is it? Wang Jun chanted incredulously under his breath, and quickly picked up the tablet from the ground again, tapping on the publisher's information, and then, his eyes completely blacked out, and he sat on his butt on the ground. Wang Jun! Ruan Qing exclaimed in shock, also sensing that things were bad. She didn't bother with Wang Jun who was sitting on the ground, instead, she snatched the tablet into her hands. In the next second, she also completely froze in place. Posted by Star Yao Anime. Star Yao. Star Yao. Now it was a person. I'm afraid they all knew what Star Yao stood for. But Ruan Cheng still didn't believe it and clicked on the Weibo, found Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao's Weibo to check it out, and then, she also sat on her butt on the ground. Only to see that Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao's Weibo had released their latest piece of information at the same time. Star Yao Animation's One Man Down promo has come out. I hope all of you greats will take a look at it. I can guarantee, this is a national anime that you can't ignore. For more details, please click One Man Down link. Ha! Gu Xingyi. Slightly understandable. Ha 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 ha. What a slight understanding.
Ruan Qing cried and laughed like crazy, and finally she suddenly picked up the tablet again and found the profile of Xingyao Animation Company, staring at it with a deadly stare. Only to see that above the profile, within the column of the company's directors, Chen Feng's name had clearly appeared.
Phone, I'm going to call him.
In Ruan Qing's mind at this moment, there was only this one thought, and she was now completely regretting it.
She was going to look for Chen Feng to reconnect. She believed that as long as she acted a little more pitiful and tender, Chen Feng would definitely agree to reconcile with her. After all, he had treated himself 100 times better during the year and a half they had been together in the first place. Splash man! What are you doing?
Wang Jun, who was sitting on the side, seeing Ruan Qing in this state, snatched her cell phone and questioned with red eyes.
Scram! It's all your fault.
It's all because you caused me in the first place.
If it wasn't for you, I would have been with Chen Feng long ago.
With those words, Wan Cheng went to grab the cell phone as if she was crazy, and the two of them tore themselves apart inside the company like this. At this moment on the internet, a wave had already been set off once again, not only in the anime world, but even people who usually didn't watch much anime knew that there was a national anime about to be released in theaters, named One Man's Life. Not only because of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao's publicity, even Lu Tianwang, Shui Xiaoqian and others, all released their blogs at the same time, all of them recommending the anime One Person Below. And this promo, the number of views has long exceeded 100 million, more millions of retweets and tens of millions of comments, at this time has dominated the various software hot search. This data was placed in the past, no anime has ever reached. There are countless well-known anime bloggers, independent production of promotional videos to help publicize, after all, these are traffic such great heat, don't want it for nothing. Xiaoji is a well-known anime blogger with 10 million fans, he loves anime. At first when he saw Gu Xingyi and the others publicizing One Person Below, he was exceptionally angry. He felt that it was the rice circle culture polluting the anime world. He was going to vow to defend the anime world from pollution, so he also clicked on the One Man Down promo and watched it, and he was going to nitpick. He was going to find the lacking points of this anime and then bash Gu Xingyi and the others. However, when he watched the promo in one whole, his entire body froze, and after he froze for a long time, he gulped, and finally posted a siege blog online with a link to the promo. At first, when I saw so many celebrities promoting one person, I was exceptionally angry. I felt that it was tainting our anime community. Gu Xingyi is a person that I also like very much, and I love listening to his songs, but I don't agree that he can make a good anime, especially a national anime. Today's national anime is suffering. But when I watched the promo in its entirety, I realized that I was wrong. I just want to say sorry to Gu Xingyi, and then say one more thing. It's so good looking. In my heart, this is the light of national comics. It deserves it. I would like to recommend this anime to all of you. Read on. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Xiaoji finished his roundup blog in one breath, and then took a long breath of relief. He was now also incredibly looking forward to the release of this anime's main movie. In addition, he, who never paid attention to celebrities, paid attention to two people for the first time. One was Gu Xingyi, and the other, Xia Shuriao. With the fermentation of time, the promo for One Man's Life completely flamed out of the circle. Not only did it stir up the entire anime world, even netizens who usually didn't watch much anime were paying attention to this national anime. Not because of anything else, just because it was produced by Xingyao Anime, and the person who created the script was still Gu Xingyi. The online debate about One Man Down was even more explosive, from the anime industry to the entertainment industry. Basically everyone was talking about this national anime. Originally, when I saw Gu Xingyi recommending it, I thought that this cub seed didn't write songs properly and started fooling around again, until so many of the stars I watched were recommending it. I clicked on it with a curious heart, and then, my whole body was stunned, laughing my ass off. What kind of godly anime is this? Moonlight walking a bird, in one air, ha 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 ha. I have to say, I love Sister Bauer's image so much, especially that mouthful of authentic Chuanyu dialect, you melon child. It's so outrageous. Gu Xingyi this then not only writes songs outrageously, now he's even writing anime scripts, and he writes it so well. He's just not human. I, who doesn't watch much anime, am somewhat looking forward to this One Man's Life. I love old Tenchi. It's so valiant. It feels like it's definitely a big boss. The characterization and story content in the promotional video for One Man Down completely captured the attention of netizens, and they all began to look forward to the arrival of the main movie. On the other hand, AI Ching Studios' Above All Beings was now directly forgotten in a corner. If the first 2 hours there were still people who clicked in to take a look, but by now, the number of views was close to zero. It's not that Above All Beings isn't good enough, it's that Under One Person is too dazzling. Without comparison, there is no harm. At this moment, Wang Jun, who had just fought with Ruan Qing, was already beyond love. He could already foresee the ending of Above All Beings, and this time, he would surely lose all his money. This ending he cannot accept. To know, in order to create this animation, his family has been emptied, but also can find all the investment to find, can borrow all the places borrowed, and basically in his own name. Now this situation, the company many employees have already rolled cover to leave, Ruan Cheng is completely broken with him, will pull him black. At this moment, he is left with this empty office and full of debt, then when Chen Feng is even more miserable 100 times. In Staryo anime, everyone was still celebrating the explosion of the promo when Chen Feng received a phone call. He looked at the caller ID on it and his brows immediately furrowed. He didn't pick up the call immediately, but after hesitating for a while, he silently hung up the call and pulled the plug. When he looked up again, he looked at these joyful smiling faces in front of him, then smiled as well. Gu Xingyi, who was on the side, saw all of this, and he smiled as well, then walked forward and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Not picking it up? Now that you've succeeded, isn't it all the more important to pick it up and listen to what she has to say? So I'm such a small-minded person in your heart, am I? Chen Feng blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger. Gu Xingyi laughed even more cheerfully and slapped Chen Feng's shoulder 2 more times heavily. Only then did Chen Feng sigh, before spreading his hands. Before one man's life was successful, I was still thinking about how I should go about standing in front of her in an overbearing manner if I succeeded, proving to her how poor her vision was. But when it did succeed, I suddenly realized that it was all in the past. Especially when working together with everyone, I realized even more clearly that the reason why we people, can get together is because of the dream in our hearts, and this dream shouldn't be tarnished by people like this. What's in the past is in the past, and we should look forward. Very deep understanding, not bad. This is the Chen Feng I know. Give you a round of applause. Gu Xingyi was still smiling, only in this smile, there was finally more relaxation. In fact, he was worried before, worried that Chen Feng would go back to Ruan Cheng after he succeeded, worried that he would be coaxed by sweet words again, worried that he would repeat his mistakes. But no, although Chen Feng looks big and bold, but his heart is as clear as a mirror, very clear. The next day, what no one expected was that Ruan Cheng even came to the door. Although she was stopped outside by the security department, she still didn't leave and kept guarding outside the company. In the end, Chen Feng and Gu Xingyi had to step in and meet her. It was still this building where the 3 of them met, only this time, there was one less Wang Jun. Ruan Qing's face still had some scars, her body was dressed as before. When she saw Chen Feng, that pitiful expression made Gu Xingyi's heart call out that it was a pity not to be an actor. Chen Feng, I broke up with Wang Jun. Ruan Cheng wanted to go forward and grab Chen Feng's hand, but she was flicked away by Chen Feng backing away, so she looked up and said pitifully to Chen Feng, "What's it to me if you broke up?" Chen Feng looked at the woman in front of him, and although his heart fluctuated a bit, he still frowned and said, "Chen Feng, I know you hate me. It's fine for you to hit me. It's fine for you to scold me. As long as you can get rid of your anger, then let's make up. Just like before. No. Please get this straight, I don't hate you now. No matter how I was with you in the beginning, we have nothing to do with each other now, and I won't have anything to do with you anymore. And lastly, please leave this place, you're not welcome in our company." Ruan Qing continued to speak, but was directly interrupted by Chen Feng before giving an eviction order. "Chen Feng, do you have to be so desperate? Putting aside the facts, are you not at fault at all? If you hadn't kept hiding your identity as a second-generation rich man, I wouldn't have left you in the first place. You lied to me first." These words almost made Gu Xingyi laugh, and also made Chen Feng's face, who still had some fluttering in his heart, completely cold. "Good one aside from the facts. I don't have anything to talk to you about right now. You can stay here if you want to, but Ruan Qing, I can clearly tell you that I won't have any relationship with you anymore, so if you still have a bit of face left, please don't come back to bother me." After saying that, Chen Feng just turned around, then his entire face completely blackened, only to see that on both sides of the company's front door, picketed full of people who were gathered around to see what was going on. He even saw that some people were actually holding melons and getting high. It was just outrageous. Seeing Ruan Cheng also want to reach out to retain, Gu Xingyi directly blocked behind Chen Feng, smilingly looked at Ruan Cheng. Seeing Gu Xingyi's smiling handsome face again, Ruan Cheng was inexplicably a little scared in her heart. She dared to cry in front of Chen Feng, but she didn't dare to do so in front of Gu Xingyi. She still vaguely remembered that Gu Xingyi had this same look back then, as if nothing could be difficult for him. So the impression Gu Xingyi gave her now was that he was an omnipotent being. "You've heard the words of the madman, and as for me, I'll also advise you not to get yourself into trouble. Also, I told you guys back then, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't cheat the youth to be poor. Oh, by the way, my brother is not poor. I hope you remember my words. Other than that you're on your own." Ruan Qing ended up leaving because of Gu Xingyi's words. She could guarantee that Chen Feng wouldn't do anything to her, but she couldn't read Gu Xingyi. In her heart, capital was always one thing, and the fact that Gu Xingyi could create such a large company in such a short period of time was, in her opinion, a horrible thing. If Gu Xingyi knew this idea of hers, he would definitely cry and laugh. It turned out that now he had become a capital predator in the eyes of others as well. On December 5th, the main movie of One Man's Life was officially launched, and it was released on the largest anime platform in China, the free anime platform. On the day of its release, this national anime reaped as much as 400 million plays, which can be called one of the highest first-day plays ever, and the rating even surpassed all the anime released in the same batch. It is incredible that a national anime can reach this level. The name of Xingyao anime also resounded throughout the entire anime industry because of this anime. The online hot searches, since the appearance of One Person's Next, Never Stopped, and Xingyao Entertainment and Xingyao Anime, were also hung up on by the netizens. Especially Guxingyi. Now the netizens are even more excited about him, and there is even a media posting detailing Guxingyi's development history, and then the netizens who saw this posting all sucked in a breath of cold air in unison. Starting from silence, he appeared in the public eye by relying on a song, A Lifetime of You, to his initial fame after cooperating with Hua Yin and co-creating As Long as It's Ordinary, then to the incident of doting on his wife and the domestic violence incident, which plunged him into the vortex of public opinion. It wasn't until Xia Shirya came out to favor her husband that the netizens accepted him again, and after that, he was out of control, sending out one fine song after another until Xia Shirya was blocked, and Huayang came out to stand up for him because of his chasing dreams with a red heart. At this point he already had the backbone to fight against the entertainment industry. Until this time, Huayin's China's strongest voice, he no longer kept a low profile, and a few issues of the competition completely established his status. It's only been half a year. He had already made everyone in the entertainment industry only look up to him. And then now Star Yao Animation had released One Man's Life, which had caused the animation world to create another monstrous wave, turning his hand into clouds, turning hands into rain. It could only be said to be too terrifying. After countless netizens read the post released by this media, they were filled with shock and left comments below. Lean. If you didn't say it, I didn't even realize Guxingyi was this awesome. Family members, who understands? I've been chasing his songs until now, and when I look back, he's already standing at the top, and I'm still that obscure teenager from the beginning. Just get away from the big picture. It's really subliminal. We only pay attention to his songs, no one really seems to pay attention to his family history. The idol is right in front of us. No matter which way, he's the one I strive for. It can't be separated from our support either. But, he's made so much money and hasn't looked to donate even once? There's still moral abduction these days? He earns his money from his strength, so whether he donates or not is his business, right? Indeed it's his business, but without us, he can't stand up. Look at the entertainment industry. Which one has the ability and reputation, didn't do charity? He's the only exception. Upstairs. Don't confuse you with us. Speaking as if he's not relying on his strength, but all on you. It's said that Xia Shiyao and Guxingyi are a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry, but I think it's just like that. No different from other capitalists. Not knowing who took the lead, the online trend suddenly changed, and many netizens began to discuss whether or not they should donate to this matter. Within Star Yao Entertainment at this moment, Guxingyi's few people naturally saw these comments and topics. How can these people be like this? What gives them the right to say that? 30% of the money our Star Yao Entertainment earns is used to help poor children and those patients who can't afford to see a doctor. Every single amount is personally scrutinized by Sister Yin before it's allocated. Sister Shiyao. Sister-in-law. Aren't you guys going to step in and clarify this? Tao Lele, who was nestled on the sofa and hugging her tablet, said in an exasperated manner as she hugged her tablet. Sister Yun and the others also looked over. They naturally all knew that 30% of the money Guxingyi earned went to various impoverished areas, and on the first day that Xingyao Entertainment was established, the Starshine charity was also established with it. Only Guxingyi never said anything, he just did it silently. Seeing this puffed up look of Tao Lele, Xia Shiyao pressed her puffed up little face with some amusement and said, "We're developing too fast. Naturally some people are jealous, these are very normal. Some people like it and some people hate it. If you get angry when you encounter something like this, then wouldn't you sooner or later be pissed off? But, they are really angry." Taluolele was still a bit indignant, even she had taken out 30%, and now she still had to be talked about like this. Okay, calm down, this is obviously someone bringing up the tempo. However, wanting to make an issue out of this kind of thing is not too childish. Don't worry, don't pay any attention to it. What's the saying? But do good deeds, don't ask about your future. Where your heart is, don't ask about the West. Guxingyi, who was sitting on the other side of the sofa, also pacified Tao Lele. Regardless of what the internet says, it's good that he has no shame in his heart. White can never become black. Star Yao Entertainment's donations have always been donated directly through China's charity. Every single one of them has stood up to scrutiny, so he's not worried. But do good deeds, don't ask about the future. Where the heart is, don't ask about the West. The people present silently recited these words in their hearts. Then all looked at Guxingyi, their eyes shining brighter and brighter. This is where Gu Xingyi's charm lies. Look at this culture of others. Not only does he write songs that are so cowhide, even when he speaks, it's so soothing. At the same time, the rhythm of the internet is also getting bigger and bigger. Gu Xingyi's silence, but also let the storm more and more intense, quite a kind of starfire, can start a prairie fire trend.
Lu Dong. What a good scheme. Just a little bit of water army, can stir up the water. Gu Xingyi must be tired of dealing with it now. The day after tomorrow's China's strongest voice, it's just the right time for us to counterattack. In Lu Gao's office, the company's operation minister was happily patting Lu Gao on the back. This incident was what Lu Gao ordered him to do, not expecting the internet to actually form a crusade against Gu Xingyi now. Who said I'm going to take the opportunity to fight back? If Gu Xingyi could be trapped by this little thing, he wouldn't be Gu Xingyi anymore. Lu Gao's face remained flat, not the slightest bit amused by his subordinate's horse's ass. Not fighting back? Then what are we doing this for? The operations minister was a little embarrassed when his horse's ass was patted on the horse's leg, and he opened his mouth to ask with some doubt. It's just to slightly attract his attention and distract him. As for why, don't ask what you shouldn't know. Lu Gao glanced at him, no fluctuations could be seen in his eyes. Okay, then I'll go back first. You're busy. The operations minister smiled even more awkwardly and hurriedly got up to leave. No one could figure out what exactly Lu Gao was trying to do, including Gu Xingyi, who knew that there must be someone behind this incident. But he couldn't think of what the other party's significance in doing so was. To throw dirty water on himself to distract himself? And then make himself not have the energy to care about what happened on China's strongest voice? If that was the case, then Gu Xingyi could only say that the person who used this trick was simply too stupid. With this matter, it was simply a joke that would make himself not have the energy to create songs. And the very next day after the incident, Star Yao Entertainment came to 3 people that even Gu Xingyi hadn't expected. When the 3 came to the door, Gu Xingyi was not in the company. The receptionist, Li Wengjing, looked at the 3 old men with majestic faces in front of her, and couldn't help but secretly guess who these 3 old men were. At the same time, she was busy standing up, greeting them with, "Hello, may I ask who you 3 are looking for?" "Little girl, we are looking for Gu Xingyi. May I ask if he is in the company?" An old man at the head of the group smiled back, while all 3 of them were sizing up the place. "Looking for Mr. Gu? Please wait a moment, Mr. Gu is not in the company right now. I'll contact him for you." "Then please contact him, little miss. Just say that Lin Guodong is visiting." "Good, then you 3 go into the parlor first and take a rest. Sister Lele, who's here to see General Manager Gu, come on and receive him first." Li Wenjing hurriedly replied. She always felt that these 3 old men in front of her were very unusual, so she was busy informing Tao Lele again to receive them for fear of slowing down the 3. Tao Lele hurriedly came and introduced the 3 old men into the parlor and was served tea. The 3 old men politely said thank you, then one of them looked at the other with a smile and complained. "Shaolin, I've long said that I should have contacted in advance first. How could anyone come over so boldly? Doesn't this want to give him a surprise? Don't all young people like this tune? I also didn't expect this kid to be out of the company at this hour." Just after he finished speaking, another old man immediately picked up the conversation and said, "Oh, are the people who neck into the ground, but also play this set, but, Xiaogu, this company organized is decent, is a little small. Hey, every day to hear you guys praise him, also want to quickly meet the real person, I did not expect, pounced on a blank." The old man finished, and then turned his head to look at Tao Lele who stood on the side of the board and laughed. "Little girl, don't need to be so formal, our 3 old men aren't bad people, right? Haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the president of China Charity Association, Bo Yongji, this is the general director of Huayang Television, Du Gu, and the other is the general director of Huayin, Lin Guodong." Hearing the trio's self-reporting, Tao Lele's entire head was in a daze. Only the words China Charity, Huayang and Huayin were left in her little head. These were all big names that one wouldn't even see on a normal day. Today, they even came to Star Yao Entertainment as companions. Seeing Tao Lele's lack of reaction, Bo Yongji continued. "Isn't there a lot of criticism about Mr. Gu on the internet lately? How come it looks like he's not in too much of a hurry?" As soon as they arrived at Star Yao Entertainment, the 3 old men were satisfied with what they saw in front of them. The entire Star Yao Entertainment didn't seem to have been affected by anything, and everyone went to work with a smile on their face, which made even Bo Yongji a little surprised. If he knew that other companies encountered this kind of thing, for the sake of the company's reputation, the PR team would have long gone down to wash the floor. And he was aware of the property donated by Gu Xingyi. After all, every single one of them was donated through the China Charity. What he donated could be not at all small. After all, it was 30% of a company's revenue, so you can imagine how much it would be. Hearing Bo Yongji's question, Tao Lele finally reacted. Although her mind was still in a daze at the moment, she still quickly said, "Because our Mr. Gu said, but do good deeds, don't ask about the future. Where the heart is, don't ask about the West. When we do good deeds that are worth doing, we won't bother about our personal gains and losses, and we don't need to worry about people's comments and dissatisfaction. Our own heart is just fine. Oh, the three old men's eyes lit up at the same time, and Bo Youngji even muttered and repeated the words but do good deeds, don't ask about your future, then suddenly burst out laughing. What about do good deeds, don't ask about your future? I'm really looking forward to meeting this young man more and more. Ha ha, old Park. What was my guess? That kid, Xiao Gu, won't be in a hurry at all, that's why I like this kid. I agree with Xiao Lin on this point, although I haven't seen him, the first impression he gave me was a feeling of being pampered and having a poetic mind. Just at this moment, the door to the parlor was hurriedly opened, several people turned their heads to look, it was Gu Xingyi who hurriedly arrived. Elder Lin. I heard you guys praising me so much right outside the door, I was too embarrassed to come in. Who are these two old masters? Gu Xingyi walked inside while smiling awkwardly, he was a bit embarrassed to hear others praising him so much, and most of all, those were the quotes of the bigwigs of the original world, and he was just a porter. This compliments, he himself are dry panic. Ha, you kid will still be embarrassed? Let me introduce you, this is Dugu, the one you didn't get to meet last time, from the central China, and this is Park Yongji, also the rightful owner who came to find you this time, from the China charity. The three old men also stood up, and Lin introduced the two with a smile. Elder Du, Elder Park, I'm really sorry to still trouble you guys to come all the way here, quickly sit down and talk, you guys are torturing me like this. Gu Xingyi busily shook hands with the three old masters, and hurriedly asked them to sit down again before he himself sat down on the other side of the end of the table. Talualele had already frozen in place, and in the end, it was only after Gu Xingyi gave her a look that she nervously sat down. There was no way, the most powerful person she had ever seen was Gu Xingyi, and now that she had seen these three old men who had been in high positions for years, it would be strange if she wasn't nervous in her heart. At the same time, in her heart, she admired Gu Xingyi even more. She had always felt that Gu Xingyi was bullish, but she didn't expect him to be so bullish that he was able to talk and laugh in front of these bigwigs. Three old masters, I wonder if there's something important that you've come to find me this time? Only when everyone was seated did Gu Xingyi ask. Other than Lin Guodong, it was the first time that Du Gu and Bo Yongji had seen Gu Xingyi. They carefully sized him up, and the more they looked at him, the happier they became in their hearts. They were all old bones, and they could tell what kind of person he was from his essence. Since you've called us old masters, then I'm not hiding anything. Xiaogua, this time I'm here, I still want to ask for a song. Before you created songs for both Lao Lin and Lao Du, how can you also create a song for this China charity of mine? Originally this China charity recently wanted to come out a publicity program, coincidentally not again see online you this matter, I and two old guys discussed, just right, then find you, famous, songwriting and good, charity to do and in place. I can't think of anyone else but you. Xiaogu, how about it? Are you interested? Bo Yangji looked at Gu Xingyi and said cheerfully, the other two old men, likewise looked over. Looking at the three old men staring at themselves, Gu Xingyi was under a lot of pressure, this is looking for the door, he can say he's not interested. Of course I'm interested. Master Park, when will this promotional program be released? It's expected to go live in the middle of this month, since you're next in line, Xiaogu, then I'm relieved. And you can also rest assured that I won't let you work for nothing. The current online culture is really due for a change, anything you dare to say is nonsense, guiding the masses to attack public opinion can be done, and it's time to crack down on it. Gu Xingyi's attitude makes Bo Yongji happy from the bottom of his heart, no wonder Lin Guodong can often hang this young man on his lips, people are really worth it. Especially Gu Xingyi's heart, let him appreciate, if it were someone else, encountered this file, then I'm afraid that I could not wait to jump out to clarify, after all, who do not want to be the wrongdoer, obviously donate a lot of money, but also to be splashed with dirty water. Dugu on the side also with a smile on his face, sipped a mouthful of tea and said, yes, nowadays people remember to eat but not remember to fight, although before to rectify a little bit of the entertainment industry, but they still cannot resist the temptation of profit, will be online messy, it is time to knock knock knock. This time, the promo would still be online at Huayang, while the song would be online at Huaying, which was why the three of them had come together. Originally, when Lin learned of this news, he wanted Gu Xingyi to write the song, but he didn't expect that it coincided with the rise of public opinion on the internet. Nowadays, online, because of the previous rise of some water armies, inducing a lot of uninformed melon eaters, this topic still accounted for the hot searches high, even Gu Xingyi and Xia Shurya's siege blogs were nearly blown up by the spammers. But most people are in a crazy line with the Jets, no matter whether Xingyou Entertainment has made donations or not, at least in their hearts, Xingyou Entertainment has brought them many, many touches, and that's enough. Gu Xingyi chatted with the three old men again about specific matters and had a lunch together before the three old men went back. They would stay in Jiangqing for a few days this time, and would stay at the Jiangqing TV station until they got the songs and got the publicity program done, then they would return home. In fact, Du Gu and Bo Yongji wanted to meet Gu Xingyi, whom they had not seen, so they would come over to Jiangcheng in person, otherwise, it would be a matter of a phone call. It could only be said that Gu Xingyi's charm was really getting bigger and bigger, and even the two old men wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of person he really was. At this moment, Shengshi Entertainment is unexpectedly honest. After a series of previous blows, even Xiao Feibai took the initiative to tear up the contract. Shengshi Entertainment is a good old boy image, obediently in accordance with the contract agreement, and Xiao Feibai lifted the contract. There is no other reason. Tian Xingqi is really afraid. He has experienced so many big storms and waves, the first time he felt that someone can make him so helpless. In his heart, Gu Xingyi was a very evil person. It seemed like whenever he went against Gu Xingyi, something bad would always happen. Especially when Xingyao Anime appeared, the appearance of a movie called One Man Down made Tian Xingqi completely lose his heart. The script for One Man Down was written by Gu Xingyi. This showed that if Gu Xingyi wanted to enter the movie industry, wouldn't it be possible to hang Shengshi Entertainment in minutes? After all, the scripts were connected to each other. Today Gu Xingyi was able to come up with a one-person under that stirred up the entire animation world, so maybe tomorrow he could come up with a two-people under or something that would ignite the movie and television industry. Tian Dong, do you really want to lean towards Xingyo Entertainment? In Tian Xingqi's office, his secretary looked at the documents in her hands, and there was some joy in both her eyes, but she still asked, or else, wait for him to woo me again? And we don't have any big conflicts with him in the first place, there's no need to fight to the death, that's it. Tian Xingqi held up the small gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and he naturally saw the trace of joy in the bottom of his secretary's eyes. So, even his own secretary felt that leaning on Star Yao Entertainment was the right thing to do? He sighed, and could only say that Gu Xingyi, this person, was truly terrifying, and his existence just didn't make sense. Pure and simple, he was a demon present. Regardless of what the outside world thought, Gu Xingyi had already discussed with the three old masters that he would give them a suitable song 3 days later, and for this song, Gu Xingyi had already thought of a suitable one. As soon as he said charity, the first thing he thought of was this old song. After all, in the original world, when he heard this song, he knew that it was time to donate money. The next day, the 5th installment of China's Strongest Voice arrived. In this installment, Gu Xingyi had similarly prepared the songs, but what he didn't expect was that the focus of this installment wasn't even on the ring that Star Yao Entertainment was in. The 3 matches were all small companies on stage, and these 3 small entertainment companies were all small entertainment companies that had recently released their goodwill to Star Yao Entertainment, and this time, they were obviously here to rub off on them, and the songs they sang were all old songs with some rules and regulations. On the side of Star Yao Entertainment, they also naturally returned the goodwill, and did not release any new songs, and the same old songs to deal with it. After all, the hand does not hit the smiling face of the people. They released the goodwill. Star Yao Entertainment will not go to force pressure them. It had to be said here, these companies that had released goodwill to Star Yao Entertainment, their companies were changing a lot, even the contracts of the signed artists were changing to Star Yao Entertainment's contract pattern. Without realizing it, the pattern of the entertainment industry had changed. Once a rule became the default rule for most people, it seemed to go with the flow and be accepted by the masses. Even Shengshi Entertainment had made the change, and the netizens were subconsciously getting used to the changes made by the entertainment industry, so there wasn't a lot of heat on the internet about the change. Of course, there are also some old-fashioned faction, still practicing the previous model of the entertainment industry, but their situation is getting more and more difficult. Because of the impact of the new model, all the artists are not fools when compared to each other. Many of the artists in these companies are starting to jump ship, and the fresh blood is even more difficult to recruit in. So as long as they didn't change, the company's development would only become more and more difficult. And to people's surprise, this time in China's Strongest Voice, Tianmei Entertainment turned around and challenged Soundsea Entertainment, and they were well prepared and won all 3 matches. This sudden change had caught no one by surprise, and it had even dumbfounded Soundsea Entertainment. After the 5th phase of the competition, apart from Star Yao Entertainment's points which were as stable as a mountain, the points of the once 3 giants were surprisingly neck and neck. Because of this total loss, Soundsea Entertainment's points remained at 6 points, while Tianmei Entertainment, the points came to 5 points, and Shengshi Entertainment was also at 6 points. The 3 veteran giant companies, Soundsea and Shengshi, only had 1 more point than Tianmei, and it was obvious that Tianmei wouldn't easily give up this competition, which also made the final result confusing. Tianmei Entertainment, this was going to mess things up. At this moment in time, Soundsea Entertainment and Shengshi Entertainment couldn't help but be on guard at the same time. This wave of maneuvering by Tianmei Entertainment had caught no one by surprise, and it even made Yang Xian and Tian Xingqi laugh in anger. What? Couldn't beat Gu Xingyi and now started picking on Soundsea Entertainment and Shengshi Entertainment? You're really taking the 2 as soft pinches? But then again, the 3 families had similar strengths, so if Tianmei Entertainment did this, it might even be able to turn the tables on him. For example, in this phase of the competition, no one was paying attention, but Tianmei Entertainment took away 3 points. In response, Yang Xian and Tian Xingqi naturally began to make preparations. This also led to the 6th installment of the competition afterward, where the entertainment industry once again ushered in the era of godly fights, only this time, it had nothing to do with Xingyo Entertainment anymore. The points of the 3 old giants were also catching up with each other. The 3 were still only 1 point apart. The situation was very unclear. And the topic about Gu Xingyi on the internet was still entangled in the incident of charitable donations. The online quarrels were getting more and more intense. The heat didn't have the slightest sign of dropping down. But even so, Gu Xingyi never uttered a word, the whole Xingyo Entertainment, as if the collective lost their voices at this moment in time. What no one knew was that Gu Xingyi was going back and forth between the company and the TV station these days. The song about the charity program had been created a few days before, and these days, he was accompanying the 3 old men to review the program. On December 15th, the day after the 6th installment of China's Strongest Voice had just ended, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the official China charity finally released a long post plus a video, and at the same time, Xingyo Entertainment and Gu Xingyi's siege blog. As soon as this one post was released, it immediately exploded on the internet, and netizens knew that the truth of what they had been discussing for so many days was finally going to surface at this moment. Especially the fans who had been on the line with the spammers for so many days, even more excitedly clicked on the Perimeter blog to see it. When they clicked in, there were all kinds of screenshots and proofs of donations, as well as all kinds of contracts and other information, which gathered all the donations made by Star Yao Entertainment since its creation. Below that, there was a paragraph from the Chinese charity official. Recently saw some online discussions and posts. We are deeply shocked, also deeply saddened, since the creation of Star Yao Entertainment. So far, the amount of donations has reached the amount of billions of dollars, and these amounts, but also unconditional donations. As we all know, Star Entertainment was created not long ago, the chairman of a company like this, but it is surprising that it will be discussed by people with ulterior motives in such a way. Let the people chilling. And when we went to Starlight Entertainment to ask about their staff, their answer was even more so that we all felt guilty, because after the incident, Mr. Gu Xingyi had said a word with them. But do good deeds. Don't ask about your future. Where the heart is, no questions asked. This is Mr. Gu Xingyi's heart and feelings. For the network suddenly appeared malicious orientation, he did not pay attention to, but only did what he should do. But we can't see such a silent hero buried, and we can't do to see his kindness smeared. So I would like to respectfully remind all netizens that while the internet is free, everyone is responsible for their own words and actions. In addition, we have also grandly invited Mr. Gu Xingyi to compose a song for us for our latest show, and we also hope that this song, will bring some positive senses to everyone. Once this post from the official China charity came out, all the fans wanted to cry at this moment. Their persistence all these days had not been wasted, and their support had not been in vain. Gu Xingyi was worth it. At this moment, all the fans copied the keyboard, shouted a key to come, incarnated into a keyboard warrior. These days of aggression, they all want to vent out at this moment. 30% of the proceeds crap. Blackie talk. I told you so. I told you. It's not that people didn't do it. People just didn't say it. Fuck it. Just ask anyone who can give 30% of their proceeds to charity. Can you? Are the blacks mute? Why don't you shout? Dogs. Come back to confront your father again. Where the heart is, no questions asked. See? Don't use your narrow-minded hearts to guess Gu Xingyi. You're not worthy. I just want to know. Which celebrity or company can come up with a donation amount in billions of dollars in such a short period of time? That's how people really do things. Some people, when they donate a few tens of thousands, they want the whole world to know about it. This post made all the netizens and fans go crazy, and also made all the blacks and water armies shut up instantly, and there were even some unscrupulous media and netizens who rubbed the heat hastily deleted the previously posted siege blogs and doo-wop sounds at the first time. But that wasn't all. Right after Huagua Charity spoke out, Huayang and Huayin once again came down and ate the official website of Gu Xingyi and Xingyao Entertainment. Huayang and Huayin, as well as Huagua Charity, hand in hand with Gu Xingyi to create the program Love and Tomorrow, is grandly online. I hope that the majority of netizens will support it, and I would like to say this: purify the network. Start with me. Starting today, we will join hands with the relevant departments to carry out a week of special activities to purify the internet. Another official came down to show solidarity, and this activity was because of what know-how. All the people who saw these two roundup blogs of Huayang and Huayin were once again stunned at this moment. They wiped their eyes, and then the corners of their eyes all began to twitch. Just pro-Sun chant? That's how you protect him? This is not even an act. It's obviously here to protect Gu Xingyi. By the way, there was also the program. At this moment, everyone clicked on the video in the blog, this time the program, Love and Tomorrow. The video just opened with a group of cute children, surrounding Xia Shiryao in a playful manner. the sound of their laughter rang out with the music, and the title of the song appeared at that moment. A Better Tomorrow. Well,
not only was the song created by Gu Xingyi, it was also sung by Xia Shiyao, and inside the video, apart from the group of children, there were even many celebrities participating in the show. As the program progressed, Xia Shiyao's sweet singing voice also rang in the ears of netizens. Gently awaken the sleeping heart. Open your eyes slowly. See if the busy world is still spinning alone. The spring breeze doesn't understand the wind,
blowing the heart of a teenager. Let the tears on yesterday's face dry with memory. Let the tears on yesterday's face dry up with the memory.
Just the moment the song started, the audience was already mesmerized, and sure enough, it's still the same old flavor.
In terms of songwriting and singing, you still have to look at Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao.
In front of the song, yesterday's China's strongest voice was simply instantly killed. In the video, along with the song, some children from poor areas appeared. They welcomed the spring breeze, with innocent smiles on their faces, the sunshine on their faces, which warmed the hearts of those who watched. Even though the clothes they were wearing were worn out, the school that had just been built was their hope.
This is the ultimate goal of charity.
Not relying on words, only look at the actual action. Some people's love, really buried very deep. The song was still singing. Xia Shiyao was like an angel, in the middle of this group of children, bringing them joy and love.
Conforming to the scene in the video, the song played in everyone's heart. MT.
Jade, white snowdrifts,
burning the heart of a teenager. Melting true love into notes. Pouring out distant blessings. In the Tianmei Entertainment Building, Lu Gao naturally saw the siege blog. He had thought that this kind of thing would be hard to beat Gu Xingyi, but he hadn't thought that it would end up like this. Lu Gao shook his head and just felt more and more tired. This was Gu Xingyi. The more you hit him, the faster he took off.
It didn't even require him to go down himself. The various officials were holding him in their hearts for fear of him hurting.
This is pure trickery. How does that make him play? No way to play. Do not want to join, can only be away from Gu Xingyi as far away as possible. That sentence, how to say? What's that saying? If you can't afford to mess with him, he can't afford to hide from you?
Several major officials came down. The incident was instantly resolved perfectly, and also brought a new round of touching to the netizens. The program Love and Tomorrow together with the song Tomorrow Will Be Better is a perfect match, and the innocent eyes of those children in the video longing for the future even made countless netizens feel a little bit of heartache in their hearts. But Xia Shiyao's singing voice, but also let the netizens' heart lit up infinite hope. Gu Xingyi, Xia Shiyao, and those countless people who silently paid in the dark were the idols they should really be fanning. At this moment, all their fans were happy that they could fan such people. Just like the title of the song Xia Shiyao was singing right now, with them. Tomorrow, it will definitely be better. Sing your passion, stretch out your hands, let me embrace your dreams. Let me have your true face. Let our smiles be filled with youthful pride. Offer a devotional prayer for tomorrow. Within the video, Xia Shiyao led a group of children, singing Tomorrow Will Be Better together, their faces filled with the light of hope. Then, the scene changed and the picture came to a disaster area, where Miao Anjuan was rebuilding her home with the people in the disaster area. The place was flooded and people's homes were submerged. But it was the relief vehicles that kept coming from all over the country that gave them hope for the future. On the gate of the disaster area, there is a big line written, after the disaster, everything is rebuilt, like a new life. The camera zoomed in, and along with the music, Miao Anjuan continued to sing immediately after Xia Shiyao's song. Who can disregard his home and leave behind the childhood of his memories? Who can bear to see his yesterday's sorrows take away our smiles? Youth does not understand the red dust rouge stained with ash. Let the tears of the long-lost moisturize your face. The song resounded once again, and this time, it was the group of post-disaster people, smiling and singing until the end of the verse, and the picture shifted once again. This time, it was inside a hospital, and Lu Ruoying appeared. She was inside the hospital, talking and laughing with the patients. These patients, who were being tortured by their illnesses, had smiles rising on their faces. They were unable to support themselves any longer, but the vast number of enthusiastic people let them see the hope of life. Different places, different people, the future and hope. But at this time is the same existence in their side. The camera follows Lu Ruoying as she slowly walks out of the hospital. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath of the clear air outside, then opens her eyes and opens her hands, seemingly wanting to embrace this warm world. Gently knock the sleeping mind awake. Open your eyes slowly. See if the busy world is still spinning alone. But this time, the lyrics have changed, and unlike the first verse, after so much, the world is still as warm as ever. The world is no longer lonely, and people are no longer at a loss, because there is love, because there is tomorrow. The sunrise awakens the morning. The earth, in its splendor, is reborn. Let the wind sound. Let the sound of the wind be the music of life. The camera pulled away again, and this time, all the people from the previous video were gathered together. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles.
Xia Shiyao, Lu Ruoying, and Miao Ankuan stood in front of the people, and they waved their hands together with the people. The blue sky, the white clouds, the breeze, everything was accompanying them. Sing your passion, stretch out your hands, let me embrace your dreams. Let me have the face of your true heart. Let our smiles be filled with the pride of youth. Let's look forward to a better tomorrow. The girls in the video were still singing, while the viewers online had long been moved to tears. These are tears of joy. Netizens feel the presence of love in the song. Under this microblog of China Charity, countless netizens have also sent their feelings and expectations at this time. I hope tomorrow will be better. Every day is better. Never thought that yesterday's China's Strongest Voice didn't move me, but today this song made me break my defenses. This song sublimated my soul as soon as it played. It's awesome. All three are my goddesses. Loved, loved, loved. Tomorrow will be better. It's the expectation of everyone's heart. At this moment, Gu Xingyi, like all the netizens, was also watching this video. Little Nai Nai was held in his arms, also following her mom on TV, bobbing her head and humming along. This video, Gu Xingyi participated in the entire production, just that even he didn't expect that the effect of broadcasting it would be so good. There was no need to say much about the songs created by Mr. Luo, none of them had anything to say. But this program, after only about half a month of filming, was able to achieve such a good effect, which made Gu Xingyi have to marvel in his heart. In the end, it was an official production, it was really bullish. Xia Shiyao was also silently watching the video on the side. She these days ran to many places, and also witnessed the smiles on the faces of those poor people. This trip was an incomparable precious memory for her. Only the suffering people knew more about the preciousness of this smile. She understands it, and Gu Xingyi understands it too, which is why they find these even more rare and precious. And the video wasn't over yet. The program, with the music of Tomorrow Will Be Better slowly coming to an end, the screen gradually went dark. When the screen lit up again, this time, it was a list of donations, a list of sincere faces. These, all of them, were people who silently gave and silently donated. The countless lists and photos came together to form a map of China. People who eat water do not forget to dig wells. It was also these simple people that made it all better. The scene shifted again. A group of people were holding small red flags, waving them, the small red flag swaying in the wind, and Gu Xingyi was clearly among the crowd. Different music played again, and in the picture, a chorus rang out. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a better earth. At this point, the screen completely darkened, and a line of small words appeared along with the sound of a pounding keyboard. These lines of small words spoke of one incident after another, of the people who had been rescued, their hearts and the changes in their lives. Finally these subtitles slowly faded down, and in the screen, only one sentence remained. Love is tomorrow. And at this moment, in everyone's heart. A Chinese charities blog put to rest an incident that had been raging online for days, and in just one night, the incident was completely reversed. On the blog, it completely became a fans' carnival. No longer see the figure of a black person. But this is not all. After the net activities, but also the official department of the scene, the previous release of false information of some of the netroots and bad media blocked the number, and even many of the water army dens have been seized. The impact of this program also led to a wave of donations online, and many netizens were flirting with the idea that as soon as they heard the song Tomorrow Will Be Better, their hearts couldn't help but think that it was time to do charity. Even the originator, Lu Gao, could not have imagined that the incident would develop into this. He didn't understand what Gu Xingyi was thinking. In just over half a year's time, the amount of donations amounted to hundreds of millions of dollars, and with a single song, the entire network was purified. Tianmei Entertainment once again held a high-level meeting, only this time, everyone's faces didn't look too good. In today's Tianmei Entertainment, there were already many people who had begun to waver. After all, in the entertainment industry now, they had been excluded and belonged to the Maverick One. Even Lu Gao was a little shaken in his heart right now. But he was the one who gave the order to block Xia Shiyao in the first place, and he was also the one who took the initiative to oppress Starry Yao Entertainment. Once he chose to admit defeat at this time, and lean towards Starry Yao Entertainment, the result could be imagined, and the future of Tianmei Entertainment was in trouble. The most unexpected thing for Lu Gao is the transformation of Tian Xingqi of Shengshi Entertainment. The former Tian Xingqi was a profit-oriented person who ate people without spitting out bones, and he was a vicious character. But now, even he bowed his head and compromised. Thinking about this, Lu Gao was so upset that he slapped the table of the conference room. I know what you're all thinking. Be honest, in the recent period, everything will wait until after China's Strongest Voice is over. Lu Gao still wanted to wait and see everything until after China's Strongest Voice ended. If they could win on China's Strongest Voice, then their prestige would still be there, and they could just as well survive as before. After all, in this world, strength has always been honored. 3 days had unknowingly passed since the program was aired. On the afternoon of December 18th, the sky was filled with fluffy light snow.
With the winter solstice approaching, the weather in Jiangqing turned steeply colder, and people also put on their fall coats and pants, and put on thick down jackets on the outside. Today, the entire Xingyo Entertainment rare early shift, the people agreed to shabu shabu hot pot, xia shuriao, and Tao Lele went back to pick up little Nai Nai went. Gu Xingyi and his party walked downstairs with a great deal of people. Just out of the office building, Gu Xingyi saw Ren Zongyi, who came back from home a little absent-minded, until he came close and almost collided with himself. He came back to his senses. The returning Ren Yi looked at Gu Xingyi, a little anxious to speak, making Gu Xingyi very curious. Since Ren Yuyao came to the company, he did save a lot of heartache, except that he always felt that Ren Yuyao was loaded with things in his heart. After Gu Xingyi thought about it, he walked up and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Brother Easy, there's nothing going on today, why don't you bring Nini out for a meal together? It just so happens that Shuriao and Lele have gone back to pick up Nene, the two little ones still have a companion. After Gu Xingyi finished speaking, he looked at Ren Easy seriously. He saw some struggles on Ren Easy's face, and finally, as if he had made up his mind about something, he raised his head and said, Mr. Gu, can you trouble you to bring little Nai Nai to my house again, Nini Shi? Ren Yi said this, some can't go on. The heartbroken expression on his face made Gu Xingyi feel a little tugged at his heart. He was busy pulling Ren Yi to one side, his tone was also a little heavier. Brother Easy, what exactly happened to Nini? I know your character, you don't want everyone to know, and you don't want everyone to worry or feel pity, but, no matter what happened, you have to think about Nini. This kind of time is not the time to be strong. Gu Xingyi knew Ren Yi's character, his character was just about to be strong. As a veteran and a father, he didn't want to trouble others, he wanted to carry it alone, which was alright, but sometimes, there are things that can really be carried by one person. Ren Yi is strong again, he is also just a person. Heard Gu Xingyi words, Ren Yi tightly clenched his fists, even though he tilted his head, tears still flowed down his face. Even the strongest man had a soft spot, and his soft spot was Nini. Mr. Gu, I really can't help it, Nini Shi has been suffering from a rare neurological disease. This disease and Alzheimer's disease situation is similar, and this disease is even more powerful. Nini her, only 3 days of memory, every 3 days, will lose the previous memory. Ren's voice a little choked, uttered the words as let Gu Xingyi mood completely heavy down. He didn't expect that what happened in Ren Yi's family was actually this kind of thing. That little girl who looked like a little angel was actually suffering from a disease all the time. Nini was just born not long ago. After the hospital found out about her illness, her mother ran away. These 2 years, I have been running around, but no hospital has the certainty of being able to cure this illness, Nini. And so she has been in a state of constant memory loss. But suddenly one day, Xiao Xingyao appeared. She sang about courageous outbursts. Only once she appeared, Nini fell in love with this sister. Magically, no matter how many times she had lost her memory, whenever she saw Xiao Xingyao, she would always be the first to fall in love with her again. Just before, she lost her memory again, but when she saw Xiao Xingyao on her cell phone again, she said something that made me tear up. She said, this sister Nini likes so much and is so familiar. After that, she pestered me to see little Xingyao. She even wanted to eat cake with her sister. She said she remembered that the cake was sweet. As Ren said that, he was already in tears. Perhaps it was Nini's words that made him break his defenses. Perhaps he saw hope in this. Nini still remembered Nai Nai. Gu Xingyi heard this, also a little wanna cry impulse, but he more wanna give Ren Yu a punch. He know Ren Yu so many years by himself, one person with the child must be very hard, must be even more suffered countless white eyes. But, this was not even a reason for him to do so. When he thought of it, he did it. Gu Xingyi gave him a hard punch, which made Ren Yuyao stagger a bit, and also made the people of Xingyo Entertainment, who were still waiting not far away, look over with worry. It was only after a punch that Gu Xingyi asked in a deep voice, why did you drag it out until now? Do you deserve to be a father? Can you stand up to Nini? Or is it for your pathetic pride? What made Gu Xingyi the most angry was this. He could understand that he didn't want to trouble others, but he couldn't understand what was in his heart. In Gu Xingyi's opinion, he could do anything for his daughter. Ren Yuyao rubbed the place where he was hit, lowered his head, half a day before he suddenly said, I'm not doing it for self-respect. I was afraid I'm afraid that the heavens gave me some hope and then finally made me despair. Voice hoarse, this is the deepest helplessness and sorrow of a father's heart. Because of fear, he wanted to escape. Gu Xingyi could understand Ren Yuyao's feelings. But reality can't be like this. Is it okay to not face it because you're afraid? The consequence of escaping was to drag on, and the result of dragging on would only get worse. Nini, what did the hospital say about this disease? Is there no hope for a cure? Gu Xingyi didn't bother to dwell on the problems on Ren Yuen's body, but asked directly. Things were already like this, it was useless to dwell on it. One could only face it with the greatest effort, regardless of the outcome. Neurological conditions are difficult to treat, the doctor said. This disease needs continuous conservative treatment plus daily guidance to work, and to recover, can only expect a miracle. That means there is still hope, and a miracle is also hope. Ran Yuyo had just finished speaking when he heard Gu Xingyi say directly. He froze for a moment and looked up at Gu Xingyi. He wished for his daughter to be better than anyone else, but he was also more afraid than anyone else that it would end up badly. But now, he saw this man in front of him. His face was unprecedentedly serious, as if he firmly believed that a miracle would always appear. This makes Ren Yi's heart are completely infected. He at the moment feels that his heart is also full of hope like never before. So, this was the charm of Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiryao and Taluolele had also picked up little Nai back at this time. As soon as they got off the car, they saw the somewhat awkward atmosphere at the scene. Xia Shiryao looked over to Gu Xingyi's place with some confusion, and when she saw the heavy expressions on the faces of the two people over here, her pair of almond eyes were filled with worry. Dad! Hug! Still little Nai's tender voice broke the heaviness. She climbed down from Xia Shiryao's body, stepped on her short legs, rushed to Gu Xingyi's side, and tilted up her little face. The sweet smile on her face cured both Gu Xingyi and Ren Yuyao's mood quite a bit. Hey! Daddy hug! Nai! Let's go and play with Nene's sister first today, okay? Gu Xingyi squatted down to pick up his baby girl, scratched her little nose, and asked with a face full of favor. Yeah! Nai also wants to play with Nene's sister. Good! Brother easy, then let's go over there now. Gu Xingyi rubbed little Nai's head and hugged her as she said to Ren Yueni, before walking over to the crowd and saying something. Although the others didn't know exactly what was going on, they also knew that Gu Xingyi had something to do and nodded their heads. Just like that, Gu Xingyi's family of 3 followed Ren Yuyo as he drove towards his home, and in the car, Xia Shiryao likewise knew about Nini's matter, which made her heart a little sad all of a sudden as well. I never thought that the little girl with the lovely face would suffer from such a rare disease, just like a little angel that fell to earth, making people's hearts sad. The car quickly arrived at Ren's residence. Pushing open the door, it was a small room that was only less than 50 square feet. Nini was sitting peacefully on the sofa, watching the TV, and on the TV, a video of little Nai singing Courageous Outburst was playing. Hearing the sound, Nene turned her head, and sweetly smiled and called out to her dad when she saw Renii. She would forget every time she lost her memory, but every time, she would quickly accept Renii. When Gu Xingyi led little Nai also walked through the door, Nini was first scared and hid behind Ren Yuyao, but when she saw little Nai, her eyes steeply lighted up. The two little angels looked at each other and smiled, and right at this moment, Nene made an action that made everyone unexpected. Only to see that she suddenly scattered her small hands that were hugging Renrun, and quickly ran back inside the small room. When she came out again, she was already holding a small cake in her hand, and with an expectant face, she walked over to little Nene and handed over the cake in her hand, and a soft and sticky voice came from her mouth. Please eat the cake, it's very sweet. These words were what Nai had said to her when she first met her. But even after forgetting all that, when she saw Nai again, her first words were, surprisingly, to invite Nai back to eat cake. Perhaps, in her subconscious mind, she still remembered that she wanted to make this young lady, her favorite, eat such a sweet cake. At this moment, Renichio skimmed her face, her eyes already a little moist. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao even felt as if their hearts were suddenly clenched tightly, their hearts incomparably sour. Little Nai's face overflowed with a happy smile. The little one still didn't understand what had happened, but seeing Nini handing over the cake, her big eyes had curved into a crescent moon. Thank you Nini-san, let's eat together. Seeing little Nene gladly accept the cake and take her hand, Nene's eyes also curved up. The two little ones, once again, became good friends, and held hands as they walked over to the small sofa and sat down, and on the TV, the song Courageous Outburst, sung by little Nene, was still playing. Nai ate a mouthful of cake, and then affectionately fed Nini a mouthful. The room was immediately filled with the sounds of laughter from the two little ones. Brother Easy, I don't know if Nene remembers Nene, but I know that no matter how many times it happens, she'll fall in love with Nene again, just as she's been quick to accept you every time, and that's the hope. At least in her subconscious, there should be fragments of memories. Gu Xingyi looked at the two little ones playing together in front of the sofa and said seriously. Ran Yuyo also looked at them, then nodded without saying anything. In front of the sofa, little Nai had already stood up on the sofa and was teaching Nini to sing Courageous Outburst, and she taught it just as Gu Xingyi had taught her back then, one sentence at a time with all her heart. A seed is planted in the heart da-la-dee-da-la. It can fulfill little wishes with magic. Nini, on the other hand, clapped her hands cheerfully on one side, shaking her head and accompanying little Nai. Not a moment later, little Nai and Nini both were able to sing together, although Nini's singing was still a bit stumbling, but every time little Nai patiently waited for her to join in, just like a little teacher in general. Brother Easy, I think we'll take Nini to the hospital again tomorrow for a checkup, no matter how much it costs, as long as there's a glimmer of hope. We have to keep treating her. In addition, as long as there's time, let Nini play with Nai. Nai doesn't have any playmates, and Nini needs Nai as well. Looking at the two little ones being so naturally close, Gu Xingyi took the initiative to say again. Ren opened his mouth. It was somewhat difficult to speak. In fact, A big reason why Nene had been doing conservative treatment was all because the cost of the treatment had exhausted him. And the continuous treatment, the corresponding is even more sky-high treatment cost.
For ordinary families, this was simply an unattainable expense. Brother Easy, Nai and Ni are very close. I've never even seen Nai like a little kid so much as she does now. If it's possible, we would like to recognize Ni as our goddaughter. Xia Shiyao also said at this time, she liked Nini very much, little Nai also liked Nini very much. Moreover, when she saw Renyi's expression in this environment he was living in, she knew what he was thinking. If she and Gu Xingyi didn't say this, a person of Renyi's character would definitely not take the initiative to seek help either. Hearing Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's words, Ran Yuyao looked towards the happy Nini on the sofa and finally nodded. For so many years, he had been living in self-blame and guilt. He hated the heavens for treating Nini like this, and also hated his own incompetence for not being able to take better care of Nini. But the appearance of little Nene, and then after meeting Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, finally let him see hope for the future. Time flashed by, the end of December. Although the final installment of China's Strongest Voice had ended, netizens were all still talking about the competition. The reason for this was because the final installment of the competition, Sound Sea Entertainment's comeback, was quite spectacular. How could Lu Gao not expect that his plan would be easily dissolved by Sound Sea Entertainment, and he also didn't expect that Gu Xingyi, that despicable villain, would create 2 songs for Sound Sea Entertainment before the last phase of the competition without saying a word. It was the appearance of these 2 songs that allowed Sound Sea Entertainment to complete its comeback. Originally, Lu Gao had already turned back Lena, a first-rate singer of Sound Sea Entertainment, at a high price, so that she would intentionally lose in the last phase of the competition, but as a result, Lena lost, but the veteran Heavenly Kings of Sound Sea Entertainment, as well as Chang Di, came out strong with Gu Xingyi's songs. A 10 Years, A Rainbow Smile, a classic lyrical love song, a small sweet song full of youthfulness, directly Lu Gao's plan to kill all over the ground. These 2 songs, moreover, caused a wave of revelry on the internet once again. Strength is hard truth. Only now did Lu Gao truly understand the meaning of this sentence. Winter went to spring, and then into the height of summer, until the sky once again drifted with light snow, the 4 seasons turned around, and time flashed by like a white horse. A year can change a lot, and the landscape of the entertainment industry has changed drastically. Nowadays, the dynamics of the entertainment circle had obviously become one super and many strong. All the entertainment companies had changed their treatment and contractual issues, and everything they did was being benchmarked towards Star Yao Entertainment. As for Tianmei Entertainment, after China's Strongest Voice, it slowly retreated from the stage of history, gradually disappearing from the public, for no other reason. Even if Xinyo Entertainment didn't intentionally ostracize it, it still couldn't resist the direction of the general trend. And the wall fell down. Tianmei Entertainment once backstabbed those entertainment companies, have begun to suppress him. Even Shangshur Entertainment have inserted a foot. This once giant company, so slowly shrinking, and Lu Gao, no longer when the spirit of the wind, only half a year, he was like 10 years old, and finally even moved abroad, no longer fight. When he left, he stood in front of the office, that huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking in the direction of Jiangcheng, stood for a long time. Perhaps his heart, there is so a trace of unwillingness and regret, at first just to not pay attention, became now this appearance. It can only be said that the king has been defeated, always so. During this year, Star Yao Entertainment is growing day by day. The new generation of singers is endless, but also every once in a while, there must be a few gold songs, which is represented by the bubble, red high heels and so on. The Star Yao Animation, as in a person under after the end, launched an inspirational national cartoon, That Rabbit. The theme song is used when the one chasing the dream Red Heart, That Rabbit, was released. A time to see. All the netizens cried, and even the Chinese Daily News have named the performance of the cartoon. In addition, Star Yao Film and Television was also formally established, and cooperated with Shangshur Entertainment to shoot a TV series that took the whole country by storm. The reason why they cooperated with Shangshur Entertainment was because Tian Xingqi's posture was really put very low. Moreover, a healthy entertainment industry lies in diversification, and Gu Xingyao certainly won't do that kind of thing where one family is dominant. What's even more pleasing is that Nini, in this year of continuous treatment, suddenly one day, she should have lost her memory. When she woke up in the morning and saw Runyiwan, she took the initiative to call out to her father. Runyiwu was completely stunned at that time, a big man, but how could he not stop the tears from falling down? He only dreamed of such a scene when he was dreaming, and it was also the scene that he had been looking forward to day and night for several years. And now, a miracle has finally come. It was November 28th of another year. Today was a special day, everyone knew it, and everyone was waiting for it, and early in the morning, the internet exploded. Finally! It's that time of year again when little Princess Xingyao's birthday comes around. I didn't make it last year. This year, I will be there. 1 year. 1 whole year. I look forward to today every day. Star Yao baby's birthday plus the concert of all the singers from Star Yao Entertainment. Who could miss this? Shit. My wife locked me up at home to take care of the elderly. She ran off with the baby herself. Family members, can you even have a wife like that? Me too. Really can't get away. I'm going crazy. Upstairs, look where I am, live photos, no need to be envious. I'll send you a video afterward. Shit. Don't crowd me. This scene. The people are in too much. I'm not showing off. It's really many. The netizens who had already arrived at the largest stadium in Jiangcheng, all of them were smiling and laughing, and they recklessly posted photos of the scene to the Weibo, and every Weibo could usher in a burst of wolf howls. Obviously the birthday party and the concert both started at night, this early in the morning. The entrance of the stadium was surrounded by crowds, and what's more, even the surrounding streets were full of people. The security of the scene has begun to control, for those who do not comply with the rules of the road, as well as noisy, were properly managed. Not long, people began to become orderly. What was even more outrageous was that there were still countless people on their way here. Obviously Gushingyi had stopped registering after 100,000 people had signed up for this feast, but the number of people who had come here had far exceeded the number of people scheduled. Forced to do so, the Jiangcheng authorities could only contact Gushingyi, and in the end had to use screencasting and sound amplification equipment near the stadium to take care of those who hadn't been able to get into the stadium. Online official live broadcasting room, and various cooperation platform live broadcasting room. The number of people has also long been full, even many TV stations, all live broadcast the spectacle. Time passed minute by minute, until 8 o'clock in the evening. This different concert finally began. In the crowd's expectant gazes, on the stage of the Jiangcheng Arena, Xia Shiyao in a long azure dress and Gushingyi in a black formal dress were the first to appear. At this moment, all the cameras in the arena focused on the two of them, and no matter whether it was inside or outside the arena, a tsunami of cheers erupted at this moment. Sure enough, Gushingyi, this cub seed never play false, the opening is the king bomb. On the big screen at the back, the name of the song they were going to sing also appeared. This was the second time Gushingyi sang on the same stage with Xia Shiyao, and also the second time he officially appeared in front of the audience on the stage. Welcome to this concert, and thank you for supporting us this year, a song Under the Sea for everyone. Gushingyi gently picked up the microphone, his voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire country of China at this moment. Xia Shiyao also then held up the microphone and sang softly. Scattered moonlight through the clouds. The music sounded, the song started, a song called Under the Sea, spread into the ears of all the audience. Gushingyi and Xia Shiyao both sang this version, somewhat like the original World Phoenix Legend sang. The feeling brought to people is, why do you think people are not worth it? All the audience was mesmerized. Since the emergence of Gushingyi, the entertainment industry was recognized by everyone, even such a muddy entertainment industry could be cured. So what on earth is not worth it? After the song, before everyone could react, Xia Shiyao and Gushingyi had smiles on their faces and bowed deeply. Then Xia Shiyao held the microphone with both hands and spoke. Thank you all for coming here, thank you all for supporting Xingyo Entertainment, and thank you all for liking us as a family. After thanking them, the lights dimmed to the sound of the audience chanting their names before the two exited the stage. After that, everyone from Star Yao Entertainment, one by one, went on stage with their hit songs, Heavenly King Lu Ruing, Feng Yirong, and everyone else. All of them dedicated one of their best songs to the audience. Until all the singers from Star Yao Entertainment finished singing, Gushingyi and Xia Shiyao once again went on stage, only this time, in the middle of the two of them, there was an extra little fairy with curved almond eyes. As soon as this family of three appeared, everyone immediately felt that they had no regrets tonight, and they even shouted little Nai Nai's name in unison from below. Xingyao! Xingyao! Inside the arena, outside the arena, hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously shouted a person's name. What kind of effect was that? It could only be described with one word. The sound shook the 9 heavens. You look so pretty when you smile. Like a spring flower. It blows away all your worries and all your sorrows. This family of three ended up giving the audience a sweet, sweet rendition of You Look Good When You Smile. Especially when Nana sang the middle part of the song, all the audience stood up with ant-like smiles on their faces, waving the glow sticks in their hands to accompany her. Until the end of the song, the audience under the stage was still giggling, Gushingyi and Xia Shiyao, as well as little Nai Nai, as they waved their hands down to the stage, their smiles abounding. To be recognized by you, to be liked by you, we are really happy and touched. Today is little Xingyao's birthday, and I know that many of you have come for this, so next, I announce. It's time for cake. All the people who have come here today, all have a share. Gushingyi picked up the microphone and said loudly. There was another burst of cheers from the stage that resounded through the entire arena, and the glow sticks in their hands were waving into a rainbow, and there were even many audience members who were shouting, "We must eat poor Gushingyi today. Right. Let him make so much money. Eat him to tears." Next, countless staff members held cupcakes in their hands with smiles on their faces as they began to distribute them one by one, and at this moment, even all the viewers in front of the television and the live broadcast room took out their long-prepared cakes. Then, I don't know who took the lead and shouted, and in the next second, everyone chanted in unison. Xing Yao baby, happy birthday. End of book. Author's note, originally, I had prepared many plots for this book, but it's just a pity that I really don't have enough ability for the time being, and I have limited penmanship, so I really don't know how to go about writing next when I write here. Instead of imperfectly watered down, why don't we just draw a perfect conclusion for everyone right here? Also, I really appreciate the readers who have followed me all the way down. You gave me the courage to write this, and you made me stick to it for so long. I can only say here, I'm sorry everyone, if there is a next novel, I will write seriously, at least save 100,000 200,000 stock before sending the book, not to sometimes cannot keep up with the update. At the end of this, I would like to say, in fact, this ending is also quite good, all very happy, we can also celebrate the new year. I'm a newbie author, I definitely want to work hard to arrange every character, every plot well, no matter what, the ending to this, at least Gu Xingyi redeemed Xia Shiyao and Xiao Nai Nai. There's also some name issues. My understanding is actually that Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao are orphans, they have no father or mother, so little Nai Nai was named Gu Xingyao for that reason as well. They don't even have parents, so what's the generation issue? Also using this name to satirize those who were born without parents. And then, thank you guys again, love you, mwahaha.